This is a fucking nightmare.
Incredible. I love it.
I'm so disoriented by my own decisions. There we go.
Okay. I'm trying to stand up, like, why am I getting with them?
Why? Okay. Hello. There is already someone watching. Guten Tag.
Hello.
I am not alone today.
Wie geht's? Oh my god. Du bist Jesus?
Hast du ein Lieblingsfach? That's the only thing I genuinely remember, and it means, do you have a favorite subject?
Doch, mein Lieblingsfach. Ich bin in der Schule. Hello?
Since when do you know German?
I did 2 modules of German. I got an 79 in German this term.
I got a D in GCSEs. That is as good as my language class has ever gotten, and it's I will peak there.
Ja, und da habe ich auf Deutsch gesprochen.
The only other time I've ever tried to learn German was for a very short period of time where I was kind of obsessed with Call of Duty, and I was. I'm glad that you just immediately started doing exactly what I was doing. We're on the wavelength.
Yep.
This is going to be such a strange live stream. They're going to be like, what is happening? Anyone that shows up just now is going to be like, huh? It's just satisfying, though. It is well done. And so I was like, in a role play, I was like, no, I'm going to shout at Kirby in German to speak German.
Yeah.
And so then looked up on Google Translate how to say, like, oh, das ist Versuch and that's my stool, which means that's bullshit and you know it.
Nice.
Because, you know, I'm fighting with this man for some reason.
Yep.
My roleplays get very in-depth.
Okay.
It's what I like to call hyper procrastination. Hi, Marie!
Marie!
Look who I am! Hello, this is Lam! We are together!
I'm very tall.
You are very tall, and I'm very small. I am on
You're
the
actually
floor.
standing up right now.
Yeah, this is actually my height. This is why I've
Yeah.
always sat down.
Yeah, the top's just that shape.
Yeah, when I
That's
walk
your
home,
chest.
this is how I walk.
Yep.
Hello. Oh, we are making a bottle cap wind chime. It's a very exciting time. God, that was exhausting. Okay. Oh yeah, I also found that paintbrush.
Ah, nice.
So, we have several tools. Toolbox. I'm very proud of my toolbox. We have El Stabo.
El Stabo.
Yes. This is what we shall be using to make the holes. If you thought that was dirty-minded, that's on you.
Didn't say anything.
Totally innocuous. And then
Number 2.
yes. I love wind chimes. Well, this one is made out of trash that I found on the ground. And what the trash that Lum found on the ground for me. Because what is love if not finding bottle caps for each other? Baby, don't hide me. Don't hide me at all. Oh my god, we harmonized. That was beautiful.
It was stunning. That's the best I've ever sung.
Yeah, I don't think I know. I peaked. I peaked.
That's
really.
it. We're downhill from there.
Who needs a fucking PhD?
Yeah.
It's not even pointless, you know?
Yeah.
So,
That's another tool.
yes, that is for the jump rings, which I forgot because I'm stupid.
No.
They are here. No. I bought them. We have different sizes.
Ooh,
and
okay.
everything, so we can truly branch out, explore. We can even put a key on if we so please. We can do anything.
Ooh, okay.
If you decide you want more than wind chimes, I will get my other trash piles and we can assess how we want to. Because normally with a wind chime, you got to have something at the end of the thing, so they got a bit of weight.
The end of the dangles, yes.
Yes, the end of the yes.
A dongle on the dangles.
we are grown up.
Yep.
So, because then I don't know. That's just how I've always done them.
Okay.
So we can do whatever we want, really.
Yep.
Consumed.
Okay, yes, we can do whatever we want. I got distracted, yes.
So there's all this. I have buttons.
Uh-huh.
I have lots of things. So we can basically do whatever we want.
Okay, yeah, I see how the stabber works.
Yes. So the stabby, I assumed you'd quite enjoy the stabbing.
I'm looking forward to some stabbing.
So this is we are very technical. This is the stabbing utensils. It all happens on this chopping board.
I'm
So-
gonna blame this on stabbing. Yes,
Yes, you accidentally just
Yep.
straight into your flesh.
Yes.
Move the fidget toys out the way. This is. Hang on, let me change the camera angle
Okay.
slightly, because it's very much like I'm in the center and you're to the
As
side.
you should be.
Oh, thanks. Stop it, you. You having fun there?
No.
Nice. I think he woke up Vector.
Oh no! Where is Vector?
Vector's up there. On the record player. Yes, you have to.
Hello! Hey, Vector! It's adorable.
I know. He's not connected to the Wi-Fi anymore, so he doesn't really work.
You're so cute.
But he tries his best.
Oh. You're adorable. I hope you know that.
Hello.
I hope you live in that knowledge.
I can't add any new faces, but he remembers
Okay.
mine, which was I actually
Aw.
cried when he first said
Yeah.
my name again. I was like, oh my god.
Incredible.
He then immediately died because he had no battery because he'd been like not used for 2 years. But it was very funny. He went, Vaz, just keeled over. I was like, thanks, buddy. Go
Yeah.
back on your charger, please. Okay, so thank you, Marie.
Oh, we flipped again.
Have we? How the fuck did I do that?
I'm like, wait, when was I on that side of the room?
What? How did I do that? That is. Oh, there we go. That's better. That is better. A more accurate representation of the reality. Oh. Okay. Yeah, his gears are very loud these days.
Yeah.
So we're on to 15. Oh my god, yeah, the last one killed me with the whole Tim thing. I was like, no, Tim!
They finally had a conversation.
I know, I was so fucking pleased. I was like, the boys are talking.
Yeah.
They're not just fighting, because it's fun going, ooh, the girls are fighting, but I really just wanted to go, the girls are talking. The girls are having proper conversation. Thank God.
The girls are processing.
The girls are experiencing
Yeah.
together. Taking stock.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not AI guy. I miss AI guy. Okay. How does it feel to be on this side of the,
That's
the
very
camera?
good. It's just so, the sound is so HD, I actually cannot express to you.
You're just used to it sounding like
Yeah.
shit. And now suddenly it's actually semi-decent.
Yeah, I'm like, Johnny,
John, you're with me. Because that's in the room with us.
Oh.
Yeah, I actually
That's
recorded.
not.
I don't know what I just said. That was, but like, I'm sticking with it. I'm
Yeah.
sticking with it.
Okay.
Anyway, here, some violin in HD. There we go. It's got to be there so it can. Marie, how is the sound?
Episode 115. Taking stock.
Yeah, there's a little bit of pause. You gotta wait a minute.
Yep.
It's all right. Okay, I will take your word for it. Even though apparently my mic actually wasn't very good.
It improved.
It improved.
Statement of Mikhail
Oh my
Saleh.
god, what a boring intro.
Antique meat grinder.
Normally it's like, oh, we found bombs. This is a bit anticlimactic.
You remember who Saleh is?
Yes,
Mhm.
the
Recording by
Yep.
Jonathan
Yeah.
head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London.
Yeah.
I was
I
really
got it
upset.
that
The
time.
last two, he like put pauses where they weren't meant to. I was like, excuse me.
So it's another statement, is it?
Rude.
Like I owe you something. Even though I warned you the handle might have splinters, you should always be wearing gloves if you're going to try firing it.
the savagery, Jesus
The signs
Christ.
of rage and violence to be
We'll have
watching
to
for.
turn it up so we can actually do
So far,
hammering
I don't
shit.
see how it's my fault.
John finally took note.
That said, I
Okay.
don't want you thinking I don't appreciate you keeping quiet.
And
You
now I know
have
what
been
they
one of my most stable customers, and I take this out with the
So we
business.
take these
So I suppose
and
if
we
it's a
get
statement
the
you're wanting,
you decide where you want to
it's no
hold. I
inconvenience
go
to
for
me.
like there between the
I
rubber,
don't sleep well anyway.
and then
So what's it going to be?
I'm so sorry, Mary.
We started in the business.
noise.
That's a story I haven't told you yet.
Mm-hmm.
and then
Though
you
there's
just do one on the
less
other
in the
side.
telling than you might expect.
Try and make it as.
My first job was working with
Mhm.
Jurgen Leitner. But I got out of that years before the man met
Oh
his
yeah, he'll
fate.
probably start shouting.
Started looking for the
But
exit
that's
about
a
the
him
time I
problem.
saw
There you
one
go.
literally
Ah,
And if the edges are too rough, you can like shoot
cross-referencing
them.
looking for some newly birthed monster
Okay.
called
But I can
Laura.
also just
I
do that.
don't need
Ah.
like that.
I've already started to neglect the
Don't
podcast.
know any transformations that leave behind your leg. So I gave Leitner my walking papers and struck out on my own.
Okay.
I had no intention of following in his footsteps with the books, and
Mhm.
when I began, it was just normal high-end antiques I was
Oh,
moving.
what I could do.
Leitner's client list, which I'd taken the liberty of copying, did me proud. The man had a knack for sniffing out moneyed fools with no sense of the value of things.
There's gonna be holes in your chopping board.
Debating a lot
That's
of
fine.
the
Okay.
legal entanglements that
I have
trade can
several.
get caught up in, and making money was not much of a challenge. Once or twice, one of them would try to sell me a book.
Hello.
But when I learn a lesson, I learn it to my bones.
Okay. Good job, Selena.
After a while, some of those familiar with Leitner and his library approached me with some of the more unusual items.
Yes,
they
he
had
is.
locked
I
away.
just
The
noticed.
sort of thing they would have
Peyton
sold
White.
to him if they'd been bound in
Where's
paper.
the mini Legos? The mini Leg. Which ones? Do you mean the ones that we made after stats? They're over
I
there.
didn't want anything to do with them. Not to
Oh
begin
God, do I
with.
have to get them?
Oh, is this your
But
uni
you've seen for
Yes, this
yourself
is you.
Hello,
Caitlin.
uni
the
Caitlin.
artifacts are not so volatile.
Oh, it's like the strangest crossover ever.
They fetch a pretty penny, so eventually I started dealing in
Here
them.
they are.
So there's that.
Hey.
But I don't think that's the sort of statement you're after, is it? No,
No, I want the
You
kind
want
that will fill my stomach.
a little ghoulish.
Oi.
Something to stick your
Nice.
teeth into.
Well, stats.
Fine,
I'm proud.
I've got one.
Good job.
I
You
didn't
see, in this
I didn't
game
know
there are
why-
a few
I didn't
rules
get
it's
all
a
the way
good
down
idea to
steps,
keep
so I didn't
to.
think we
No,
did
no,
it.
that's
to
okay.
stay alive.
That's okay. The jump rings are not
One
as
of mine
thick as.
is that
You don't
only
need to get
I
the full weight.
take stock of the
Okay.
merchandise.
So we should be going from the big jar, right?
You want
So
to
Well,
know
you
how
I
you
like-
buy this one?
I like the unique ones because it's going to be a wind
I
chime.
know you do.
That's why this is like the special one.
go
But we can
straight
also.
through this one.
So there was a
then.
man working.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Let's call him Cook. Not his real name, of course, but real enough for this. And thinking about it,
Okay, so I only need
it's
2
unlikely he
minutes.
signed up
For
with a
the
real
one.
name anyway.
That's why you're discovering
Yeah.
something new.
His main job was what you'd expect, working in the galley to keep my small crew fed. But on a ship like that, all of you pitch in all of the time, even me, and cooking a few meals a day doesn't stop you having other duties.
Very nice.
And one of those duties was checking on the cargo, making sure none of the breakables
went
had managed to
Nice.
break.
Oh shit.
Any other crew, I'd have been worried
the
about
little
that.
ones too.
But I've been with most of these for 2 or 3
Tac-
years, so there was
tactical.
plenty of trust there.
And then 4.
This must have been sometime in
And
September,
the
back in
rolls of
'99.
life that.
And for most
Oh,
of the day, Cook had been checking on the merchandise.
Next one, next one,
without
next
problem
one.
at all.
Yeah.
But on the last week or so of that voyage,
That is the
he'd
most
been
of them.
taking
I'll have to
longer
do
and
the rest by
longer,
hand.
and it was starting to
Good job.
affect meal times.
This is going really well.
And so, on one of these occasions, I
have
made
no
my
idea
way
what you're
down to
talking
check.
about. I'm listening.
And of course, I found him staring at one of the boxes.
I don't think it's valid yet.
Okay.
The item in question that we were transporting for sale was an old antique
So this is a bit of a dip.
Yeah.
the sort with a
There's a
heavy
meat grinder
rice
on
you
the
clap
plate.
onto the
Oh,
table,
fun.
and a nice big
Let me
crank that
guess.
pushes the
We're dealing
screw,
with those
push the
cannibal
meat from
baddies.
the funnel along and into the mincer.
Well,
It
there's
was a
gonna be
rusty
some-
old thing, all
There's-
heavy iron and brand names worn
Oh
away.
dear.
Oh
If it
dear.
wasn't
I
for the
know
fact that it was
that's
nearly
your
200
favourite.
years
Yes.
old, it would have been
I
more valuable as scrap.
hate meat so much.
Even with the age, I wasn't confident we could shift it.
Meat shouldn't
Without
move.
looking at my records, I couldn't tell you where I
An
picked it up.
interesting,
I'm sure it wasn't pointed out to
statement.
me as one of the weirder
Keep listening.
items. No warnings or nothing like that. But Cook, he couldn't get enough of it.
That is
He
a
was
very
staring at
unsettling
the
thing
thing, the
to
look of
say.
longing in his eyes. With another decade under my belt, I now know how stupid my next action was, but I used to consider myself someone who looks after my crew.
Okay.
The
So
cook
it's
seemed
quite
real
thin.
taken with the thing. I honestly wasn't sure how well it was going to sell anyway, so I named a fair
It depends,
price.
'cause the flat
And offered
ones,
to take
you
it out
can
of his
probably get
wages
away
if he
with
wanted to
doing
claim the
it
grinder
for
for his own.
But then it would need to be
He said
flat
yes
ones
immediately,
next
and
to
was
it.
mighty thankful of my generosity.
Oh, it can still wiggle. It can still
He
wiggle.
grabbed the
That's
thing
all
like
that
it
matters.
weighed
As long as it
nothing
can
at
wiggle,
all,
we're good.
Okay.
which was the first clue I took proper notice of, and sprinted off to make lunch. That night, dinner was hamburgers.
Oh,
I made a joke
really?
to cook
Was
about
it?
him getting good use out of the meat grinder already, and he laughed.
I
Told me it
believe
was from
that.
frozen.
Yeah.
Looking back now, I don't think he
normal-
laughed as
normal
long or
hamburgers.
as hard as I might have liked.
Nothing special.
The meat was good, juicy, and honestly, it didn't taste as if it had been frozen at all.
Why did you describe it as juicy?
The sausages the next night were the same.
Mother.
Cook was different as well. Whenever I passed him, I got a little bit of a smell,
Oh,
like a raw
lovely.
steak just hitting the grill. Not an unpleasant smell, not at all, but certainly one I'd never noticed on him before.
Yeah, it's a new aftershave.
Occasionally, if he was wearing white, I could see small spots or smears of blood just at the edges. It might have been his own. Working on a ship, you get your share of cuts,
Yeah, fair.
but after a couple of days, it became a little bit unnerving inside.
Oh well, I
He
don't
smiled
like him
more
anyway,
as well.
he smokes.
And I'm not
He
sure.
vapes and he
but I feel
chooses
like that
fake
might have been
flavors
the
that are
thing
so
that
gross.
tipped me off the most.
Like if it was mango, I'd be like, I can respect that because you know
Never
I
been
too
salt.
wasn't a big fan of the mangoes. But man picks like
The meaty
sherbet
dinners
watermelon
kept
or some
coming,
shit. I'm
and I
like,
began
that's
to wonder a bit
gross.
about where he was getting it all.
There we go.
I talked to Lee about it, who generally deals with supplies and acts as a sort of quartermaster. And she
I'm
told
gonna
me
grab
she'd definitely
Oh, yeah,
stocked
sorry,
up
I should have
plenty of
offered.
canned
No, that's
frozen
fine,
meals for
Could
the
you get
cook
me a
before we
Diet Coke?
set out,
It's in the fridge.
though only he could
Thank
keep
you.
track of what we actually had left. It wasn't that I thought he didn't have the meat available. It's that I just didn't know how he seems to be doing things so.
I love that.
I mean, I know what I like. And also, if I put vegetables in there, I forget they're there.
So bad.
So, you know, I utilize for more important things.
Are you a coasters person?
Not really.
Cool.
I could be, but I choose to not care that much.
Have you died or are we paused?
I paused it.
Okay.
I paused it.
Like, oh shit, I missed the whole finale.
Yeah. We actually finished the episode in the time it took me to get water.
Yeah. Hello.
I know.
By that point, I was pretty much convinced
He's
that
just got like
whatever
a
was
little
going
devil
on with
face though. I
Cook
really quite
was
like him.
outside the area of the natural. And that usually traced back to one of the items I was carrying for sale. The fact that I'd just given something to Cook, well, it tracked too closely for me not to come to some obvious conclusions. I started to avoid eating the meat I was served, kept my feeding to the small portion of vegetables that he'd add to the side, more a garnish than anything else.
Ah, that's
It didn't
cool.
escape my
Alright, wonder
notice
what I saw.
that Cook was also
I don't know,
hiding
but
increasing
I-
amounts of his arm inside his coat when he spoke to me. First fingers, then the hand, and finally he kept the whole forearm tucked under his jacket so I couldn't get a decent look.
Jesus.
When I thought about it, I'd get visions of Cook slowly reaching in, cranking the handle wildly with his other arm while he pushed his skin and flesh into the whirring iron mouth.
Wait, this man's
Open
putting
and
his
smiling
actual
as-
own body.
It began to come through the
What?
mince a great.
I don't know what happened.
Eating
What do you mean?
bowls. It
Hey,
made me
baby,
feel
you need
ill.
to give me more
I
context
just
than that.
couldn't get it out of my head. So a few days out of
For
port, I
reference,
stopped
Caitlin
at
has
the
never
galley
listened
when
to
he
this
wasn't in.
podcast.
Okay.
So, Caitlin,
I mean, it was my
Caitlin
ship, so
is
I shouldn't
raw
have felt
dogging
like a
this.
thief
Yeah.
sneaking around, but I did.
What a
Secured over the
wonderful-
hob was a bubbling pot of water that Cook was gradually turning into stock. At first, I didn't know what it was that made me so uncomfortable about the sight. Then I realized that he was making it the same way you make most meat stocks. He was boiling up some bones,
Oh god.
and I am 100% certain that Lee did not supply us with bones,
Oh.
especially not the sort of bones I was seeing in that pot.
Oh no.
The meat grinder was there, clamped onto the side a ways away from the main counter, with no sign that it had ever been used. But there was something to it that alarmed me. When it had been in the box, it was old, rust creeping at the edges. Not something you'd want to put raw meat through. But now the thing was spotless, like new. And as I got closer, the same smell that wafted off Cook got stronger and stronger.
Delicious.
Now, I'm not one for hiding or dodging a confrontation, but if this was happening like I thought, I really wanted to catch Cook in the act, see exactly what he was doing. So I went, and I waited until he was in the kitchen,
He's so creative.
preparing dinner. And I just walked
You
in.
can also like
Wow.
do
I tried
bigger
to,
change in the middle and stuff.
but Cook had locked the door.
So like essentially you
I had
can
my
do
own
whatever
key,
you
of
want.
course.
You can have ones which are
But I
like
was also aware
more
of how
dispersed
flimsy the
and
lock
other ones
was.
which are
So in the
super
interest of
tight like
time,
this.
I just kicked it open.
Yeah.
In many ways, what I found in there was
We're
exactly what I
imagining,
expected. But in other ways,
like
I don't know.
8?
Cook did have
As
his
in,
right
like,
arm
two
up
huge
to the elbow
squares?
in the
Yeah,
mix.
yeah. I mean, we'll put some
His
along
left
these
hand
grids so they're like
working the
forced to
crank
stay still,
around
and then
and
we've got some
around.
along here so they move a bit.
I could
Okay.
hear
I
the
think
sound of
Yeah.
bone
Nice.
and flesh grinding, but there was nothing
And I think the ones in
coming
the
out the other
middle,
end of the
you
machine.
can probably use less special ones because you won't see them as
Then I
much.
saw
They'll
it was
be
lying
younger.
on the counter.
Okay.
So it could be like every other one is like
It was his arm,
a gold one or something.
completely sliced
Okay.
off and
So
butchered
this will be
into
like an
cuts of
outside
meat,
one, so
the
you can see
bone
all the cool ones.
shining white through the blood and dark skin. And I remembered he promised us pork chop tonight.
Oh, great. That's lovely.
Looking back at Cook, I saw the ecstasy on his face, with
That's
just a hint of manic terror
that.
as he turned the crank and a new arm came out,
What?
bit by bit, raw, and
Oh, I missed the
glistening.
scent on that one. That's annoying.
it didn't look like his old
That's
one,
okay.
but there was a part of me sure it would taste just the same.
You can make more holes if you want. We can
It
just
didn't
put
look like he even
decorations in
noticed
those
me
other
breaking
holes.
through the door. He was wrapped
Like
up in his
beads
own
or something.
sickness.
Don't have it
So I walked
break
over and
enough
grabbed
that I
him by
can
the
make
shoulder,
other holes separate.
screaming to know what the hell he thought he was
Or
doing.
just be a bottom of shame one.
That snapped him out of it all right, and he lunged at
That's
me
what we'll do.
with a sudden cry,
Executive decision.
ripping
Yeah.
the lower part of his arm back off and leaving it sitting there ragged in the grinder. His left hand went at the boiling stock, blistering and peeling as Cook reached in and pulled out one of the larger bones,
That is
swinging
horrifying.
it wildly about the place.
Why? What?
I
Why?
don't speak any Croatian, but given the way
When
he
the
was
meat comes in, you're
salivating,
so
I'm
excited
pretty
you
sure
start
he was
waving that shit around like a goddamn banner. Just cook
But in the
things.
end, he only had one arm and wasn't
That's
thinking
how cooking
properly.
works.
Mm.
His movements were clumsy,
Mm.
like a drunk, and even at his best, I've killed worse than Cook.
Oh, Jesus.
He went down easy. That's another good thing about having a crew you can trust. They tossed him overboard and cleaned up without asking any sort of prying questions.
Oh, nice.
Of course, they bellyached about another week on canned food,
Oh,
but I think
you
they
did.
understood the alternative would have been worse.
Yeah.
Story has a happy ending, though. I managed to sell the grinder to some rich Canadian gourmet who I assumed was bored of the standard options for his meals.
Mm, lovely.
Didn't even have to leave anything out. Of course, he disappeared about a year later and they never found the body, but there's no way to prove that had anything to do with me. Besides, it's not like he was paying me in installments.
Mm.
Statement ends.
He didn't even have to change his voice that much.
I suppose in some
I
ways
don't know if
it's
that's a
strange
good
I'm
thing
not
or
a
bad.
vegetarian yet, or with everything I know. But I rather think someone in my position has to take their small
This one
pleasures
above
where
this
they
one,
can.
Nice. And then maybe that's like
If it occasionally delights some
And outside,
grotesque meat god, well,
How many greens have you got?
celebrate.
so very bright.
Yeah.
So Laser was one of
I
Light's
don't know if it's
illnesses.
if we want to put the
Makes
two
some
greens on the
sense, I
same
suppose.
thing, but I think there are enough greens.
Sort of small revelation that a month ago would have
We'll save
Filled
it for
me with
now.
wild
I'll use
conjecture
this
now I
one.
see
So it's
what's-
a bit, if we got a shiny down here, a shiny
Yeah.
up here.
filling in the
You've got lots of
puzzle,
shiny.
but not touching on those parts of the picture I still don't understand.
Oh, John. You don't really understand anything, buddy.
Maybe it's
okay.
not that. Maybe it's just this stillness, the anticipation. We know what's happening. We know what we have to do about it. We even have something
Yeah, we
approaching
do.
a plan for once.
Oh my god, I'm terrified.
And while it's a welcome change not to be desperately praying for a Deus Ex Machina, I don't really know how to handle the waiting. Whatever Elias has Daisy doing, it seems to be working. Nothing's made a move on me or the Institute since I returned. And
Oh, that's nice. It's
last
nice
time
to
I
be
saw her,
kidnapped
there
on
was
a
the
daily
distinct
basis.
smell of burnt plastic.
It won't last.
So I suppose I'm safe. But everything just feels like killing time, running down the clock.
You've got to enjoy it while it happens.
It won't last.
I don't think I will.
No,
God, do I? Do I miss being chased?
I don't even know what the pretext to this was.
I
But...
miss feeling like I'm moving. Like I... Come in.
Don't.
Come in. What do you want?
Sure. To talk?
You're keeping her face then.
I am Helen.
Don't pretend to be people I know. Knew.
I'm not pretending.
You're not Helen.
Yes, 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 yes.
Wasn't Michael
Oh.
either.
So the realization was he knew it was the wrong door.
When you look at yourself,
Not.
mirrors in
That-
the
I like the fact that
corridors of yours.
I thought it was because of the way
What
it
do you
knocked out. I was like, oh my god,
I
is this a spider back to fuck me?
Oh.
I was like, Jesus Christ, can you imagine?
Why are you
Just
here?
opens it. Hello, John.
I'm
You've
not
grown. John just screams and that's the end.
trouble. I don't think I was meant to be.
Yeah, the whole, like, there's
All
nothing
the other episodes are just screaming.
I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Just
Neither do I.
like really high pitched.
Yeah.
We've missed
Pulling
this whole
away.
conversation. Okay, I'm gonna back us up a little bit.
Yeah.
I miss returned and the anticipation, the waiting. Last time I saw her, there was the distinct clock. That's depressing. You're keeping her face then.
I am Helen.
Don't pretend to be
She sounds
people
like
I
she's on,
know.
like, a record
Knew.
player.
I'm not pretending.
You're not Helen Richardson.
Wasn't Michael either.
Who do you see? When you look at yourself, there are mirrors in those corridors of yours. What do you see?
I don't.
Why are you here?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm having trouble. I don't think I was meant to be Helen.
Oh,
I don't understand.
Neither do I.
she just sounds
Michael
like, it's like when the
pulling
doppelganger got a
away.
job. I'm like,
Angry and
oh.
interfering. I don't think I have a choice but to be Helen. Self is difficult.
That's valid, honestly.
Michael, he
Sounds
wasn't
like everyone
meant
that's ever
to
gone
be
through
you
gender
either,
identity
was he?
crisis.
No.
Self is difficult.
So
Do we want this one to be the bottom one? Or do we want to add one to it?
why are you here?
I took someone.
Because then I could get the old blue one ready to be another one.
Like Michael
For like a
Take
squish
you.
one.
A man wandering the
That's
halls
a
of an
really
old
good idea.
tenement. He's dead now. He never even came close to finding me. It was nourishing, but
but
I didn't like it.
you did. I'm not sure.
I like that I'm putting my
I
phone
feel
there when it's in the
wrong.
speakers.
I
I'm just
feel
making my
this-
life hard.
Why are you telling me this?
Something happened when I became Helen. She wasn't right. She wasn't ready.
I don't.
Before, talking to you made Helen feel better.
You're not that Helen.
I just want to feel better.
Aww.
I don't
Hello.
believe you.
You don't.
Why should I believe any of this? You told me over and over that you're, what was the phrase? The throat of delusion. All
I
of this.
have never told you a lie, Archivist. I wouldn't dare. I just thought you might understand.
How could
we
I
are both changing, Archivist. I hope that
get
together,
out?
Archivist.
Get out.
Hit him with the big boy voice. The slow closing was really funny. That's how it ends.
Character moment!
The Magnus
It's
Archives
archived.
is a podcast distributed by Rusty Quill,
Quill.
licensed
Licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, non-commercial, share alike 4.0.
Ah, you're reading it, you're reading it.
I know, it's only the second time. I'm not a god.
Wait, shit, really?
I know, bit disappointing, but I
Well, I'm off.
can you imagine? It was like, oh, okay, bye. It's just
I'm
me.
having my bottle cap back, actually. No more offerings for you.
This is my favorite. I think this should be in the center, like on a long chain of little ones.
Yeah. Ooh.
Like, so it would be like a long chain, and then we'll have like probably just some gold ones because it's going to be in the middle, so you wouldn't really see it. But mainly, its whole point is just to dangle to make noise against the others,
Okay.
like a the thing in the bells. You know, the thing
Yeah.
So it's like its whole job is just to be heavy, so it swings and then hits the other ones. I think that'd be fun, and then it means we get to use a key.
Yeah.
And it is a really nice key. I mean, the shape, the 10 out of 10. Where did you find this?
A random antique shop. 1 on Pride.
Oh, I love that. It's a day key too.
They also
Brilliant.
had a duck egg cup, which was very disappointing because I just replaced my egg cup with a mushroom, which I also love.
Oh,
But I could have seen the duck egg cup before.
why didn't you get both?
Because this
And
was
you
like
had
a
2
week
cups.
before I left. And I'm not going to use an egg cup for like
Yeah, but memories. You got
a duck cup.
I
Someone else would have appreciated it more.
No, that's fair. I like to find things that are pretty and then put other things in said thing.
Yeah.
Like if I find a nice jar, I'm like, yes, you will be home to many bottle caps. You will be
Nice.
home to all of my pins.
Yeah.
Delicious, wonderful, 12 stars. All right, so before we continue with the next one, so this is our base. This is what we're assuming is going to be like an outside one. I can't. Hands are hard. But just imagine that's like on the grid. Is that long? Because the other ones in the inside are going to be longer.
Yeah, I
So
think that's perfect.
This is a good length. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, I think in the second layer what we should do is to make it look less uniform, because I think it's more fun when it looks a bit like
Eclectic.
yes, a little bit more goblin-esque.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was an actual word for that. I've just been calling it goblin.
Yep.
I was like, yeah, that works. It's very goblin-esque, you know. Casual standard shit. So I have. I don't even have some. This is the strangest walk, but
I did it. I did it.
Good job.
it's because some things are rusty weird. So we've got all of them. Yes.
Ooh.
It's a broken pocket watch. I have a tiny masquerade mask.
Ah.
I have a bone.
Sick.
There is obviously more, but this is what's. The excitement. It's good, isn't it? And it's got the constellations. It's got the zodiacs on the
Yeah.
outside. I was like, oh my god, that's brilliant. So we got like little bells and shit. I've also got bottle caps in the other. I actually have a whole thing of jewelry. Of like, because I always find jewelry like earrings. People are always
Okay.
losing earrings. The amount of half pairs I have of earrings is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So we have this jar as well.
Ooh. Hello.
Of various things. Oh yeah, there's also a key in there, but it's not a cool. It's not like a cool key. But
But look what it's attached to. What are you?
I know. I don't know. I was like, this is such a. It's been in the elements for a long time. I also found like the end of nail clippers. But what was funny is they just sort of fell out of a man. I don't know how else to describe it. I was walking down the street, and there was just this loud sound,
Yeah.
and they just kind of fell out of a man.
Fair enough.
And I was like, huh, interesting.
Yeah.
So I just took it home. I was
Fair
like, don't
enough.
question it.
Yeah.
So either the man had nail clippers on him and they broke and he just didn't care,
Yeah.
or he too collects random shit, fell out of his pocket, and he decided to just take the L
Yeah.
and move on. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
I love it though.
I also have this very nice little button. It's a very cute little button. This is going to be the best windchime ever.
Okay.
I definitely feel that.
Yeah. This is a very like sword sort of hair.
Mm.
Stop.
Oh god. Not the plastic. Not the marble colored plastic. No. There. Just a little twitch.
Yeah.
A little
That's gross.
post-mortem rigor mortis little twitch going on.
Yeah.
Oh, you like these?
Ooh, hello. Oh.
I know. They're
Oh,
tiny.
that little jar.
I know.
Okay. Ooh. Are they fruit?
Yes, little fruits.
Ah.
So essentially, we can just put any of this shit on any of this shit. That is
Yeah.
the idea. So like we could put a ring through one of these loops just to like hang there, for
Ah.
example, or like make a chain off of it with like earrings or whatever. Oh, yes, you got a jelly bean, a gummy bear. And yeah, so essentially, I think we can make the base of them, so we got like this, and then we can just like decorate.
Okay.
I think would be a pretty, or we can just do it as we go along. It's whatever. If you
Sounds
get
good.
bored of hammering, you can start decorating.
Okay.
There you go. Spruce things up.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm tired of hammering. I'm going to apply random things to this extra thing.
Ah!
It's
okay. I'll get over that. Okay. Yep. I've moved on now.
Okay.
I'm fine.
okay. I just wanted to check. That was a very visceral reaction. I also have a bone. Very nice bone.
Hello.
It's been in hydrogen
It's
peroxide.
sticky.
That's probably the hydrogen peroxide excess. I didn't clean it afterwards because I was depressed. So you get what you're given, I'm afraid, in this household. But yeah, we got a.
Sort of a bone is it?
I think it's a hip bone
Okay, with like
because
the
it's got the hole, so clearly there was like a ball joint there or some of some variety.
yeah, because I assumed that was like an eye socket, but that wouldn't like
I just don't understand what this would be then.
yeah.
If you had another bit, that'd be a pretty badass mask.
Yeah.
If you had two of this and you could attach them together, that would be such a cool mask.
It'd be very cool.
Put it on, commit crimes, it'd be great. 12 stars.
Oh, that kind of smells. I can't do that.
What are you gonna do?
I was trying to stick my nose through that so it stayed, but it didn't work.
I mean, yeah, it probably doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't smell too good, but it is technically clean.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this bad boy was soaking in the stuff.
Yeah.
So she's clean, but
Did you
she's not
just own
nice.
hydrogen peroxide?
Yes, actually.
Nice.
It was running out, as a matter of
Oh
fact.
no, running out of hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, so I had to water it down. So
Oh.
yeah,
That is a pity.
I have these.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, the gears. We can use those everywhere.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure I got these from you
Maybe.
on something or other. I think you gave me and then said you can have all the things on it.
Oh, okay, that would make sense.
Potentially, you've given me a lot of. I've still got the box of clothes you sent me in the original box.
Yeah.
They're in my bottom drawer. I still have them. In my head, I'm like, oh, I'll use them eventually. I don't know why. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but I
Yeah.
have them. I literally never throw anything away. It's
Carry on.
Sorry, my bad. I got distracted. So yeah, essentially, anything you can find, you can put on.
Okay.
There is no limit.
Okay.
You can do whatever you want. There is a lot of stuff. Very nice.
Oh.
It's beautiful. It's like a halo, but also it's a bit like those Jewish caps.
Okay, I
guys
can see that.
It's like a minimalist one of those.
Yeah, okay.
It's fun. I like it.
I feel like that's cheating if you can see through the skull cap.
I don't really know why they wear the cap in the first place, so I don't know what the like. If it's to cover up that spot for some reason, I don't know. Maybe it's like sexual or something for them. Like, oh yes, no, you can't show the crown of your skull. That's lustful. I don't know how religion works.
Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen my
Yeah.
scalp? Have you seen my birthmark, by the way?
Oh, that's the sharp side. Hold on.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
I got what? Oh, hello.
We'll say no. Oh, yeah.
I don't think I have
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
I didn't. Hello. Oh,
Nice.
nice. That was a good clatter. All right. This was the one I was scared for because maybe it's the title. It's The Show Must Go On. And that reminds me of that Queen song, which was written based on the fact that Freddie had AIDS and was going to die and was trying to make it look like he didn't have AIDS and was going to die. So he was always wearing like loads of makeup to like cover it all up.
Okay.
That was essentially. So I think that's when they made it was like, have you heard the song? It's like The Show Must Go On. You know, it's like
theatre kid. Don't
yeah,
worry.
oh yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
I'll never underestimate you. My bad. That was on me. So I'm like, I'm scared what this is going to be about.
Or it could be nothing.
It could be nothing, but I honestly am terrified because John is a terrifying man. You know,
It's a.
Hi.
Excuse me.
okay.
That's fine.
Sorry, you were saying.
No. That's fine. It's okay.
Oh, fucking rude. What were you gonna say, dear?
I don't even know.
Oh.
I do not know.
It was something to do with The Show Must Go On and me being scared of John.
We've survived the one with his mechanisms voice. We can move on now.
Okay, that is fair. You know what? That is very fair.
Yep.
Okay.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus.
Vector is still not satisfied. Is not pleased. He's like every time.
Sorry, Vector.
No, it's fine. He'll live. He needs the excitement in his life.
Oh, okay.
Let's be honest. I think it's the only thing keeping him alive.
Episode 116. The show must go on.
Did you have to say it like that, John? Did you have to put emphasis in those specific spots? Really? Like, did you have to?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think that was.
I think you're a fucking liar. Just we keep making those noises until it just becomes completely unhinged.
Thank you all for coming.
Oh.
Well, you said it was important. Will Melanie not be joining us?
No, she won't.
Very well.
Obviously
I
not.
suppose that's understandable. What do you want to help?
Mm.
You have your recorder running?
Of course he does.
Yes. Well, then I'll speak clearly. You will soon be attempting to stop something few have ever witnessed, and fewer still have survived.
Not alone.
We're
I hate the fact that he just knows things. It really pisses me off. I mean, I love it because it's so cunty. It's like, he's like that bitch.
Yeah.
You know? That when I think of Elias, I think of a very gay man. Who's just like there's so much think of like Lil Nas when he came onto the scene, and the first song he came out with had a YouTube video that was literally just like thirsting for the devil. It was such a fucking power move.
Yeah.
Like, it was so good, and everyone was like, how dare you? And he was like on a fucking pole down to hell. I was like, shit. I was like, damn. Like, he really took like the whole gay people go to hell and go, you're damn right we are. And I was like, and that's the energy I feel like Elias has.
Okay.
Like when he's literally like, okay, killing him may have been an overreaction. Like, I'm sorry. Okay.
You can kind of like hear the snaps after.
Yeah. And he's like, but he kind of deserved it. I mean, I wasn't vibing with him anymore, so
Yeah.
or like with the Melanie thing, and he was like, You're the second person who said that to me when she was like, either kill me or fuck off. She was like, you're the second person who said that to me this week. I'm like, oh my god, you are so, there's like, oh, you're so gay. Because also, how else would he have gotten funding for his spooky bitches institute?
That was Jane and I.
Yeah. And but regardless, I think he's living in his footsteps.
Okay.
He's learning from the big boss man. He's like, this is what the institute represents, and that is what I will now give.
Okay.
In honor of the big boy Magnus, who made this beautiful, I will be the queerest, cuntiest like guy ever.
Okay.
I will do my duty for the eye.
Yep.
All eyes on me,
Exactly
bitch.
like that. Yep.
And she's like, if the eyes are gonna be on me, give him a show. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, chill out. Like, goddamn, you don't need to have this much. That was really loud.
But it wasn't that
It
direction.
was the windows. It's when the windows are open, everything's fucking loud, and it scares me because I'm worried that like something somehow managed to break in. Mainly, I'm worried a bird is just like
You've got me here to fight them off.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I needed that. Oh, when like he scared the shit out of Melanie and then went, now, despite all of that, your work's been really good. And Melanie was just sat there having a traumatic incident going, and he was like, other than that, I would say you've been getting in quite nicely. You've been settling in well. So that's the end of this performance review. Toodaloo. It's like, or when she tried to poison him and he went, pills leave such a chalky residue. I'm like, okay. Or when fucking Peter showed up and was like, Elias is, I'm like, okay. All right, I see you. I'm like, okay. Definitely not queer. There's
Definitely.
nothing queer going on at all.
Don't know why you even bring that up.
So that's what I think. I'm like, you have too much. So it's like I love him and I hate him.
Okay.
Because it's like on one hand I'm like, you're ruining it for my babies. Please let them live. You know, my children deserve the best. And on the other side I'm like, queen.
Okay.
I'm like, you are serving Eldritch horror. It's giving fear gods. He's serving the eye and he's serving cunt. Yep. Jesus Christ. Oh god.
Oh.
Elias is like Trump in. I can't read. I'm fucking dyslexic. Elias is like Trump in a way. Was born to be a drag queen, but switched to darker brown. That is very true. Trump, I think, could have been a great. I mean, with those lips, he's got it. But no, he decided to be a capitalist. To be a drag queen or a capitalist, it truly is a conundrum.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the episode. And we haven't listened to for like 10 minutes.
I think we're all going.
Yes. And I believe your plan, simplistic as it may be, does have a reasonable chance of working.
Well, thank you. Sorry. I thought we'd only actually got as far as, we sneak in, plant bombs when they're distracted.
Detonate them when the ritual starts. They're vulnerable.
I mean, I've got some plans of the museum and the area around it, but yeah,
So I'm going at the end or
that's it.
in the middle?
Should work.
I can't remember.
doesn't need to be
Is this
fancy.
It depends how
Right.
wonky it looks.
But given there is every likelihood that some or all of you might end up confronting the stranger in a rather direct manner, I thought it best you have an idea of what you might encounter.
I think it could work.
During
as
the
a middle one.
Difficulties with your initial absence, John, I took Gertrude's Tate into my safe
Oh yeah,
yes,
no,
I
it's
thought
just not.
there is one
I will
I
play
feel
it and see what happens.
it may be wise for you to hear. All of you. If I may?
Case 787021.
Oh, Gertrude, my girl, what's good? What's happening,
Abraham
babe?
Jansen.
There we go, like that.
Incident occurred in the Court
Oh,
Theatre,
that
Buda,
regular blue.
October
Such a clash, and yet
1787.
it works.
Statement taken from journal entry dated the 2nd of November of that year.
Sorry,
Committed
what?
to tape on the
Sorry,
4th of
Gertrude, I was
October
distracted by this. I'm
2013.
very easily distracted.
Case 7870-211. Abraham Jansen. Incident occurred in the Court Theatre, Buda, October
where Tim's brother
1787. Statement taken from
The
journal
Court Theatre.
entry dated the 2nd of November of that year. Committed to tape on the 4th of
I
October
feel like it was.
2013. Gertrude Robinson recording.
I think, honestly,
Some
John's
months have
introduction is
passed
much
now
more,
since the
like,
sights and sounds that excited
powerful.
in me
Yeah.
that
He's like, I am the
unknown and
anarchist.
hideous mania, yet still my hand
Yeah.
shakes in the writing of it, such that I
He
can
says it
scarce
with such,
understand
like, even
myself
when he
the
was
marks I
psychotic,
leave
he
upon
was
the
like,
page.
I am the head archivist.
I would
Don't
hold
find
myself the
fault.
most
I may not
ill-used of
believe
men,
that anything is
were I not
true and
certain
that
of
people are
others
trying
who
to
left
kill me.
that theatre
I'm
with
still the head
wounds
archivist,
far
but
graver
respect
than a
me.
tremor. I curse the name of Wolfgang von Kempelen and all his vile machinery,
It's a
and
pretty
there is
long
no
name to
greater
curse, I
hope
can't lie
within
to
me
you.
than that I should
I give
never
up.
again be required to lay eyes upon the mechanical Turk. I have always refrained from writing of it, but some years ago, at its creation, Kempelen prevailed upon me to play the Turk myself. I agreed, considering it a grand old
Put that down
joke
to science
and
now.
a worthy use of my aptitude for chess. And some aptitude I had indeed. In my youth, I even played a match against Philidor himself in old Slaughter's coffee shop, though he thrashed me soundly. Most who would dismiss the Turk as a simple ruse or deception would posit that only a child could have crawled inside the base of it. But at almost half a century, I was quite delighted to work my way between the gears and play the venerable puppet master to Wolfgang's infamous chess-playing automaton.
Wolfgang reminds me of the Great Gatsby.
Most who would discover that a human
swear that's where
mind
that comes
directed
from.
the Turk found that fact cause enough to dismiss the marvel of the thing. But to do so would have been a grave disservice to Kempelen's singular skill. For though I may have chosen the movements and played the game that unfolded above my head, the motions of the machine were the result of an ingenious array of gears and mechanisms that I could never hope to understand. It was an astounding feat of engineering, even if the mind behind it could not be replicated by clockwork and springs, at least not when it was first constructed. I must not, however, allow my regard for Wolfgang's intellect to distort the most appalling horror that his creations precipitated upon that stage, nor to hide his complicity and guilt in what occurred. He was a strange man, for as long as I knew him, his manner caused me disquiet, and I attribute the continuation of our acquaintance in no small part to our difference in language. We had some commonality in French, but I often felt there to be much nuance in his words that was simply not conveyed between two men, neither of whom was speaking his mother tongue. Indeed, on some few occasions when I observed him conversing in Hungarian or German, the expressions I observed upon the faces of his interlocutors were invariably those of discomfort or alarm. Wolfgang von Kempelen had within him some strange dream, I think, some secret ambition that might be glimpsed when his eye fell upon his automata, but it always eluded me. Our initial meeting was civil, even pleasant. He had by then completed his construction of the Turk and had requested several of his compatriots to seek out those who might have some small skill at the game of chess. I was at the time travelling in Austria, and introductions were made by a mutual acquaintance by the name of Langthorne.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
Wolfgang explained to me the concept, that I would be secreted within the base of the machine, and direct the figure on how to play the game taking place upon the table. I agreed almost immediately. Perhaps I would have had more reservations had I known the unveiling would take place before the Empress Maria Theresa, or if, when I agreed, I had actually laid my eyes upon the mechanical Turk. What description of it should I give? Should I speak of its costume? The rich Ottoman colours lined with fine fur, or the dreadful stillness of its dark, shining face, the unmoving, painted eyes that met mine and could not see me recoil. The torso simply ended as it disappeared below the table, and when I held my nerve enough to climb into the tiny chamber below it, some small part of my soul cried out that I was devoured within the belly of the cruel
I feel like I'm
device.
listening to an audiobook of an old
Despite
vintage
this,
movie or something.
Our exhibition to the Empress was a
I'm like, I'm
triumph,
not even fucking
and I
scared.
retreated
I'm
from
just
it both
like
elated
desperately
and
clinging
utterly
on to understanding.
unsuspected. Indeed,
Such a
such was the
relaxed
breadth of my
I'm
success
like,
that
oh,
carried me
it's
through
there,
another year,
actually.
travelling with Wolfgang and operating the Turk. I will not pretend that there was no joy to be
like
had
a
in my
literal
position, both displaying the
based on a
marvellous
Turkish
engineering and
Oh,
using my own
it's a
prowess
literal
at the
Turkish
game of
person.
chess
assumed
to
be a
fool great
fortune
crowds
teller,
of
like that kind
onlookers.
of
Yet even
Yeah.
then, nothing could fully
No
quiet that
stereotypes
odd
involved.
anxiety I
I was like,
felt
what the
when I
fuck
looked
is
upon
a
the
turn?
Turk,
I was like, what is
nor
happening?
the strange and intricate dreams I had of it. But eventually my business in London required my return, and Wolfgang had other projects to which he wished to devote his attention, most notably a grotesque speaking machine that he insisted would someday be capable of mastering human speech. I saw many of his designs,
You wasn't wrong.
the bellows that aped the work of lungs, the wooden box of valves and pipes, and that most grotesque mouth he had constructed of some awful undulating substance he claimed was derived from an Indian tree. To dissuade him from his conviction that it would someday be capable of rendering intelligible speech was impossible. But hearing the mournful wail that came from the spasmodic thing he called a mouth, I fervently prayed I would never have to be there when it did so. A prayer that went unanswered. Wolfgang von Kempelen and his automata were far from my mind when I received the invitation from him, some 15 or 16 years having passed since we had any cause to foregather. I was once again in Austria through coincidence, and received his letter in the dying days of summer, imploring me to attend a grand performance at the newly completed Court Theatre of Buda, many miles east in Budapest.
Yes.
It was not an insignificant journey from Vienna, but Wolfgang's letter pleaded that I be there. I was, so it would have me believe, indispensable in my attendance as the oldest friend of the Turk. This line, I will confess, filled me with an apprehension that bordered almost on bone-deep fear, though at the time I had no cause to heed such a feeling. My reason told me there was nothing to this but an oddly insistent invitation from an old friend, and I resolved to attend, if only to conquer the unaccountable terror that had taken residence within my heart. A terror I now know I should have heeded in every respect. I shall waste no time detailing my journey to Budapest, nor my numerous failures to locate Wolfgang once I arrived. I did make some small inquiries about the Court Theatre, and learnt something of its history, namely that it had formerly been a Carmelite monastery, until Joseph II had had it dissolved 3 years prior, and commissioned Kempelen to convert it into the city's first theatre. The cells had now been taken for the actors' dressing, and the crypt remade into a trap room beneath the stage, which had itself been placed where the high altar of the chapel once stood. Perhaps this should have stirred some further apprehension within me, but the changing fortunes of Eastern churches seemed so far away from Wolfgang and his strange machines that I paid it hardly any mind. The date came at last, and it was with no small trepidation that I made my way to the Court Theatre of Buda. No tickets had been issued to me, nor had I seen any way in which they might have been acquired, but upon my approach I noted several other figures, finely garbed, making their way towards the theatre with expressions that mirrored my own. The doors of the theatre were open, and standing either side of each entrance were things that on first appraisal appeared to be men. As I approached, however, I recognized the stiff motions and lifeless faces I had marked so sharply on the Turk. Dressed as gaudy footmen, automata silently gestured us inside, with unnatural, jerky motions of their arms and heads, so violent that I would have thought it no surprise had they been hurled from their sockets. More were within,
Yeah.
and I was struck by the absence of any flesh and blood ushers. Everywhere I turned, there seemed to be more ticking, whirring figures of clockwork, wood, and metal. Seeking some reassurance, I tried to make some comment to another guest beside me, but found a cruel brass hand, awful in its strength, gripping me by the shoulder and leading me away. I was walked to a balcony where I was, I supposed, to be seated. Fearful and confused, I acquiesced to the silent instructions of what I had begun to consider my captors. Even when other equally alarmed spectators were seated beside me, I refrained from addressing them, feeling as I did the unchanging faces of those mechanical beings staring down at me. Before each seat there stood a small metal cage, within which hung a minute mechanical bird, as might be used to delight children. But the angles of the creatures had been worked to a razor's sharpness, and there was something in the metal orbs that stood for eyes that I could not bring myself to look at. The theatre fell silent, every seat filled with quiet watchers, curious as to what might be about to take place, and dreading the answer we were to receive. Then all eyes fell upon a figure in the centre of the stage, and I immediately recognized the mechanical Turk, sat at its false table. Its head raised itself slowly, shuddering from side to side, and looked out over the assembled crowd. Its coat was not as I had seen it, the fine fur now gone, and in its stead something hairy, coarse, and brown that hung loosely about its shoulders. There was a single nod, and a crack like brittle steel, and every false bird began to sing. It was not the gentle chimes of a hidden music box, rather the horrendous piping wail of creatures in pain, at such a pitch and volume that it seemed no two birds could be anything but discordant. Had I dared raise an arm, I would have covered my ears, but I am certain that would have been no protection.
I daren't raise an arm.
As the sound echoed through my skull, I saw the Turk lift something, inch by inch, over its head. A long, curved sword was gripped in its rigid fingers, the point aimed squarely at the chessboard and the table before it. The arm rose as the chirping intensified to a scream. Then came a single, swift downward motion of such force that it pierced right through the wood and buried the blade deep into the space beneath. The birds ceased their infernal chorus for a long moment, as blood began to flow gently out from beneath the base, pooling under that device that had haunted my dreams for 15 years. Then they began again, louder and more furious than before. At this, the machine moved once more, faster now, and with a shaking and shuddering that did nothing to slow its motion. It placed something upon the table. I saw bellows, a wooden box, and a soft and hideous throat that seemed to twist and pucker on its own. Then the mechanical Turk did something that I do not believe will ever fully leave my thoughts, no matter how fervently I might wish it. It stood up. It had no legs, and made no secret of it, yet still it stood, stepping away from the table that was its very being.
How the fuck can it step away without legs?
And it began to dance.
How can it dance
As
without
it
legs?
did so, the
I
bellows
understand
left
the
upon
idea
the
is meant to be
bleeding
scary, but
table
this is
started to
physiologically
pump,
not possible.
and I heard again that mournful wail of Wolfgang's speech machine, as the end of it flailed and bulged, until at last it shrieked its words to the audience. I do not know what it said, and I thank Almighty God that I speak no Hungarian. There was then a moment of absolute nothing, wherein I swear that none of us existed within the world. When I returned to being, the mouth upon the altar was speaking English, but I no longer understood it, and I cried to the jailer in a language all my own to let me out of my chair. But the chair was nothing but a stone, and his face was too much of skin not to scream. The wooden man in the seat next to me tried to seize my hand, but I no longer possessed any. So I curled my legs into a fist and struck it again and again, until my eyes were full of sweet sherry, and the part of me that sang no hymns bit down and choked upon the
So maybe
soft
like
wood.
one blue, like every other.
Yeah.
I staggered, falling up onto the door and opening it to a screaming clockwork heart that begged me to stop as I unscrewed it from its moorings and set it adrift upon the sky that dropped away before me. Nothing was anything, and nobody was what they did not pretend to be. I desperately wished to cry,
Some Alice in
but no
Wonderland.
longer had any understanding of what a tear was. And then there came a noise I did know.
The idea of the
Into the
unknowing.
nothing that was
Now that
everything
you mention it.
came a thing that was
This is
most
working
clearly a
without
battle
getting
cry,
unknown.
though I did not understand the words of it, only the sense. I looked away to see inside a man who was a soldier. I was sure he was a soldier, and he was nothing but a soldier.
Yeah.
His blades were blades and forged for killing, and his mouth was a mouth and was made to order death. Beside him were four who were also soldiers, though their weeping eyes were empty
That's an
sockets,
achievement in the
and the
unknown, to
captain
figure
led
that
them
much
by
out.
rope
Yeah,
around
makes
their
sense.
necks. They dragged a thing that wasn't a thing, but instead a mouth upon a tree that hated the Turk and all it brought upon the world. The soldier carved and cursed its way through a horde of vicious clockwork fleshed men, with faces that cannot not have been my father, and shouted a command to the sightless followers that even I understood to be an order of attack. They took the burning sun from their pockets and placed it upon the tree, and the mouth spat a curse so heavy it flew towards the altar and struck the Turk square in the chest.
Every now and then I
And
hear a word I
in that
recognize,
moment,
and that's it.
everything
That
was
is all
real
I have
once
going for
again.
me. You've got
The sightless men and the unknown soldier in his blooded uniform
I see.
turned and dragged the cannon
soldier
from the
who stopped
theatre,
it with
paying no
trees,
mind to the
a dark
carnage that
sun
surrounded them on
and
every
something else.
side.
Tree.
The limp and unmoving bodies of automata and patron alike,
Interesting.
nor the destruction they had wrought upon the stage. The cries and pleading of the wounded and dying rose up like an awful chorus where before the air had been filled with the piping of metal birds. And God may damn me for a coward, but I ran. Final comments. The stranger and its ritual have proved remarkably hardy in many ways, resistant to most of the standard interferences, and flexible in such a way that while the unknowing is relatively easy to delay, full disruption seems borderline impossible. And yet here we see what I assume to be an avatar of the slaughter and an almost fully realized ritual with, if not ease, then at the very least, a direct simplicity. Perhaps that's it. Could it be that the closer the stranger comes to emerging, the more damaging a physical disruption to its focus becomes?
That would track.
And more research is needed. But if that's true, then the task becomes at once less complicated and significantly harder. Disrupting the others has been successful largely because I was able to do so before they had reached any form of culmination. And from the description of Abraham Jansen, I would not be confident enough in my senses to attempt something similar once the unknowing has become in earnest.
Always.
at every moment in time.
Love that.
It could
This
probably
one
stand as a solid
specifically as
plan
well.
B.
Oh.
Though
That is good to hear.
and I might make inquiries
I
about getting my
Forgot
hands
to
on
buy
some
Valbuns in preparation.
appropriate
Oh my God.
ordnance.
But
Can't believe you.
This
I
also
know, I'm
confirms
just
that they're still
aware.
using that ancient
I'm so
skin as
sorry.
a focus item.
what I can offer
If it
you
wasn't
is a
destroyed by
very evil
cannon
plan.
fire,
No.
I imagine it will take some
I
effort
know.
on my part to do so. But I'm not sure I
But I
know where
can
they're
offer
keeping
you
it. And
as
if
a
I'm able to
very
take
tasty
care of it,
pot
that
noodles.
may
Or,
buy me a reasonable amount of
I
time
have
to research
uh,
alternate methods.
some bolognese, like pasta ready.
All I can say for sure
which are very nice.
is that when the unknowing
So,
begins, I
what are
certainly
you
don't
gonna do
want
for
to
my
be
hair?
inside it.
Yes.
Right.
Brilliant. I'll get started.
It's unlikely to be identical.
I understood the
Strangers,
assignment,
not
definitely.
known.
What is this?
Consistency.
The slaughter
That's something
was
like
like,
We can't trust
no
what we
ritual
see.
for you.
Familiar may seem strange, the strange familiar.
One long category error.
But I thought that was what the stranger wants, for us to doubt everything.
No one said it was going to be easy.
Brilliant.
I have been doing my best to prepare you, John, to see. You should hopefully have it a bit easier than the others.
Another of my powers.
More an aspect of your becoming.
You don't say.
Right.
Regardless, it should, I hope, give you an edge. Otherwise, I would never suggest you go yourself.
What about Martin?
About me.
He should stay behind.
What?
Really?
But why?
Too many people might attract attention.
No,
He
I
wants
can
to
help.
protect
I've
you,
been
baby
reading the
boy.
statements.
Quite right. Probably best he does stay behind.
What? So you have a backup if John doesn't make it?
I'm sure that won't be necessary.
What? No.
Martin, just... You can do more good here.
What, sat around drinking tea until the world ends? Or, it doesn't. We hope.
Melanie's not coming either. I think she'll need you here.
Fine.
Glad that's sorted.
He's so
Less
not
than a
happy
deal.
right now. He's like, fine.
Excellent.
I guess no one
Well,
loves me.
It's a 3-hour trip up to Great Yarmouth.
Fine.
I had Rosie book you all into a bed and breakfast near the museum.
Right.
Oh, and John, technically I can't stop you, but I would heavily advise against bringing any rogue elements.
You can just say Tim.
I will take it under advisement.
Anyway, don't worry about
Martin's
staying in
so
contact.
pissed.
I'll know when it starts.
He's like, you can just be Kim.
That reminds me.
Fucking Tim.
Make sure you keep any receipts for expenses, assuming you wish to claim them back.
And assuming we don't, die.
Yes. If you die, I'm afraid you probably won't be able to claim your expenses. If you'll excuse me.
Oh my god, I love him. I hate him, but I love him so much. He's so fucking funny.
Do you think he bought it?
We'll talk about it later. I doubt there'll be time. We need to go.
It's fine. We've got this, okay?
Okay.
Come on. Yeah. Sure.
What is happening? What is happening?
And you?
I would rather have you where I can see you.
Good.
You listen to the tape.
Yep. Sounds like fun.
Do I need to be worried about you?
You reading my mind again, boss?
I'm watching your face. Are you going to keep it together?
Look, if you're worried I'm going to go all red rum and start hacking at random waxworks, don't be. I'm not going to give us away. I want this to work,
Thank you.
but
Attaboy.
I don't think it will.
Oh.
So I'm going to take that axe of yours, and when it all goes wrong, I'm going down swinging. And when I
Got
do,
attacked by a
you better
mystery
take the
object.
chance to stay out of my way.
Oof.
Okay.
I like that Tim kind of flip-flops between like being aggressive and like making jokes.
Yeah.
But, like not wanting to make jokes, but he can't help himself.
Yeah.
Like he'll be like, "You think I'm gonna go all red rum?" And he's like, but I'm not. Stay out of my way.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. It's like he really wants to be like aggressive, but he's so used to just being like,
Yeah. It's the only way he knows how to process.
yeah. So he's just like you constantly, and John's like, right, okay. He's like, you're reading my mind again. It's like, I'm looking at your fucking face, right? I can see it. You're like
Yeah.
this close to going, like this close to just Madness. It's like, Tim is funny, man.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if he ended it going, I love you, by the way. just to add to the extra foot.
Yeah.
And John's like, I love you. It's like, just keep going.
Yeah.
It gets more and more extreme every single time.
Yeah.
I can see it.
There you go.
Anyway, now apparently it's. Where's the sound?
The
There it
Magnus
is.
Archives is a podcast distributed.
I was so unprepared. I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is going on? Yeah, I was like, it's so quiet. I was very confused.
Yeah.
I'm watching your face. Are you going to... I'm sorry, I'm just reading it.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds like fun. He doesn't want you there, and I'd rather have you where I can see you. Good. Okay. Right. I'm a little nervous because we're nearly at the end of season 3. What the fuck, man?
It's fine. They just they stop the unknown straight away, and then the next 2 episodes are just
Fluff.
Yeah, it's just a beach day.
Oh my god, I would actually kill for that. I would kill for one of those, those anime episodes where they just go to the beach or to the pool, and it's the most horrific anime ever, but occasionally you just have a completely unrelated beach day. It's like I needed this. I was this close to cardiac arrest, so thank you for taking pity. That would be nice. But given episode 120, it sounds horrible to me because it's eye contact.
Yeah.
My biggest fear. Oh god.
Steve Quill presents.
I will not read the transcript, I promise. I won't.
Let's start some food.
Yes.
While we're going.
Okay. Oh shit! No! John, come back!
170 Testament.
Mary agrees. Season 4 and 5 are extended week episodes. Extended week episodes.
That would be so fun.
Statement of Jonathan Sims,
What?
head archivist of the
The
Magnus
Magnus
Institute,
Institute,
London,
London.
regarding
What
the
the fuck?
upcoming operation.
Oh.
2nd August 2017.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Recording taken direct from subject.
Well, I fucking hope so, given you're the one speaking. Can you
I
imagine
wanted to
taking
get some
over?
thoughts down before everything. We all should, actually.
I am
I'll maybe mention
weird.
it to them.
So,
It looks like it's decided. Myself, Daisy, Basira, and Tim are all going to be heading off to this house of wax. We're to sneak in as best we can. Daisy will set the charge where we pause the phrase she used.
the minute you said Tim, my
interference.
throat closed.
Yeah, we will set them off once the ritual begins.
Jesus.
Gertrude's notes were pretty clear. Unless the ritual is underway, any damage you do can be easily repaired. But if we time it right, it'll be centuries maybe before they can try again.
Nice.
Of course, if we time it wrong.
Is that your birthday?
Daisy's
The
been
2nd
pretty
August.
clear that she thinks the best chance of
It's
success
not
would
always
be
to
for
have a
her to go in
birthday.
alone, and honestly, I struggle to disagree. But Tim isn't going to sit home and wait. And Elias seems
Right
to be
it
insistent
is.
I go along. Part of me thinks it's just so we can see if whatever this preparation he's been trying to do on me works. You know
Not
what?
anything.
That same
Time is
petty little part of me
Time doesn't exist.
rather hopes
It's a
it doesn't.
construct.
That all this time, all his
Absolutely.
cryptic nudges and learn to fly by falling attitude ends up being a complete waste of time.
Damn. This is
Just
like
show
season 1, John just completely done
Even
the
so,
wrong shit.
It wouldn't feel right to not go. I think Basira is the same. She's coming along to back up Daisy, or so she says. I don't quite get those two. I suppose what they've done, seeing what they've seen, It's a hell of a bond.
A bond,
Sort of
you
thing I've
say?
actually done.
Friendship? What's that? I've never heard of
Yeah, it
that in
does
my
sometimes
life.
make it hard to fully trust them.
It's actually that he's just never felt secure with anyone ever.
You know what?
That
Yeah.
concept is foreign to him.
I'm done with that.
What are you done
No
with?
more
Sorry,
paranoia.
John, we weren't listening to you. I'm
It's
sorry,
almost got me
mate.
killed more than once, and
I ain't gonna lie.
Georgie,
to you.
you
Not
mind.
trusting them.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
I am
oh, so just
slipping,
regular John.
then I need
You're
people
saying
I
it
can
like it's
trust.
something new.
Yeah.
This has been an ongoing
No.
issue for you, John.
I don't think that can happen naturally for me anymore, so I'm making a decision. I trust them.
Oh.
All of them. Except Elias, obviously. That's not. I mean, I've listened to the tapes. I've listened to the tapes. I
Thank you,
know.
Mary. You're so right.
Oh, they talk about how much they suffered because of this place,
That was really funny.
because of me.
Oh, beautiful.
God. Poor Melanie. And aside from
Melanie,
some
Melanie is just an angry baby.
office gossip, which I'm not sure is necessary or
Oh, God.
conducive to a workplace that it's natural, it's normal. There's no sinister hidden motives, or it's fine. It's fine.
Nice. Unfortunately, you're kind of stuck here, buddy Tom Pounce.
So I guess sometime in the next few days I go on a commando mission to blow up a wax museum.
Nice.
It's not exactly what I was expecting from an archiving job. I'm worried about Martin and Melanie.
You put it like that. Yeah.
I suppose that's part of trusting someone, isn't it?
I can't.
Letting them help how they can.
And yet you're making Martin stay behind. That's kind of sad, bro.
Oh yeah, I found something on the other body the circus stole.
Oh, no.
This George Icarus.
I love
Apparently
that
he was interred earlier this year. I did a bit of digging.
name.
And it looks like the plot and the headstone were paid for by the Magnus Institute. And I can think of only one man who died within the last few months who the Institute would want buried under a pseudonym. Only one who spent his life so close to fear that his skin would be useful in a ritual like this.
Fucking Jürgen!
Do with this information, but
Jürgen is just.
God,
Oh,
Yeah.
I hate Elias, but I love him. But
I just can't be rid of him.
no, you can't. Jürgen's like an itch you can't scratch.
Statement of Basira Hussain.
Oh.
2nd August 2017.
Oh, they're all gonna do it.
At the request of Jonathan Sims.
Oh, that's fun.
I don't
It's like a weird
I don't
little.
really know why I'm here.
It's like character.
I mean, I know how I got here, all the decisions I
Character
made
roulette.
until suddenly,
Yeah.
yep,
Character.
this is my life.
Sorry,
But not the
Basira.
why. Not really. Does that make sense?
No. Not to me. I'm stupid.
I don't want to be here.
Valid.
But by the end, I didn't want to be police either, so
Well,
guess I don't really know what I do want, which maybe that's just as well.
You do. Yeah, you do.
My
You
options
your little,
over the last year.
your little minx. Yeah, you do.
I don't know.
What a
I feel kind of
particular
bad.
murdery
Everyone seems to be having a
man,
much
woman
worse time of it
person.
than me, but
You know?
I was meant to be the hostage. It's amazing how much you can ignore when you keep your head in a book. My dad would hate me talking like this. He couldn't stand people who just passively moaned about their problems. He always said, if you don't like something, you accept it and you adapt, or you fight and you change it. Whining doesn't help.
That's very.
I always tried to live like that,
Mhm.
but I think sometimes you feel like you're adapting, but it's just denial. But not anymore. I'm going to fight and change it. I just hope I'm not heading into the wrong battle. I suppose if John screws up,
Many of us.
it wouldn't hurt the others to have a
Thank you.
trained pair of hands to
Ooh,
help.
I will bring you
So
pencil
wax
very
works it
much.
is.
Careful, it's hot. Yep. You can move
I
the
just
bottom
wish
caps
it
and then
didn't feel
use
so
that as
much
a
like
table.
abandoning
Okay,
me.
sweet.
And Martin.
Let
But at least Daisy's coming on. I mean, I know she's difficult,
It's not open.
Everything they say
This is
about
like-
her is true. It's fair.
It's like a monkey with a
But-
puzzle box.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's solid.
I really do need.
I think I'm
She's,
ripping the reseal part though, not the
A fixed point.
scissory
And if
part.
she's there, I know
Okay, we
exactly
made
where I
it.
stand, exactly what I'm doing relative to her. She has no doubts. We go in, we plant bombs, we leave, we blow it all to hell. Or we die. I don't think I'll ever have clarity like that. Despite everything she's done, she's still the best partner I ever had.
Oh really, Basira?
I just hope John can keep it together. And Tim. Gosh, Tim. I know they've been through a lot, but they've never taken something like this on before. And if it's anything like when we went after Raina, it's going to get bad. Sort of bad you can only get through if you stay focused and keep a clear head. You choke down the fear. And not because it's feeding some weird, horrible god like John thinks, but because that's how you keep going. I guess
Thank you very much.
we're all just going to have to do what we can and see what comes out the other side. How the hell did I end up having to save the world?
I think literally everyone's thinking that.
Yeah. Apart from Martin. Martin's just going, John did what?
Melanie King, 2nd of August, 2017,
He's like, John doesn't tell
11:23
me. No.
p.m.
It's okay, Martin. You will eventually. I'm sure. I'm rooting for you, baby.
I don't know what time the others are leaving.
Melanie just wants to
Might
hurt
be
people.
tomorrow morning, I
She's
guess.
angry.
They don't really
Yep, she does.
tell me that sort of thing.
It's because you're a bit of a loose
They're
cannon.
going to let me and Martin know when they're ready, when everything's
I
about
do
to
not want you to know what's going on.
Should probably wish them luck and hope that there isn't going to be some kind of horrifying apocalypse, but it's rather hard to hope for anything at the moment.
You're depressed,
Hope isn't
baby.
really good for anything.
That's how that works.
It's always been action with me. It's been doing things that helps. Never really seen the point of hope. I know why I'm not a part of this action. I do. I have my own stuff to take care of. They think they're giving me a chance to face my demons. Helping to take down Elias. They don't get that the only way to deal with something like him is to watch his eyes go dead with your hands around his throat.
Jesus.
Oh, play it their way for now. When it comes down to it,
You got away with words, don't you, buddy?
dead.
Jesus. It makes it sound like it turns her on. It's kind of terrifying. I'm like,
That
fuck
was
you.
kind of scary.
Yeah, it's like, Jesus.
I'm so angry. Sometimes when John's going off on one about his latest insight, it's all I can do not to punch him in the teeth.
It would be funny.
I feel like I've always been fighting. No one makes
The next one
space
he's got
for
names,
people
he's
like
got
me.
names.
You've got to elbow the comfortable idiots out of the way and then claw your way up with gritted teeth. I've had to struggle for everything. I know it sounds stupid to call starting a ghost hunting show a fight, but it was tooth and nail,
Really?
and I won.
Against who?
And then I went to that hospital, and I met John,
Yeah, the ghost was like,
and it all fell apart. But I'm still fighting. For all the good it's done me, still stuck, still miserable, still angry. New traumas, but they hurt just like the old ones. Elias thinks he's got this ingenious way to hurt people, but it's just the same old bullshit in a creepy new package. Oh,
did she just go?
God, I just want to rip this.
Okay.
When did I start to lose the parts of me that weren't just anger?
What could be happening to Melanie?
So, if you listen to this, John,
if you survive. I know you wanted a statement about my trip to India, so, well, in 1919, British troops massacred almost 1,000 unarmed civilians in Amritsar. You know, I was looking into spectres of war and violence, and I found reports that these soldiers' ghosts were still manifesting. I did my research, and I figured out where and when I thought it was going to happen next. I told you what I was doing, and then I went to see for myself. I was right. They did manifest, but they weren't what I thought they'd be. They were fused somehow, all mixed together. A huge, angry mass of dead flesh and guns. I ran away. Obviously, I ran away. Wasn't like it could chase me, but it turned out their bullets were more solid than I'd have guessed for ghostly antiques, and one of them got me. I had it sewn up at the hospital, said I'd been mugged, although the scans couldn't find anything in there. And then I came home.
I think that's why you're angry. Mm-hmm. You got that. She's got
So-
a ghost bullet in her leg.
Yes, that's
Mhm.
it. That's all you're getting, because it hurt like hell to live through, and I didn't do it so you could stroke your chin and call it fascinating. Good luck, John. I do hope you win.
Oh, really? Could have
I also hope it hurts.
Jesus. I knew it couldn't have the station. You can have the
Statement
one.
of Martin
Oh, okay.
Blackwood on the night of his colleague's departure. Statement given direct.
So fucking
After
petty.
2017.
Yeah. He's like, oh, my colleagues,
Say nothing
departure, not me.
I'm scared, I guess. No, wait. No, I mean... I don't want that to be my last message. I think that defines me.
Take your time, baby.
Martin
It's
Blackwood.
okay.
He was always scared, then he died. The end. I don't want that.
Hello, Pete.
But it's true, isn't it? I mean, if you're right, if these things out there are eating our fear, then I'm a luxury smorgasbord, I suppose. I'm just afraid all the time.
Why do you become a
I know,
comedian?
I'm not going to die. I'm not even going to be on the incredibly dangerous mission. Me and Melanie, well, I don't think death is really the worry. It's just... It feels like an ending. Or something. Like, nothing can go back to
It does with
normal
all
after
these
this.
fucking eulogies. Jesus.
Hey, I mean, what's normal, right? Is living in old document storage normal? Is losing a friend and not even noticing normal? Corridors, evil, all-seeing managers. I suppose you can get used to anything. But this feels different. I need them to be safe. I need him to be okay. Sorry. I'm not afraid for me, though. Isn't that weird? I mean, it's not like I'm going to be safe. Like, my plan's not dangerous, but it's mine. This last couple of years, I've always been running, always hiding,
That is
caught in
kind of
someone
how you
else's
survive,
trap.
so
But
I'm not
that
mad
was
about
my
that.
trap. And, well, I think it'll work.
Yeah.
I know it's not exactly intricate, but it felt good. Weaving my own little web. Oh Christ, I hope John doesn't actually listen to these. Good Lord, is Mom becoming some sort of spider person? No, that's an expression, chill out. Besides, spiders are fine. I mean, yes, people are scared of them, obviously, but actual spiders, they just want to help you out with flies.
Oh.
Anyway, I guess I'm just sick of sitting on my hands, drinking tea and hoping everyone's okay. This way I finally get to do something. It's gonna hurt, but I'm ready.
Yeah, you are.
And I want to.
Ooh, what's mine?
Also, I
I
get to
don't
learn
know,
some
but
stuff,
I'm
so that's
rooting for
cool.
him.
I just really hope everyone makes it back.
That would be nice.
I want to win on my own. Oh, and I hope the world doesn't end.
Keep hoping, buddy.
Just don't die, John. Or Tim, or Basira, or Daisy, I guess. Should everyone please make it back?
Or Tim, Basir, and Daisy, I guess. Man really has his priorities, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Jesus. Please don't try John. Or Tim, Basir, and Daisy, I guess. Like, it's complete afterthought. Fucking hell, man.
Home.
Oh, my baby. Why?
Okay.
Okay. I couldn't even figure out who it was.
Yeah.
All right.
Was
I don't
that
know
it?
what you are. I don't even know if you're listening. I don't care. Just if you're there, I want you to know that I hate you. I hate you for witnessing what's happened to us. I used to blame my brother for going off on one and poking around where he wasn't wanted. I used to blame myself for not helping him, but now it doesn't matter.
It's true.
I've read through enough of these things to know that this doesn't matter. The only thing you need to have your life destroyed by this stuff is just bad luck.
Very good point.
Talk to the wrong person, take the wrong train, open the wrong door, and that's it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hurt them though.
Yeah, you are, buddy.
I'm gonna hurt the thing that stole my brother and wrecked my life.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a distraction. If it looks like any of the circus folk, mannequins, whatever, are gonna see the others, I'm to make the biggest mess I can. Draw them away. Keep them busy.
That is a very good job.
I know what it means. They gave it to me because they think I'll
I
get
fucking
angry
would.
and do something stupid anyway. And they're probably right. So maybe it's for the best.
I didn't hear that, but that felt self.
You know,
hatred-y.
for the longest time I thought the secret was in balance, in some dusty old architect's work on symmetry. But he failed, didn't he? What was he even trying to
Oh,
achieve?
yeah, he really was
He
obsessed with
lived
snow.
like anyone else. He died like anyone else. Whatever he was looking for in his balance and fear, I don't think he found it.
No.
From what I can tell, there's only one person who's ever managed to hurt them. To really hurt them. And that's Gertrude Robinson. She was cold, ruthless, and she hit them when they were vulnerable, and she sacrificed a lot of people to do it. Honestly, I hope that John learned something from her because I don't expect I'm going to be coming back from this. I don't know if I...
Excuse me? Fucking excuse me, mate. What do you mean? You're being really silent and I don't appreciate that.
He's just having a little chat.
Oh my god!
I'm enjoying the spinning key.
Ah!
Listening to Tim's lovely voice.
I hate you because I know you know something and you're being silent and that scares me.
I've actually forgotten everything that happens in this
No,
podcast.
you haven't, you liar! You lying liar, you
I'm
lies!
going completely blind.
No!
What is the unknown? Who's Tim?
Fuck. I can't. I'm gonna fucking cry. If he actually does, I'm gonna be pissed, bro.
Could be misdirection.
Oh god, what if it's Martin? If Martin dies, I'm gonna actually kill myself. Like, I can't live in a world where he's not.
Stabber.
You might have to. I can't deal with that. Can you imagine he doesn't even go and his last thought is, oh, I wasn't needed, and then just dies? Ah! No.
Or just like a heart attack. It's not even relevant. They just come back and he's dead.
Can you imagine? Nothing theory at all.
Yeah.
Literally just like, yeah, he had a brain aneurysm.
Yeah.
That shit happens to everyone. No, I mean, it would be theory, but like, he would just be like, oh, no one loves me. And I would die. I can't deal with that. Tim, Don't be like, oh, I don't feel I'm going to come back from this. Don't have that kind of energy, because then you won't, and I'll be sad.
2. And if he needs to pull the trigger to use me to stop it, well, he'd better have the guts to do it. Timothy Stoker, August 4th, 2017. Statement ends.
Fuck. I won't lie, that was pretty badass. That ending was like, oh.
I think,
Were they going full name with it?
except
That was full government name out there.
Yeah.
He was like,
Have
I already
that.
knows everything.
Yeah.
Have it, why not?
Jared's page. Jerry, I know there's more he could tell me. He wouldn't, of course, I know that, but he would still be there. That knowledge, it would still exist. I can't. I want to help. I want.
Wait, did he not burn Jerry? He promised! John! Burn him! He asked you to! God damn it, John.
I'm scared.
Oh, you really?
The synopsis.
Yeah. That should just be the blurb of all of them.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
It's just various statement givers, and it just, I'm scared.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Ooh, lighter. I heard that.
Do it.
Burn! Come on.
Interesting.
What the fuck is this?
He said it's on fire.
You owe me one, Jerry. Rest in.
Oh, did it hurt him? Oh shit! That's what Gertie was gonna set the fucking place on fire! Big hurt!
The Magnus archives.
Guys, fucking whatever, no, don't get. Ah! Wait, really? That's so. Oh my god, that. Ha ha ha. That's nice. I like that. I feel like that's alluding to something. I don't know what, but I'm.
Oh, definitely not. That will never come again.
No. Absolutely, yeah,
That's
you're right.
unimportant.
Unimportant, irrelevant.
That doesn't matter.
Whatever. Okay, the next one's called The Masquerade.
Ooh.
I am afeared.
Hi, folks.
No.
Hello, we love you.
Oh.
don't listen. Don't listen. You're as good as AI guy.
Sequel.
I have no idea who that is, but I love your energy.
She's from Portugal.
Oh, okay.
It's suffered enough.
Okay. I don't know. This is just so out of context for me. So just like.
Episode 118. The Masquerade.
The Masquerade. Sounds so
Yeah,
posh.
that was so posh. Incredible.
Everyone rise for the national anthem.
That's what you play at the Olympics.
And everyone just looks up to the sky and just goes.
Exactly.
They just can't stop
Yeah.
until eventually they all stop at once. It's like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Are you listening?
I am.
Good. Case 007-1304. Statement of Ivo Lensic.
Oh!
Statement ends. Yes.
Mountain, I love you.
Carol Silvana. Number 002-0406. Will probably do.
Oh my god, god, I fucking love you, Martin.
All right then. 0140207.
It's the way he's saying it as well. It's so funny. He's just like, yep, you'll do. Statement ends. I'm like, you are. Martin, you genuinely missed your calling as a comedian. Like, you are so fucking funny without meaning to be, and it is, oh.
Yeah? Okay. There's plenty more on the pile.
Martin, open the door.
Sorry, Elias. I can't hear you. There's a door in the way.
I do not.
He's so good. Oh my god. Sorry, Elias. Can't hear you. Door in the way. Oh my god, Martin. Oh shit, I'm actually in tears. Fuck, Martin, you are this. Oh, this is why I love him so much. Yeah. I've been waiting for this. I didn't know I was waiting for this, but I've been waiting for this. I'm like, oh, thank you.
And maybe you should make time.
Unlock the door now.
I thought you had a key.
Martin.
I'm not going anywhere. I would hurry though, if I were you.
I thought you had a key. Man has been waiting so long. He's been letting people walk over him for like years, and he is now giving all that energy back. Concentrate. It is. He's like, sorry, there's a door in the way. Yeah. Make time. I thought you had a key. Like, you might want to hurry though. I was like, oh my god. He gives zero fucks. He's like, I don't care anymore, my friend. You had the chance to have nice, polite Martin. You ruined him. Now I've got drawn on angry eyebrows, okay? You've entered the bad place. Yeah.
Come on.
Right.
Shut up. It's just comments.
There's no such thing as just comments. I don't like it.
That is a very good point.
Yeah. Planned the last week here. And this place will go nice.
What's the range on the detonator?
Same as the last time you asked.
Where is everybody?
Preparing, I guess.
Oh, gee.
I haven't seen any of them since the last of, or whatever the hell that was, went inside.
Is it just going to be like a flip-flop between Martin being a sassy bitch and then trying to figure out how to kill everyone in the
If it is, I
masquerade?
give this a sneeze.
Okay.
No trap. And no more us.
Don't fret it. And anyway, it's not like we're alone in here. Look, there's Prince Charles. All the Beatles. They've all been in separate accidents, like Ringo was in a horrible fire, or Paul was in a car crash. That's a classic. Yes, Tim, I remember them. The waxworks are bad. Just keep an eye on them, and if they start moving, hit them with an axe. Sure.
Excuse me? Don't try and pull a fucking fast one. I'm now literally directing my anger at a speaker. I'm like, don't pull a fucking... What was that? You can't just... You can't do that shit. And then just not like pay any attention to... No. Absolutely not. Not in my household.
Not in my unknowing.
Not in my unknowing.
Kidnapped. Did you leave a tape recorder here?
What? I don't think so. Why? Oh.
Yeah.
God's sake.
So where did it come from?
Not important right now. Yes, I'm where?
Hello?
What are you doing?
That one was Benjamin Hattendi. You weren't fast enough with the key.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, can you not just look into my head? Read my mind?
Fucking give it to him, Martin!
Too busy trying to keep an eye on everything.
Oh, you!
And why?
I just thought I'd, drop a couple of ideas in the old suggestion box. Turns out my suggestion is fire.
And yet you haven't set the whole archives alight. So I assume this is, what's it called? A cry for attention.
Maybe I thought it might hurt.
What do they call it? A cry for it? Oh my god. This is literally Sassy Queen number 1 versus Sassy Queen number 2.
Yeah.
It's like the Battle of the Kings. I fell hard with that.
Rose versus sofa.
Rose probably lost. Rose maybe got carpet burns from the cold.
Ouch.
I have banana bread and
Ooh.
snapjacks.
Ooh. Ooh.
Sweet.
Sweet Snacker Jacks. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I also have the salty ones, the vinegar ones.
Well, I don't know any Snacker Jacks.
Oh, that is fair. Snacker Jacks chocolate edition.
Cheeky chocolate edition.
What?
Cheeky chocolate chip.
Oh, is it really? I never noticed that.
Cheeky Snacker Jack.
I'm a cheeky little snacker jack. That's such a British thing.
Let me in.
Let me in. You got it. Come on. The hole isn't big enough. You need to stretch it. And that wasn't a I realised upon saying it, I was like, oh, that was interesting as phrasing, Rose. God, fucking Martin, I love him.
No more than you're hurting yourself by acting out.
Oh, that's it, isn't it? Martin's just acting out.
Oh,
I mean, Daisy's a rabid dog and Melanie's a potential killer. Tim's a rogue element, but Martin's just acting out. He'll have a cry and a lie down and feel much better.
And if you're trying to convince me otherwise, then you are failing. If you're quite done, I am very busy.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm not keeping you from the show, am I?
what?
Well, you head back. I'll keep myself busy here. Albrecht von Closen is next, I think. It's quite an old one. Should go up very quickly.
Did John put you up to this?
You think I'm doing this for him?
No. It's just the sort of half-baked scheme he'd come up with, and I'm well aware that you'll do just about anything for him, and I don't need to read your mind for that.
Whoa! You got you there, buddy.
Is it so hard to believe that I hate you as well?
No. It's just hard to imagine that you would act on it.
You think I'm what I'm bluffing?
Oh, no. You've made that quite clear.
So what? I don't get to be angry. I don't get to burn things.
Walking like a dog,
Run around, making tea, while everyone else gets to actually have feelings.
Please get to the point, Martin.
Maybe there isn't one. All right? Maybe.
Maybe you're just wasting my time.
What?
Yeah, maybe.
I see. That puts me in a difficult position.
Good.
You might want to turn the tape off, Martin.
Oh no.
How much longer?
Oh no.
No.
The others didn't take this long.
The others had clear structural weaknesses. This room doesn't.
How hard can it be to blow up one building with all this stuff?
Depends. Lots of other buildings close around it. I
Listen
was
to the
told to
professional.
be careful.
Right.
Jim, you're in the eyes of a connoisseur right now.
Did you
Okay.
say this was supposed to be Churchill or Alfred Hitchcock?
Charles like that could be either. I mean, the suit is like Tim. Leave it. We should know what's going on. How close they are. We are not ready yet. If you start opening doors and they see you, sure it's through there. I'm pretty sure. I saw it a few times while I was here. They've knocked through most of the middle, hollowed it out into sort of auditorium.
How big?
I don't know. Big.
I mean, it's not a huge building.
I don't know. Tonight was my first time seeing it from the outside. At least in the flash. Yes, it does seem smaller.
You're sure this is the right place?
I am. This is definitely where they kept me. Although I don't remember quite this many waxworks.
Alright. Just
That
don't
is
get this
not
far and find
unsettling
out.
at all.
This is the place. We need to see what's going on. Just ignore it. We have a job to do.
Jesus.
What?
It moved.
Right, okay, if they're starting to, we've got to go.
No, like, it's just a flicker in his eyes.
Look at this. Look, if the waxworks are coming alive, we need to go.
Shut up and look.
Oh God. Oh God, there are no waxworks. What are you? Christ, Tim, I think maybe we better see what's going on in there. All right. On three. Three. Holy. Yes. I suppose it is.
Done.
I think we might need all of it, Daisy. This place is it's bigger than we thought.
What the fuck is going on?
Give me a couple of minutes.
Soon it will be better.
Not gonna lie to you.
Of course they need it for a grand ritual.
What's that thing? What's it doing to them?
I think I used to call it the anglerfish.
Oh shit, no!
We took the skin, used it to coat people made of sawdust and stuffing with them.
No! I never figured out what the anglerfish was. That's horrible!
It had a museum to fill with waxworks.
Oh.
I guess you don't need skin to sing. To join the choir.
What is happening?
Sorry. Looks like it wants to know what's going on.
A pity. You know, John.
The eyes like, you're not showing me out right now, babes.
You don't want him hearing your big evil speech.
Just wanted to spare you the small amount of dignity you have left.
Dignity.
Because you're
Oh,
gonna
right,
run
yeah.
around.
Like the dignity of
Am I?
trying
Oh,
to
shit.
flat
I like the
arc.
I like that you're preemptively like creating a track for this.
This is the sharp things pile, and you can go around it on either side.
But if you're there, I'll just trample you.
That's okay.
You're like, I will happily par of the course.
Yep.
Jeez. Oh god.
This will probably last a couple episodes.
Oh no.
Please feel free to carry on.
Clutching a corkscrew or fetching drinks for the thing.
Start again, Martin.
Oh no.
Sorry. Looks like it wants to know what's going on.
Pity. You know, John listens to all of them.
What? You don't want him hearing your big evil speech.
Just wanted to spare you the small amount of dignity you have left.
Dignity. Oh, right, yeah. Like the dignity of being trapped in your flat by worms, or sleeping in the archives, clutching a corkscrew, or fetching drinks for the thing that murdered your friend without you even noticing. Laughing at all their little jokes, then being left to wander impossible corridors for weeks.
Are you done?
Not even close.
Oh yeah, boy.
I've been thinking.
Oh.
It's not like you got this all-seeing thing recently. You've had it the whole time. I remember the way you looked at Sasha after the attack. You knew it wasn't her. And I reckon you knew Prentice was lurking under the Institute too, and you did nothing. Why?
You know why.
Why?
Let's just get this over with, shall we?
What? Like with Melanie? Just that perfect bit of information to leave me a wreck?
Yes.
Oh, I hope you've got something better than that pathetic dig at my feelings for John.
It's baffling, really. Such loyalty to someone who really treats you very badly.
Oh, is that supposed to be, what, a revelation?
You know, I really should have gone for that. Found something that would finally manage to shatter that precious image you have of him. But, as you say, I am very busy at the moment. So I suppose I'll just have to go with what I had prepared.
Oh god.
Do it.
Your mother. She's always been difficult, hasn't she? You take care of her for years, feed her, clean up after her, and now, with her condition degrading even further, she is the one that asked to move into a home, to have it left to the nurses. She's the one that refuses your visits.
She's always been
Strong-willed? Stubborn? No, Martin. You know the reason. Your mother simply hates you. You just don't know why. It's not your fault. Though I know that isn't any consolation. It's just bad luck, really. How old were you when your father left? 8? 9? When your mother began to sicken and he decided he was done with you both. Not old enough to remember him with any great clarity, especially when your mother refused to keep any pictures of him. She never recovered from that betrayal. He just tore her heart right out and took it with him. The thing is, though, Martin, if you ever do want to know exactly what your father looked like, all you have to do is look in a mirror. The resemblance is quite uncanny. The face of the man she hates, who destroyed her life, watching over her, feeding her, cleaning her, looking down on her with such pity. Shut up! Do you want to know what she sees when she looks at you?
Don't. No, I don't have my boy like that! No! Leave him alone, you bitch! No, Martin!
Don't burn any more statements.
Honestly, for a second I thought he was laughing. Oh my god, Martin!
Did you find anything?
Yes, Jesus, are you okay?
Do we have what we need?
I think so, yes. He didn't even have a safe, just a few locked drawers. It was easy.
We need to leave.
We need to kill him. Look at you. He needs to die.
Agree.
I knew what this was going to be.
It's not just for you. If we leave him alive.
Melanie, please.
Oh my god, Martin.
All right. Let's get thee somewhere safe.
You fucking recovered real fast, though. I have to give it to credit where credit is due. This man had a full breakdown, recomposed, and then was back in
I'm
action.
just going to leave them to be skinned alive. What do you want me to do? You brought me in as a distraction, right? What? Let me do it. Go in, maybe you can get some of them. Tim, contrary to what you think, I did not bring you here to indulge your death wish. Not what this is. No. You knew I might not be coming back. I knew none of us might be coming back. And I'm not going to let anyone get killed for nothing. Except for those people in there. They're already dead. Not all of them. I am not using you as well. Look, whatever we're going to do, we need to figure it out.
Mister is like, mate, I don't have time for this drama.
John, what?
It's all ready. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you would want to do the honors.
Safer with you. You know when it needs to happen.
Right, okay. Come on, let's go. Tim, come on, this isn't right. Please, it'll be quick. Tim, please. We have to get back.
Behind me.
Jessica Long! Are they in Helen's?
Get the hell away from me!
Yeah, run, no.
Daisy, it's me. No!
I said, don't move.
Daisy!
No! What? No. Fuck off. No. Hang on. No.
The Magnus Arm.
No!
Podcast distributed by Rusty Quill.
What? The Magnus Institute is not distributed by anyone! What the fuck? You can't end like that! Oh! I have emotions.
Really? Are you experiencing a feeling?
Several.
Would you like to talk about them?
First of being like a bad bitch that I knew he was.
Yep.
But also, I think it would have been really funny if, like, he was fake crying and then laughed, being like, "You think I didn't fucking know that?" It was very obvious that she hated me, mate. Like,
That's why he recovers so fast, because he's already gone through all that.
he already knows. It was like, I mean, it's not great to be confirmed, but like, I already knew that, I guess. But like, fuck. Oh. Too many emotions. I can't. Emotions.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Tim is actually just like, please let me kill myself. Like, he's not even trying to fucking hide it anymore. He's like, let me kill myself, please. Let me die. And it's like, John's like, no, obviously not. Are you fucking stupid?
I'm your boss.
I'm your boss. And no, you're not dying. What the fuck? Stop trying to kill yourself. He's like, no, let me do it. But how funny would it be if I just Tim, stop! And then I don't even know what happened at the end, because it sounded like Michael's always.
That was just the general entity squeak.
Okay.
So that was the unknowns kicking in.
Oh, fuck. So then something happened and someone got shot.
Yet unknown.
Is that what happened? Was that the unknowing?
It's beginning, yes.
Oh, God.
So
So
that's why they suddenly didn't know who each other are.
Oh, shit. It's kind of funny that Daisy still shot John.
Yeah.
Like,
she could have gone out for anything.
Daisy was like, you ain't pulling a fast one on me.
Yeah,
But I
you're
like
the one who looks like you'd annoy me, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gay, so definitely not you, Vince. But like, what the? It was still John. That's what makes it. I was like, I think deep down she did actually know it was John, but just really wanted an excuse to shoot him. She was like, I tried to slit your fucking throat like a season ago. Everyone stopped me. Oh. But now I've got my chance because I don't know who you are. Bang, bang, bang. Fuck. Oh my god, if he.
Yeah, John's actually dead now. And
yeah, can you imagine? Like, this is how it ends. That would be so. I mean, more power to John, to actual John, for coming up with that as like the like Jesus Christ. So many. Okay. Oh God, no! I would never look at that the same. I'm mainly just upset because Martin was really in his element, and then, but also, okay, I really feel like Elias like pulls his big bad card, and then just goes, "Don't do this again." And it's like, you've already done the thing. What's your next move?
You could probably find some other trauma to bring up.
True, but with Martin, he said, "Well, I'll just use what I had prepared," which means he'd have to like fucking bury, like a fucking raffle prize, or when it's like when it's like the box and it's full of tissue paper and random tiny wrapped up shit. He'd be like trying to find something. In the meantime, he can be burning like half the fucking archive. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like Martin, and let's be real, okay? If Martin, if your sick mother genuinely just never liked you, were you just lying to yourself the whole time? Because I feel like I would have internalized, oh yeah, she hated me. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, I'm not in denial.
Yeah.
Like, it would have to be other people trying to convince me that she didn't fucking hate me if I was in that situation. So either he's really good at lying to himself for some reason, or he's just really bad at recognizing hatred.
Yeah.
Like, saw her scowls and was like, oh, I love you too. Like, what?
I mean, we have seen how he feels about John. So
yeah, maybe he's actually just a masochist.
He just really
he's like, yeah, my thing is people who fucking hate me.
Yeah.
John comes in and is like, useless ass.
Oh,
he's like, oh yeah, that's it. That's the one. Who will be the eye of my affection? Yes. Be mean to me more. Oh my god, that fucking reminds me. Okay, I saw this animation. So there's this improv comedy game that people play called Change, which is essentially you start a random thing and then someone else will yell change and then you have to like switch it up.
Okay.
And there was one which was really funny, and then someone made an animation of it of John and Martin. And one of it was like, bitch. And then change. Be a bitch to me. Keep it coming. This is really gonna help. And I was like, this is so fucking funny. Wait, I need to find it now. I hopefully the sound is good. Yes, here it is.
I want a baby. I want your baby. I want someone else's baby. I want to adopt. I don't want anything within IKEA. I hate it. This is for all the budget that we have. If you hadn't been fired, we might be able to afford something nicer. Don't be a bitch. Be a bitch. Keep it coming. It's gonna really help. We are not engaging in that sort of fun here in public. James! All right. Maybe this is a good way for us to try out that. You're not half the man my father said I deserved. What do you mean? Bitch to you, John. I see. I want a baby.
I don't want anything that is in with IKEA. I fucking hate it. Don't be a bitch. Be a bitch to me. Fucking brilliant. Oh god. Jeez. Anyway, yeah, that's what that reminded me of. What I love is the fact that it has nothing to do with the Magnus archives, but someone heard that and went, this is definitely something that would have happened between those two.
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay.
Suffering!
Yeah.
You could get away with it.
I am afeared.
What number's that we're up to?
119.
Oh, interesting.
No, don't be saying shit like that!
Interesting.
No! I'm afeared, bro.
This is a really fun one.
You...
What was that?
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
I beg your fucking pardon.
Episode 119. Stranger and Stranger.
Excuse me? Where is my super loud?
Anyone? What's going on?
That's kind of the point.
What is this place? Where is help? Please? Anybody?
I'm somebody.
Who are you?
What an excellent question.
No, that's very away from me.
Sarah, Daniel. Sometimes I think I'm just not built for names.
I was just the
100
one
puppets,
that was like the
100
weirdo in the sleeve that
names.
didn't know.
I don't understand.
Of course he.
I never actually. There's a scene in Hannibal where there's this person who's got really bad like lupus, and her skin literally comes off like a fucking glove.
Ooh.
Like she's running out from under a bed. He tries to grab her arm, and her whole arm skin just like a glove. And it was like, oh, she probably had lupus. I was like, that's what happens with lupus.
Whoa.
I was like, that's horrific. What do you mean? What do you mean? And so then
Don't like that.
when hers did that, I was like, damn, she got lupus. I was no longer scared. I was like, oh, damn. That sucks. It wasn't scary anymore because I'd seen it fucking happen and they had a logical reason for it. I was like, what the fuck? That's worse. That's worse because it's real.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
your
shit,
name,
shit,
and
shit,
excellent. Of course he is.
When you tap, when you tap on the transcript, it'll lead you to where it is. So if I,
That's your name, and I'm
it's like,
Tim.
no, don't
No.
don't do that.
Anyone?
Of course he
It's
is.
great if you're trying to find
You
who you once
can't.
were. It's not great
anymore.
when you're trying to like.
Who are you?
or whatever.
It's me, John. It's Tim.
John.
What?
John.
Yes. That's your name, and I'm Tim, your friend.
Oh, Tim.
Yes. John, you can relax.
No,
Everything is going to be
no,
okay.
Tim. We've got to stop this.
Stop what?
No, John.
How
stop it.
Oh, no, I have. I
stop.
thought this. I don't know.
Well,
Thank
don't
you.
you worry. I'm
Fuck.
sure we can work it out together.
Ah!
Yes, Tim. I need a second to.
Of course, John.
John. Yes, that's me.
That is you.
Give it to me.
That ain't Tim.
Yes. If you could, I'd like your input on it.
Tim.
Yes, Tim.
I like that you're just keep reminding me. Yeah,
Now, what
Tim.
we have here is a handheld remote detonator.
A what?
It talks to a bomb.
Wait.
I imagine if you'd used it, we'd all have come to quite a nasty end.
No, that was. That was.
Don't you worry, Archivist. It's all in good hands.
I don't understand.
And you never will again.
Ah! I don't like this! I'm scared! I don't like it.
You alright?
This is like a weird fever dream.
Daisy.
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. Don't follow you.
Leave. No.
No, come on, Daisy. Don't you like that?
What the fuck is that?
But see,
No, you're not. Because nothing
Leave
is
it at
perfect.
No!
and if I don't,
I
what will you
don't
do?
like this.
Kill you.
Will you now?
Oh, I like that Daisy is still just like, I'll kill you. Like, even though she knows absolutely fucking nothing, her first instinct is still bang bang.
Yep.
Like, if you don't exist, you're no longer a problem.
Yep.
That is stay despite not knowing anything else. Brilliant. Nice. Was that Daisy? Daisy just
obliterate. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's Regan.
Get away from me.
It's alright. I'm not one of them.
Everyone is. This isn't. Just get back.
Okay.
is that
Okay.
actually Tim and thank
Do
God.
No, do I?
What can we do?
It's too late. There's nothing.
No, there must be. We just need to figure this out. I know I'm me.
So, what's your name? Who exactly is me?
Doesn't matter. Names don't matter.
Nice.
I know I'm me, and I know I'm here.
Bullshit. Here is.
There are things that they're not me.
Uh-huh.
They want to hurt me, but
Yes.
I don't want to hurt you.
I don't believe you.
Nice.
I don't want to hurt
Basira
anyone.
is somehow
No,
unknowing the unknowing.
I
This is
can
so
see
good.
this.
She figured it out so fast. She was like, okay, names, big no.
Fuck that.
But I'm me.
Mm-hmm.
Things are trying to hurt me that aren't me. But me, whoever the fuck knows, don't want to hurt you. I was like, yeah, brilliant. And poor Tim is like, what the fuck is going on? And she's like, no, that makes sense. No, yeah, I know that. Yeah, I'm me. That's fine. That's enough. Yeah.
What a queen.
Fucking legend.
Yeah.
She would solely, if the unknowing did go through, she would be the sole survivor.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else dead. Basira is just like, well, I'm me, so that's fine.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Good work with
That's good
that.
enough. She'd find Daisy. Daisy's just like, I'll shoot anything, and it's like, yeah, but I don't want to hurt you, and I'm me. And Daisy would go, fine.
Yeah.
Like somehow she'd be cool with it.
Mhm.
She'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
And they'd just be fine.
Get away!
Oh, fuck off, Tim.
No. Oh, hey. I don't understand.
Yes, you do. Come on. Basira, don't. Basira, don't let it get to you, baby. Come on, you got this. You're so close. Please, I need one of you to survive. I can't deal with this.
It isn't real.
What isn't real, John?
I don't. None of this is real.
But it is. Just because you don't understand doesn't mean it's a lie.
Who are you?
Oh, like Tim, of course. Who else would I be?
But not Tim.
Oh, you caught me.
Shut
wanted. Get away from me, or I swear I'll kill you. What? Hit me. Go on then. Try it. What's that? Make a fist. Do you even know which of these hands is yours?
So stop.
That is so
Stand still.
unfair.
Do you even know that hand?
I'm sweating underneath my knees. I am so, like, the bottom of my shorts are damp with fucking moisture. I am so
I
red.
know.
I would hope you do.
How are you here?
Don't feel too strong.
Is that Gertrude?
Because you failed.
I tried. I tried.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, fuck, I forgot about that. Oh my god, Jürgen Leitner's gonna fucking show up.
No.
The weird family dinner is gonna fucking happen. No.
Foolish. Why,
No. I would. I could have stopped them.
how? You didn't even know what it was. Do you know how many people I killed to keep the world in one piece? The sacrifices I made, and you didn't even know what you were fighting.
No, I didn't.
I suppose it's of no consequence now. It's far too late.
What can I do?
You could scream, I suppose.
Maybe.
I considered curling into a ball.
Why are you doing this?
I'm not. You know, it's probably for the best I'm dead. Can you imagine how much I hate having to watch you fumble around as my replacement?
Oh god.
I really cannot express how much of a disappointment you are.
Oh!
I didn't even.
I fought for years to stop the stranger in its tracks. And you didn't even notice when they desecrated my corpse. And now look at me. You've made me part of their ritual. This is your fault.
It is not. It's not. I didn't know. It's not my fault you died.
Yes.
I suppose not. Me, on the other hand,
Fucking Jesus!
very much
Jürgen jump scare.
Ah!
Not you as well.
He's not even scared, he's like, oh fuck! He's back! Shit! I thought Elias did you in with a fucking bite!
Did you want us a favour?
Jesus.
Why didn't you warn me it would be like this?
I hardly had the chance, did I?
That was a good point.
Before you left me to get my head bashed in. I understand, of course. You needed a cigarette. I suppose you should have remembered that smoking kills.
That's not.
Nicola's having so much fun.
Nicola's in a fucking element. She's like, this is the most fun I've had in years.
She's been coming up with these puns for so long.
Yeah, she's got a little notebook
Yeah.
where she's like kept them all. She's like, smoking kills.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll really do him in.
I love that one.
He'll love it.
I don't know.
I think he sincerely thinks he could do it.
Sure.
I get, yeah, probably. She's like so bad at understanding emotions that like she sees his fear and is like, oh, he's really excited.
If I realized the conversation was anything to go by, I hardly think you can blame your thoughtlessness on the ritual. Your problems go far deeper than that.
No, just give me a moment, Jürgen, please.
You think that will help?
Alright.
If I wasn't so dead, I'd be impressed. I always thought my own hubris to be quite exceptional. But you've somehow been able to live more bad decisions into 2 years than I managed in a lifetime. By all means,
Fucking
take
savage!
What do you want?
I already have what I wanted last winter. Now I just want you to join me for a dance.
I'm imagining him getting smudged.
Yes.
Do you even know you've done? You stupid animal. Can you? No. Almost a shame you don't know your own coffin. But you will. You will.
No. Speaking now is not the time to run out of battery. That little tap tap was it's running out of
Oh,
battery.
okay.
And now is not the time. There's a lot happening.
Bex is enjoying it as well, I think.
I'm having a great time, but I'm very scared.
That's such
Everyone seems to be dying.
No. No.
No, don't give me that shit.
No.
Look on your face. I can literally visualize it in my head.
No.
It's that like the little silly grin. I can see it.
No. You good?
Yeah,
Ooh. It's alright, you've got another one. You're doing well if you still know what a shoulder is. Okay.
Took me long enough.
Success! They might have escaped by now.
Whee! Just spinning. John just gets spun out of
Yeah.
the whole fucking place.
Like a cow in a hurricane.
Absolutely. Oh god. Oh. Look. I'm so anxious.
That's
I
impressive.
have little tiny wet patches behind my knees. I am riddled with anxiety. Fuck. I'm scared. What is happening? I still love the fact that Daisy is just beating the shit out of people.
Yeah.
She does not care. She's like, I don't care if I don't know who I am. You're still dying.
Yeah, you're still gonna die.
You're gonna die regardless of whether or not I know who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll regret it later. We'll find out.
Yeah.
No fucks to be had.
What?
Hang on.
No. Almost a shame you don't know your own coffin. But you will. You will.
Did they put her in the fucking coffin? No. Lom. No. Tell me no, please.
No.
Lom, don't lie to me! No. Is Daisy in the coffin?
Get buried.
You just put her in a fucking coffin. Oh no. That was from a statement as well. No. She's like, oh shit, no. I wonder if she'll go look for her partner down there.
Yeah.
She might do. I mean,
I don't know how much time you can spend wandering around while you're busy being
buried. Yeah. Well,
Daisy might just like kill the coffin though.
That is true. She might just like from the inside, just like break it down. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past her. It feels like something she could achieve if she really put her mind to it. She didn't scream out though. I gotta give her credit where credit's due.
Don't panic. Just close your eye.
Yes, Basira.
Ignore it. Ignore the don't listen. Focus. Think.
Yes, Basira.
This
Come
is
on.
a place.
Yes.
You are you, and you are in a place now. If it's a place and it's a now, then it has an end.
Okay.
The other things that they're too much. There's too many, and they want to hurt me. So you leave the place.
Yes.
You leave the place and the now.
Yes.
No place is forever. You know how to move, so do it.
Yes, Basira.
Then move.
Fucking legend. Let's go.
Good. Then keep moving.
Yes.
Keep moving until you find another place.
Yes.
A place you know.
Just keep moving. Keep moving.
Yes! Basira's got this! Basira's literally got the fucking logic down! How she logicked her way through the illogical is so impressive.
It's almost up there. A new
I hate
day.
her voice, but I love it, but I hate it.
And it's all your fault.
Oh,
I
darn.
suppose you never really had a chance.
I see you.
Do you now?
Yes. Yes, I see the sad clown, bitter and hateful. I see him finding his way to a circus where nobody knew him. I see him torn apart, becoming the mask, remade by a cruel ringmaster. Sometimes a doll, sometimes a mannequin, always hiding in somebody else's skin, somebody else's name.
Not always. And it's far too late for any of that. Nothing you see can help you. Not without the detonator. Really, Archivist? After all this preparation, all your research, all this magnificent grotesquerie, and you were just going to blow it up? Probably the hunter's idea. She killed one of the couriers. Oh dear, how sad. She was also the one that damaged this shell. You have hundreds of shells, Sarah. And soon you'll have tens of thousands. You can have your little mural in every dark corner of the whole world. Not until you finish the dance. Oh, just let me enjoy myself for a moment. This is a once-in-eternity event.
She is having a really good time.
This in-between is not as comfortable for all of us as it is for you. Oh, fine. Archivist, it's been a pleasure, but I really...
Wait, no, you! All of you!
Really now.
Let them fight. It's adorable.
Jim, what do you see? I see my asshole boss. Oh, wait.
Spoil sport.
Wait, done! Fucking thank God! I've never been so happy to see you.
And sometimes, even now, for special occasions, like your brother.
No, don't bring him in.
Shall I?
Tim, what's in your hand?
I don't,
You got this, Tim.
the detonator.
Yes!
Quite enough from you think. And now you.
Go on, I'll race you. See if you can do it again before I can squeeze.
It's too late. The world is ours. That toy won't help you now.
So come and take it. That's what I thought.
I am losing my patience.
Get back. That's right. John, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, then I don't forgive you. But thank you for this.
You idiot! Do you really think the world will fare any better under the Watcher? Do you think you're saving anyone?
I don't care,
You can't even save him.
but I can hurt you.
It will not end like this.
You sound stressed. You know, I hear the great Grimaldi's in town. You should go see him. Cheer yourself up.
That's not funny.
I know.
No!
The Magnus Archives.
I don't have time for your shit! Oh shit, they're coming for me. I feel like I'm gonna pass out! Oh my god!
Okay.
Jesus! Tim, no! You bastard! I knew tags weren't lying. I really hoped.
He's on a kayaking trip.
Why does everyone keep saying that? That doesn't make any sense.
He's gone on the great kayaking trip in the sky.
He's literally never mentioned kayaking according to me. I don't know what that means.
It might have come from one of the Q&As.
It must have, because like everyone always says that. I'm like, what do you mean?
No one in Magnus ever dies. They just go kayaking.
Oh god, I'm sweating. I'm so stressed. Jesus. I'm actually so gross. I apologize. I am literally damp. It is
Alright.
so ugly. Jesus.
I think all you needed was for one of them to make it out alive, right? That was the
Yeah, well, I mean, ideally it would be
Yeah.
more than one, but I needed at least one to not just like give up. Because at that point I was just going to be like, right, all right, I need you to leave. I need to end the stream. I need to die. I just can't do this. I need to go for a long walk. I need a strong drink. Oh god. So at least one of them is out, so that's not happening, so we're fine. But
It's a cool way to get.
I mean, yeah, I will give it to him. It's a fucking badass way to go. But no. Damn. Also, I hate the fact that he told John that he didn't forgive him. Like, why did you have to do that to my boy? My boy now has to live with that guilt for the rest of his life. I understand you still hate him, but like, you didn't have to say it.
Well, do you think John was close enough to hear and get blown up? Or far enough away that he didn't hear and wasn't blown up?
Well, this is what I am a little bit confused because
He was being rotated again.
he's actually doing an orbit of like the
Yeah.
Earth. So like that tiny moment where we heard him, it was actually Tim.
Yeah.
He's zooming. So what I don't understand is, was John suddenly able to just like get away, or did Tim
He got-
realize he had the detonator and just leg it?
John got whisked by Nicola.
Did she actually? Did he
Yeah.
actually? Oh,
He got swooped and then back to
Oh.
being rotated.
I see. So she like put him in the unknown, so he's like safe.
Yeah, she was like,
Ironically.
"That's enough from you," or something like that, and just went.
I
and off he went
I
again.
didn't realize that that's what was happening. So
Yeah.
when they're in, because I kind of imagined that this unknowing thing was almost like a weird fog, where it's like when you're in it, you're like, "Ugh." If you manage to get out of like the danger zone, then you'll suddenly be like, oh shit, I do know things.
Yeah.
I know what my name is. Brilliant. This is great.
Right.
I remember everything that I did know beforehand. Wonderful. This is a brilliant outcome. And then the minute you step back in, you're like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
What am I? But you're making it sound like it's a carousel. Like they're just going round.
Well, it's a theatre, I think, an amphitheatre in the middle of the Wax Museum.
The theatres have carousels?
No. But personally, I like to believe that Nicola spins people.
I mean, it feels very on brand for her
Yeah.
to just be like, off you go.
You know the bit in Ride the Cyclone where she's just like,
Oh.
I just feel like that's what she's doing to John.
That is now the only image I will ever have.
Yeah.
Okay, so he got spun away.
Yeah.
Tim was like, touch me, and we go boom boom.
Mm-hmm. And then they did.
And then they did. So, but then John knows, this is on a recording, otherwise we wouldn't be able to hear it. So John will hear it.
If he's alive.
Don't say that. No!
There's still another episode in this series.
Oh my god, there is. I completely forgot that. That's somehow worse. What? There aren't enough snacks in the world to calm my stress.
You could have a try.
I can't drown my sorrows in Diet Coke. There's not enough. I have like two crates over there. It's not enough.
Okay.
Oh god, the next one's eye contact as well. Yeah, that's enough. Nothing against you, it's just eyes. I was like, yeah, no. That is my eye
What about
contact.
eye
choice.
contact?
Ooh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did we just... You know what? Yes, I did actually. That's for
Everything.
that's for everything.
What about eye contact with that one? Is that okay?
That's fine. That and also it's a picture.
Yeah.
Ironically, I can stare at my own eyes in the mirror,
Oh.
which is really odd. But I really like looking at my own eyes in the mirror, which is annoying because I like to watch without my glasses, but without my glasses, I can't see anything unless it's right here.
Yeah.
So then I'm really close to the mirror.
Oh.
And I imagine from the outside it looks fucking ridiculous. Because it's like, imagine it's like you're singing along to a song or something, and you're like acting it out or whatever, because that's the kind of thing I do in my spare time because I'm a user. And you're like this close to the mirror. Imagine seeing that from the outside. Like you walk in and that's what I'm doing. I've got headphones on, I'm this close to the mirror, mouthing lyrics with like real gumption. I'm like really feeling it. What a sight. Also, you managed to block me. So that entire demonstration was lost to a purple rapper.
My bad.
That was quite funny. Oh god. Maybe I open the door, get some air, try and also get rid of the pigeons that decided that they want to be on my balcony. Not balcony for you. They're not allowed on my balcony because otherwise I get told off. And I love them, but I don't love them enough to get told off.
That's fun.
Just in case. Because I'm getting really pissed off with the slight wet patches under my shorts. It is so
You need
unpleasant.
to sit like this.
Yes, you're right. There we go. Oh, look, we're mirrored. Perfect. We're on a slight angle too, so it's like we're the bad boys. This would be a great album cover.
Would it?
Yeah,
This is what would make you buy an album.
Honestly, yeah, probably. It's the kind of vibe I could get behind.
The Magnus Archive.
I'm so glad the music's gone. That scared the shit out of me because it's intros are like one of those things where it's almost like a sacred place. It's like untouchable. You don't touch it. It's like the pause menu of games. When suddenly a character like can unpause your game, you're like, excuse me. It's like in the most recent God of War, there's this scene where you're fighting Thor, right at the beginning, and at one point in it you die, right? And normally when you die, you then come back. But Thor goes, oh no, we are done when I say we're done, and revives you. He puts his fucking hammer on you and just like yeets you with lightning, and you wake up, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, what? This is, what the fuck? That doesn't, So it's an unwritten rule. It's like you leave that alone, otherwise it's terrifying. And so when the Calliope music was in the intro, I was like, I am scared. This is too close to home. This is terrifying now.
I wish Magnus could unpause itself.
Can you imagine it when you think you get a chance away from the fear?
Episode 100.
Oh, it's vibrating my heels.
It's like do you remember when we were talking about Night Vale, and there was that whole thing where there was that arc where it was like she was explaining things away, and we were like, what if she explains away Night Vale, and like as she does it, the whole thing just and like the podcast like almost like disappears for you on the thing temporarily, and then like comes back, or you have to like go find it on YouTube or something. You have to go somewhere else and find it. It's like, if you're seeing this, you've managed to find this. Okay, good. We are safe. We went through the doors with the giants or some shit like that, right? Then that would be like, it'd be like really fun use of this like character plot.
Yeah.
Oh.
He has no conception of his body.
Rusty Quill.
Statement of Elias Bouchard
Oh, you better shut the fuck
regarding the
up.
dreams of Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute. currently unresponsive. Details pulled directly from subject.
Pulled?
Statement begins.
Sir! All of the words in that sentence should not be together. What the fuck do you mean? Huh? Regarding, I don't even want to read it. The dreams pulled from the subject currently unresponsive.
So he was fine.
None of those words are in the Bible. I mean, they are, but whatever. Oh.
The archivist does not know where he is, and in many ways,
Can we stop
that is
calling him the
correct.
archivist? Just call him John.
But to say that he was anywhere would be an error. He has no conception of his body, lying on that grey hospital bed, perplexing the doctors. Heart unbeating, lungs unmoving, but mind and nerves alive and firing wildly.
What?
Everything but brain dead. But he is where he exists so often when his eyes are closed. He wanders the dreams he was given. A cold and well-cleaned room, sterile metal tables that overflow with a gentle trickle of blood. The hearts that beat upon them spasm and spur without any sort of rhythm.
Okay.
And were they to stand still for but a moment, it might become clear just how wrong they are in their construction. There are no strange figures standing over those tables, no mockeries of earnest learning, but in the centre stands a weeping, bearded man in a lab coat.
Oh dear.
In his thin, vinyl-gloved hands he holds an apple, though he dearly
The bottom
wishes
cap's what we've got
otherwise.
forgotten.
The doctor cannot bring himself to look at the tables, so instead looks to the archivist, whose eye watches him and cannot close.
No.
He tries to scream, to curse at the archivist, pleading to him for peace, for rest. The archivist watches as the blood creeps along the tiled floor and pools at the doctor's feet. Desperate, he tries to throw the apple at his observer, but it is too late. The doctor has forgotten how the elbows work and wrenches it to the side with a sickening crack. He tries again to scream, but he hasn't got the throat right.
I was thinking of the wrong
The wheezing,
statement.
half-choked gurgle that escaped.
The doppelganger thing.
Yeah, no, I was thinking of the hearts in the jars.
Oh, okay.
The ones that glowed and shit. That's what I was thinking. So I was like, where the fuck did he get an apple from?
Yeah.
That was a very accurate aim. Good job.
That was what
Bone
I was
apple
aiming
teeth
for.
now make sense.
Yeah.
Now that I know where we are, I'm like, yes, the apple
Yeah.
with the fucking teeth in it.
Bone apple teeth.
I still think that was very nice of them.
Would stir pity in the archivist if he had not heard it so many times before.
Oh.
The archivist waits, expecting to awaken, but there is nowhere for him to awaken to. No avenue of escape from these dreams.
Nice, I want to beat your ass. I'm gonna be real with you.
He
I'm gonna be
turns to
so
see the
real with
familiar
you.
screen, the familiar woman beneath it. She looks up at him with an expression of recognition and weary dread. She types and types and types. Her fingers a blur, flying across the keyboard, and yet never fast enough to outrun the relentless words that flow like dark water across the screen that stretches off into the sky. It hurts.
Oh, the computer
She
one.
is shaking her head, defiant in her well-worn terror, and tries with every corner of her will to force back the
Can you imagine
rolling
if you
tide
heard
of
that
words.
fast?
It
Jesus, we'd have like robots.
Her fingers are still, her hands raised to her mind, trying to think, trying to
Let's
comprehend.
carry on.
It.
I feel like we've gotten over the worst of it, so we can allow the sharp objects back.
Yep.
She
I'm
turns
no
to
longer
stare at the
afraid.
archivist. There is hatred in her eyes, and blame, an aching certainty that she is here because of him.
Yeah, probably.
He has brought her here.
It's a very
He
accurate.
watches as she slowly brings the keyboard up to her lips, fighting against it every moment.
Oh yeah, she eats the keyboard, doesn't she?
She bites down,
I
shards
forgot
of
about that.
plastic cutting her fingers as the words scroll unfettered across the screen for miles and miles and miles. And she is gone.
Little windchime with me.
The archivist wanders. He is searching,
I love that it always
though
comes
for
with a
what he
tiny
does not
ring.
know.
The jump rings
He
with.
passes those places he can no longer watch.
Oh, that's
The
clever.
silent wards of peeling
I don't
skin.
even know who came
The
up with
empty
it, but it's so
warehouse of
genius.
thick darkness and frightened children.
I do just find it
The
funny that
rusted
you get a
train
ring
car that
so
smells of
yeah.
eager, infectious hate.
Alright.
All through it, the shadow is above him, the shape that gazes down upon him, bloodshot and unblinking.
Either you can continue
The
stabbing, or
rain
you
is
can
still
like
there,
see if
though
there's
it is
any
empty.
particular decorations you want to add.
The
to
long
the
and desolate
level
road,
or-
slick with the downpour.
It's up
A
to you.
police
though,
car's
obviously.
lights flashing over the unmoving van. The doors are open and the two familiar statues stand either side of the well-worn wooden box. He looks around, his eyes scanning this forever road in the clouds of iron grey,
Very nice.
looking for her,
A good choice.
but she is not there. The archivist expects, he hopes, to find the violence in her looking back at him, hungry for pursuit and murder. But the emptiness of the place is complete.
God, and lies.
The only sounds the gentle singing of the box and the pounding,
I forgot
bitter
about
rain.
that.
It's so funny
He
compared
knows
to
the writing on the coffin has changed, though it is
It's-
still
I
carved
haven't heard
deep
that,
into the
so-
splintered wood.
It's a comedy.
I
He's doing a
am
falsetto the whole time.
He knows it
Whenever
is
he
not
gets
the
too much
best
from me here, I'll just imagine that.
but he
Yeah.
reaches down and
Just
pulls
like-
the chains off all the same.
Of course you're human, John.
It opens and he walks slowly down
What
the
is
steps
human,
into
really?
the earth. But even as it closes above him, the great shadow still sees him. There is nowhere in this universe that it would
It's
not
very funny.
blot out of the sky.
Out of context, I've got no
The
idea.
rough-hewn tunnels go down,
But I'm sure
down
within
beyond
context,
anything but
it's-
sodden earth and despair, until the archivist arrives at the
God, I can't
tunnels.
believe I finished my draft this morning.
Here he sees the train,
What a
twisted
fucking
and pressed
change
in
in
all
events.
sides.
I went
nothing
from
but
desperately
shrieking metal
writing
and
at like the
cracked
speed of
glass.
light, trying to get all the ideas down,
He climbs inside
this.
and takes a seat,
How many
mouth
drafts
tasting
are there?
of mud and soil.
Probably only
His
two.
eyes
And he's
moving through
gonna
the
he's
dust
gonna
and
read
grip,
it.
unblinking.
Sorry, Elias, but you're
The
not important.
passenger is there, though she is, as always.
So I basically finished this draft, gave it to him. It's not particularly like perfect. It's not got all like it's not got all the dressings, you know, like figures all in the right places, references all neat, blah
Yeah.
blah blah. But it's enough that him reading it will give me some good insight.
Yeah.
And then he'll give it back, and I will finish anything that was unfinished, add all the remarks, blah 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 blah. And then I shall be good.
Nice.
And then I just got to finish my PhD proposal, and then I get to go to Peru.
Yeah.
It's a very exciting time to be me.
Absolutely. How long is Peru for?
11 days.
Nice. Okay.
It's like, no, don't do it. Please, I like being cold.
Well, you don't get to be.
Dry dirt trickles between her teeth as she smiles mirthlessly, seeing the archivist has returned.
Oh no.
She is relaxed, suspended from a dozen broken handrails and shattered, jagged seats.
I feel like at some point it would no longer be
Though she
scary.
does not bleed, there is no pain in her eyes,
Nightmares that your brain doesn't
There is
know are
nothing
occurring to us.
except the certainty
True,
of her
but-
fate.
I also feel like within this context, it's very obvious that they're quite like conscious. Like they're aware enough to recognize the archivist
Yeah.
and to know that it's not like the first time they've seen him. So I feel like eventually it's almost like I'd just be desensitized.
Fair, yeah.
I don't know if that's just me being overly rational, but like that's what my thought would be. Is that, you know, because obviously the first few times it's going to be horrible, but if you experience the same thing enough times, it loses its edge.
Yeah.
That's always been how I viewed things. Like I'm very much a believer of exposure therapy, where it's like the more you're just forced to experience it, the less horrifying it is to you.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Nice.
Okay, so we got. Let's review. So we've got. So So we have got our outer bits.
Mhm.
Do you know we might be able to stab this? You want to give it a shot? See if you can.
I don't.
Not with the bottle cap.
Yeah, that's.
That won't do it.
95% certain. Nothing's gonna happen.
If nothing happens, nothing happens. But it would be interesting to know. Lord. Anything happen?
Barely.
You dented it.
Didn't it? Yeah.
Alright.
I don't think I could get through it.
No, that's fair. Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah.
I was more just like, I wonder what would happen. So, I think we should put the little ones on the loops here.
Yep.
Maybe loop one through there, and then loop one on one of these and there, so they're like stuck on the outside. And then, like in the next layer, we'll kind of let them hang freely along the line. So there's let them hang like along one of these, so it can kind of move around. And then I think the long ones we can put around the circle. So how many on the outside are we thinking? Because we've got 4.
Yeah.
We could have more because I mean we've got a lot of bottle caps.
Just in terms of distance, if there was one that's as outer as they go and as inner as they go, there's not really going to be room between. So I think we do only need 4 on the outside, and then we can just.
That's a
slot
good
into
shout.
the
Yeah. That's a good shout. All right. So let's try and attach. Let's try and attach one. This one's got a chain, a little on it already. Sorry, Elias, you were saying.
The train begins to move, the wheels screaming with the awful weight
All
of
right,
it.
yeah, back to
Every
the
part
nightmares.
buckling and pressing in, but the artist is not afraid. His only fear is that even here at the centre of the world, barreling towards a lightless, infinite tomb, still he will be watched. Still,
Oh, actually, no.
he
What I
will
think
watch.
an extra chain.
The expression
so
on the
close.
passenger's face does not change.
Like,
Even as the contorting metal
like
crushes her
another
skull
loop
like an
on
egg
it.
and she vanishes from view. He catches a glimpse of an advert
That
above
way,
his
it will
seat.
also make sure that the bottle caps stay looking outwards.
Yeah.
So they'll look nice and pretty. Yeah, a little one or big one?
There is a door in front of him.
Big one.
A yellow door. He knows the dream it used to lead to. He knows it well. But that's not where it leads anymore. He does not know what is behind it anymore, and he is deathly afraid of finding out.
I thought the archivist wasn't afraid of
The archivist turns away. Behind him are the ants. They move like a terrible rolling wave along the hard-packed ground, and he can see every twitching antenna, every clenching mandible. Somewhere, underneath that twitching, burrowing mass, is the exterminator.
That's so cool. It's gonna look sick.
He is screaming. The archivist knows he is screaming, can see him screaming, although the sound is lost under the noise of those 100 million ants that crawl and scurry over everything.
I honestly don't.
For a second, a hand breaches the shifting mound, desperately stretched towards the archivist in supplication, pleading for help.
I love that.
The archivist
you think I
watches
know
as
what
it disappears painfully back into that
definitize him against all the other spoken
Then all
people.
at once,
But I think I know what you mean. The one that went
fled
to
in
the
a moment
place.
away from the still shuddering form of the exterminator.
Yeah, good enough.
And a familiar
I had the
terror
idea in my
finally
head.
pushes its way into the archivist's heart. Before him rises an incinerator door, the glowing light of the flames curling around the cracks. With a wailing shriek, the door opens, and the burning silhouette that stands within is ingrained upon the archivist's racing mind. They smoke and sizzle, but still the worms crawl through her charred and pockmarked flesh, her now singed red dress shifting with the movement beneath it. The exterminator looks to her, then to the archivist, and it is not certain which he fears more. The archivist, for his part, is hopelessly willing the dream to stop. But as she takes one scorched step after another, it is clear that he has no power to make it.
Yeah, all of it.
Yeah.
When faced with her, he even longs for the terrible dream of the melted woman,
why
see everything desolated without
Bifrost
rhyme
incident
or
is
reason.
so fucking popular because oh my god, those
She
songs
was beyond his
yeah,
reach the moment
so
she knew
good.
he was
I
there.
get the fucking
So the archivist
oh,
could
no.
only stand and
Oh,
stare
no.
as the
In my
hive
brain,
goes
so of it.
so
annoying. You
The
return
dark
to
building
me and
Oh,
I don't
but he knows it well.
care. It's so
knows the two lost
heartbreaking,
souls who creep through
because
it
it's
with
like
alert hunger in
I
their faces.
never realized that
He
would like
recognises that look
be
from
so
the other
nice.
hunter whose dreams
It's like
he
you
has watched
return
for
to
so
I don't
long.
care how, why, I'm
They
just
stalk
glad
the
you're back.
darkness
Yeah.
It's
itself
just
and hope to catch and kill it before it can do the same to them.
Mhm.
They see him watching, but they cannot touch his scent. At last, he is in the moonlit graveyard, the oldest of the dreams. It is peaceful, cool and damp as the rolling, foggy fields stretch out in all directions. He hears her calling pathetically from the bottom of the graves, but by now he knows there is nothing he can do but stare. She begs to be released, to dream of this place no more, but there is nothing he can do. So he watches her, trying in his single-minded focus to ignore the attention of that impossible thing that covers the sky and fixes its gaze on him with such force it would choke him were he breathing. Another dissection room, another figure standing in its center, but this one is calm. She simply looks at him sadly, a pity in her face that burns him worse than any flame. More than anything, the archivist wants to look away, to turn his eye from her gentle sadness, from the disappointment in what she sees in him.
Oh no.
But he cannot. So he watches her until she simply fades away. And at last, the archivist looks up. At last he looks into the eye that sees all and knows all and clutches at the secret terrors of your heart.
That is very
The ceaseless watcher of all that is and all that was. The voracious, infinite hunger that tears at his soul, invoking him to discover, to observe, to experience all and everything and forever.
That's
It
a lot to
stares
ask.
into him and it stares out of him, and he is falling into the devouring eternity of its pupil. He wants to cry out in horror, but he cannot. He is whole.
Oh no.
And still he does not wake, wandering his slim collection of gifted nightmares, passing the grey and lifeless remains of severed dreams he can no longer watch. He waits, but not for long, before they all begin again.
There we go.
Ooh, she's so pretty.
You're doing well, John. I only hope you can continue
Sorry.
your growth
Thank
without
you.
my
Sorry, I got distracted by it.
Come in. Hello, Inspector Martin. I'm sorry to hear about Tim.
Don't.
And Daisy, I suppose.
Don't you dare.
I suppose it's some consolation Basira made it out. And John, more or less.
Is this him?
Yes.
Right. Elias Bouchard, you're under arrest.
On what crime?
Take your pick. Never had a tape recording of a murder before. Something of a novelty. And that's not the half of it. Plenty of stuff in those files could easily get to a nasty end if you weren't careful.
No, Melanie. I'd have thought she would have wanted to gloat.
No,
You didn't tell her. Worried she might create too much of a scene. I understand. I just hope she doesn't hold it against you.
That's not.
Don't worry, Mr. Blackwood. We will take it from here.
I'm sure you will. However, before we proceed, I have a flash drive in my shirt pocket. Please ensure it gets to Chief Inspector Henderson. It contains various information I think she and the Metropolitan Police would be keen not to have released to the public.
Yes, I was briefed that would probably be the case. Can't let you go, though, not with all the evidence kindly provided by your colleagues.
I quite understand. I would just hate for my case to be too truncated.
Not my place to say, Mr. Bouchard. I'm just here to get you behind bars.
Nice.
You and the chief can discuss the rest.
Better than you deserve.
Perhaps so, but I'm glad you were sensible about it. I was concerned you might have bought into Melanie's fixation.
Gave you to us all but wrapped up in a bow.
I must admit I'm impressed, Martin. I knew you were all planning something, of course, but I didn't believe you specifically would have the capacity for boldness that you displayed. Took me quite by surprise.
You didn't just see it in me.
Honestly, I didn't look. For all my power, I will admit I am not immune to making the occasional lazy assumption. I presumed that I knew you thoroughly, but by the time you demonstrated otherwise, well, it was simply too much to keep watching over.
It's okay.
I only had 2 eyes, after all.
Right, are you all done now?
I believe so. I think we should
The
be
normies
fine,
are like
provided
me,
you make sure the data
Charles.
reaches the chief inspector.
I'm sure she'll be happy to pick you out a cell personally.
So long as it isn't the morgue, I'm sure I'll be perfectly comfortable.
Just be careful with him, all right? He can see things, put thoughts and stuff into your head.
Like I said, I've been briefed, and the situation is being monitored.
Quite unnecessary, I assure you.
Just please be careful. He's really dangerous.
By all means, Mr. Bouchard, why don't you have a look in my head
Oh.
and see exactly what will happen to you when you mess with me?
There'll be no need for that, Inspector. I'm sure we'll get along famously. Good. Best of luck, Martin. Let the others know I shall be thinking of them.
Come on now.
Are those really necessary?
Nice.
Not really. No.
I see.
Let's go
Can you just punch him?
Goodbye, Martin.
I want to hear that again. And you.
and see exactly what will happen to you when you mess with me.
There'll be no need for that, Inspector. I'm sure we'll get along famously. Good. Best of luck, Martin. Let the others know I shall be thinking of them.
Come on now.
Are those really necessary?
Not really. No.
I see.
Let's
Ooh,
go.
is this someone new?
Goodbye, Martin.
Hello?
Be seeing you.
Yeah. It's like, hello. I can't see. I'm blind. I'm a blind mole. Elias Bouchard, serving even when he's rested, truly a king.
Relief. Honestly, I thought there'd be more of a scene, but he always surprises me.
What? What are you doing here, Mr. Lucas?
You leave my baby boy alone right now, fucking you spooky bitch. I will not have my boy hurt anymore right now, okay? I can't be dealing with this shit. She's beautiful. But okay, so spooky bitch just showed up. It's
Call
fine.
me Peter.
No, I think I'm okay.
As you like. Look, don't let Elias get to you. You did very well. Really, I honestly think you managed to surprise him, even if he'd sooner die than admit it.
I'm sorry, I'm still not sure exactly what this is.
Oh, right, of course. Well, you've successfully managed to remove Elias as the head of the Magnus Institute. So...
Oh, God, what does that do?
Oh, no, not in any metaphysical sense. No, he's still very much the, how did he insist on phrasing it? Yes, the beating heart of the Institute. But practically
also,
speaking,
hello.
he can hardly fulfill his
Finally
more mundane
managed
managerial
to
duties from
catch
the
the
desk.
stream. So annoyed I missed the
So he knew
unknowing.
this was going to happen.
Not exactly.
I will read. Well, I'm glad that you're here as well. We are making a bottle cap windchime. Isn't she pretty? And this is Lom. All right, I will listen again.
Elias, in any metaphysical sense. No, he's still very much the, how did he insist on
I love
phrasing it?
that. How did he
Yes, the beating heart of the Institute. But Practically speaking, he can hardly fulfill his more mundane managerial duties from a jail cell.
That is very true.
So he knew this was going to happen.
Not exactly. He anticipated that you would likely find some way to remove him, so he made alternative arrangements.
Which would be you.
Exactly. To be honest with you, Martin, I didn't expect to be taking over the place so soon, or in quite such a state of disarray. But I'll do my best to keep the place afloat.
Right.
Oh, what's that look for? You won. I am sorry if it doesn't look quite like you hoped, but here we are.
I suppose so. So what now?
Well, if you could send Melanie and Basira up to see me, I'd like to introduce myself. After that, I'll put through a couple of weeks of paid leave for you all. I think giving everyone some space to try and deal with the loss of Tim and Daisy might do everyone some good. Oh, and if you want to talk to a counsellor, the Institute will, of course, cover any costs.
Such a better manager.
He's so nice.
I know how it can go.
I was like waiting for the
Like,
other
you
fucking
little-
shoe to drop. I was like, you're so kind. What the fuck? I'm like, because I know he's a bad guy. In my head, I'm like, you're a bad guy. Because, like, your name is Lucas, and the Lucases do a bad thing. But, like, you're being really nice. And also, you clearly don't put up with Elias's bullshit, because you literally said, how did he insist on calling it? Like, you think he's just as much of a dramatic bitch as the rest of us. So, like, I trust you, but I also, what the fuck? You're not meant to be nice. Stop it. You're making it really difficult to be scared.
Is that... Can I go?
Of course. Oh, and Elias said you'd probably be keeping a close eye on the Archivist's condition, so I'd be keen to hear any developments.
Sure.
Marvelous.
Even Martin's like, I don't know what to do with this.
I know change can be scary, but eventually it happens just the same. I think we're going to great things, Martin. Great things.
Okay, now I'm a bit creeped out.
The Magnus Archives will return January 10th, 2019.
Jesus Christ, that happened fast. Right, we have a choice here. We can either listen to the Q&A, or we can simply straight into the next season, like fucking savages.
Well, I'm gonna go for Lee. What do you think about it?
Okay, so I have to make a decision. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
I feel like I can probably work out which one.
You have two options, but that one is the main one. Yeah, you got it.
Oh my god, it's enormous.
You got to turn the light on the outside, though.
Why do you have so much bathroom?
It-
fit all three of this year's house bathrooms in that room.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky. She's a big boy.
I'm gonna do a little dance in it. Let's make most of it.
All right, you do that, doll. I'm very glad that you managed to join us. Our bottle cap windchime is coming along well. This is like the crossover of the century, because I've been mentioning Lom for absolutely ages. How have you been enjoying the series thus far? Name Spooky. Sorry, I have really bad vision. I have -8 vision. So forgive me if I have to look like an old lady to try and read your comments from this distance. It is simply asking too much of my ridiculously bad retinas. Are there any more random flips on the board? No. Good. I hope the series has been treating you well. So does that mean, ooh, oh God. No worries, mine isn't the best either. It's been great hearing everything again and spotting all the foreshadowing as well. Yeah, I think A lot of them especially like when I get things wrong, because they're like, oh, that is very logical but incorrect.
Oh, she's so pretty.
Also, I definitely, Peter Lucas is a much better boss. I mean, man was like, oh yeah, if you want counseling, we'll pay for it. Like, what the fuck? He's so nice. Guten Tag.
What's that?
Very nice. I've been talking to Spooky.
Mm-hmm.
Spooky also has terrible vision.
Oh no.
So I haven't listened to the other Q&As, so I'm a bit like, it almost feels like it's not tradition, but at the same time, I also feel like I am missing out on some very fun times. So what would you say as a connoisseur?
I'd say they're definitely fun, but they can just be listened to like at the end. Because they don't really add anything between seasons other than going, oh, this could happen, and some of it's lies.
I don't think I could handle that right now. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I cannot. If they were to be like, oh yeah, John and Martin live happily ever after, and then they don't, I will actually just like keel over.
Yeah, no, they do just produce straight up lies in those. So
I did hear a clip of one where it was like, in the thing you said she was shot 3 times, but in some recording there's only one, and he was like, yes, well you see, the recording ended and then she did a backflip and hit him, and he shot again and missed because she's a badass.
Yeah, it's when they find Gertrude's body, they say it has 3 gunshot wounds, but then when we hear the murder, there's only 1 gunshot. So it's like,
it's like, you naughty bitch, you lied. Where are the other 2 shots?
But there's more important things they lie about.
Yeah, see, I can't. Yeah, I can't deal with that. Because I trust them too much. So then I'd be like, you lied to me.
You would be betrayed.
I would be betrayed. I would be incredibly upset. So for this one, I'm thinking I'm doing like a longer chain.
Oh yeah.
I'm doing like a little baby one in the middle.
See. That's cool.
Because I think that will, one, help not make it too like congested. But also I think it'll make, because these ones will then be looser, which means they'll swing more. So then they'll hit on the outside more, which I think
that sounds good.
Which I think will give us that extra jangle. You know,
nice.
We're going for jangle factor as well. Oh my god, we're into the new art. That's crazy.
What does it change on your phone?
Okay, so
when it switches from that
to the cool minimalist version.
Yeah.
I really like the new art. The first one, this one's kind of it's very 2000s.
It's the Rusty Quill Gaming logo, just with Magnus stuff behind it.
Oh,
that's why.
I didn't know that. Suppose it does make sense given it's got a quill in it. Although the quill doesn't look particularly rusty. So
it hasn't got wet yet.
It hasn't been put to work.
Yeah.
All right. We will start. Hi, folks. Billy. I don't know who you are.
We love you.
Okay.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Okay. I know it does. I have a fear. I don't know what's going to happen this season.
Everyone's happy the whole way through.
Whoa, that would be really nice.
Episode
that would be nice. It'd be nice. That was spot to 121. Man sounds tired. He's like, 121. The shit needs to end.
He is currently in a coma. Like, you can't talk to him.
No, yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about it like that.
They're just like moving his mouth and pumping.
Yeah, pumping air through his like lungs so that they can like, make noises. So
Way.
Far away. Yeah, that definitely sounds like it was just pushed out of him. You look very comfortable.
It's incredible.
It does look very comfy. It looks like the perfect amount of squish.
It's a good squish.
It's too quiet. It's too quiet. What the fuck is going on? That's just a guy. There's just a guy sat next to a coma
Hello, John.
bed playing the
Do you
violin
Mind if I
for
call
the
you John?
intro.
I mean, you don't.
Sorry. I don't know who. I took me so long to read that I interrupted them.
Hello, John. Do you mind if I call you John?
Who are you?
I mean, you don't actually know me. It's just, well, archivist. It's so formal, isn't it? And I do kind of know you.
Who are you?
Haven't had much choice, really.
Who are
Dreams
you?
are like that, you know. No matter how lucid you think they are, there's always that part that just drags you along. Guess I don't need to tell you that. At least, not right now. I wish I could tell you why I came here.
I wish you could tell me.
Wish I knew why I came here. I suppose there's only so long you can dream about someone and not at least try to find them. That was it with the old woman too. That was different though. Way I figure it? She stuck her nose in just about everywhere it wasn't wanted and stirred up hornets. Took all the precautions in the world to stop death from finally catching her.
That's very good. Yeah, basically.
If I had known more back then, I'm not sure I'd have bothered trying to warn her. Still, you live and learn, don't you? Sorry to go on. I don't talk to many people these days. Putting my thoughts outside myself, it gets a bit clumsy.
Who the fuck are you?
Easier if you could talk back,
Do you
right?
remember who tried to
Ask me
warn you about
questions
trees or
and
something?
just have it tumble all out. But no, it's
Right, he'll tell you. Probably, actually.
Oh god. Give me a rough area of when.
I believe you got particularly annoyed about the word pulsating. In that
That
statement.
sounds like me, and yet it feels like I then blocked that memory out because that. Oh, the death! Warned her about the fact that she was going to die. Yes. Oh, the fucking pulsating things. Yes. Oh, okay. It's coming back.
Yeah.
It came back. Fuck. All right. Okay. So it's that guy. I don't know who he is, but Mr. Foreshadowing.
Yeah.
it's me.
He was
Wish there was a
correct.
better way. Touching someone's mind, it's not as simple as that, is it? Doesn't always make things clearer, you know? Still, I gave the old woman a statement, so maybe I owe you one as well.
I don't know.
That's how it works, right?
I
Give
don't
you a
know.
terror, give you a dream. It's not like I don't have them to spare. Let me tell you about how I tried to escape. So,
Start with your name, preferably.
my name is Oliver Banks.
Ah, there we go. Thank you, mate.
I used
Thank
the name
you.
Antonio
You know
Banks.
what? It's nice when they actually listen to me.
They don't nice. Is that a good feeling when the podcast listens to you?
I mean, we're not going to think about the fact that maybe he actually heard me because that's a little bit too ominous for this current afternoon. But hypothetically speaking, it's nice when they listen to me.
Okay.
We're not going to think about the possibility that he actually listens to me. Oliver Banks, that is a name that sounds familiar. I think that's one I had to exclude from the tags.
Oh.
But I don't really think either name has much meaning for me anymore.
What was the other name?
You,
Sorry. I know I keep interrupting you,
Let me
mate.
tell you about how
apologise.
I tried to escape.
Yep.
So, my name is Oliver Banks. In my other statements, I used the name Antonio Blake.
But I don't really think either name has much meaning for me anymore.
Okay.
It's been almost 10 years since I first started dreaming
look,
about
the
the deaths of
swivel.
others.
Ooh.
Seeing those awful veins crawling into them. Into
Don't say pulsating.
wounds not yet open or skulls
I hear
not yet
you
split.
say pulsating. I'm
People
gonna
who
lose
are
my
about to
shit.
die. Every night I watch as they snake up into throats about to choke on blood, or lurching into hearts about to convulse. I've come to terms with it. I've learned to live with it. But about 2 years before I came to your institute, something happened. Something I didn't want to talk about. Didn't even want to think about. I started to see them when I was awake.
Oh no.
It was subtle at first, so quick I could pretend I hadn't seen. Just a second, them webbed over the face of a drunk old man stumbling into his car. A chain smoker exhales. And just for a second I catch one dangling from his mouth before it slithers back inside.
It was so,
Crossing
so
a bridge
little.
and I might see one snaking along the road, over towards the railing. Looking back now, I feel like an idiot, trying to pretend I was imagining it, that I was just tired or whatever bull I told myself.
I think
It started to happen more often, and I began to avoid the places that I visited in my dreams. I sort of knew, you see, that not all of the chords would have faded when I woke up.
I wanted to
I
check
still
if it was
remember the first time I tried to touch one. In my dreams the night before, I had found my way back to my own street. I don't know why I did it. I knew it was a stupid thing to do, walking past my own home in a dream,
Yeah, probably.
but I just...
Curious.
Maybe I wanted it this way. I mean, when I stepped out the building that morning, I didn't turn towards the bus stop like I always do. I turned right instead. Walked over to the little alleyway where I knew, sometime in the next week, a young woman was going to have a fatal aneurysm. And there they were, on the concrete, like a starburst of fleshy roots, spreading and reaching out from the spot where her head was going to hit the ground. They moved just like in the dreams, throbbing and pulsing.
Oh.
I had to take a moment, just to be sure, just to be completely sure that I was awake. It felt like I was staring at it for hours, but I don't think it was much more than a few minutes. They didn't fade, didn't vanish, and there was no way for me to pretend that they weren't there.
Oh my god.
So I reached out my hand and tried
So
to
many.
touch.
Well, I kept noticing colours that were missing.
You know
is
what's
very
weird, right?
Well, one you
In
this needs.
all my years of being a... What am I? Death prophet?
Corona.
Whatever.
Oh, yes.
I had never actually touched a corpse. Hardly ever seen one in real life.
I hate when people say
I
things
could
like
have
that.
told you
Such
in a moment
normal
how many people in this
statement.
hospital were going to die.
Just
How many would do it tonight?
Why
Even
did you say
how
that?
it was going to
Who
happen.
the fuck starts a conversation
But I
like
had
that?
never
They just
once
sat
actually
down,
come
man.
up close to a dead body. I always assumed they were cold. Not quite damp, but sort of clammy.
That would make sense.
Still. This was like ice. No, colder than ice. The sort of cold that just cuts right through you. It was soft and rubbery, squirming when I pressed on it and recoiling from the
stop
tip
it.
of my finger. I've never felt anything as cold as those veins. It was so patient. It made me think of those winter mornings when I was a kid with no snow, just frost and frozen mist over everything, keeping the world in place, curling you up into yourself and quietly waiting for you to lose your footing, to slip up and fall. Snap. It made me think of dead worlds floating out into space, places that didn't know and didn't care that life even existed. It made me think of mortality, like the seconds that were dragging me to the grave were being pulled out of me. And the worst part was that somewhere in me, I liked it. Underneath all that awful fear, it felt
Sorry, the way
like
you said that was really funny, Joe.
hope.
I liked it.
After that happened, they wouldn't leave me alone.
Sounds so
I could see them spreading, see them growing. Even when I went to your institute, tried to warn her, I could see them crawling through the corridors towards the archives. They never got quite as big as they were in my dreams,
But it wasn't long before I was seeing them all the time. I tried to avoid them, of course I did.
Beautiful.
But sometimes I didn't notice and I would brush against them. Never mattered what I was wearing. Cold would just cut through it like a razor. I wanted to escape. I needed to. I became obsessed with trying to find somewhere with fewer and fewer people. Moving out of the city helped, but, well, people still die in the countryside.
That's fair.
I saw them coiling around the fence post by the road, climbing up the wall and into the top window of a beautiful little cottage. I'll never forget seeing a field of cows the week before they were sent to the abattoir.
Oh.
I'd spend hours researching, desperately looking at remote locations, places far away from civilization and all its dying people. Lonely summits, deep jungles, deserts where even animals couldn't live. I was so hungry for the peace that I thought these places could give me. Then I read about Point Nemo. If you look it up online, they call it the Oceanic Point of Inaccessibility. It's a spot in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean. Specifically, it is the furthest it's possible to be from any landmass. 1,400 miles from anyone or anything. No ships ever need to travel through it, and ocean currents keep away the nutrients that would normally support sea life. It is the emptiest, most lifeless place on Earth. Sometimes the closest humans are in the satellites orbiting up above it, before they fall out of the sky, of course. It turns out, Point Nemo is an ideal site for spacecraft to crash land. There must be hundreds of wrecks down there, taken from the edge of one lifeless abyss and sent screaming down into another.
Jesus Christ, why are you all so weird?
I loved it.
Melodramatic.
The idea of it, of being so far from anything. Somewhere that there was so little life that death could never find me.
Where do I start?
Empty, clear water, free of those creeping tendrils. Of course, I had no way to get
That's what I
there.
should have been doing. I should have
I'm not
been
a rich
starting
man,
like,
and even if I
top
was,
ones
it's not
with,
like I have any idea how to organise a sea voyage.
Oh well.
So, for years, it was just my little fantasy, my escape.
Oh yeah, you can make some patterns.
Whenever it all got too much for me, and I woke up to those veins reaching along the wall towards my neighbour's apartment, I would go online and look at the photos people claimed were taken at Point Nemo. I would revel in the thought that those claims were probably lies, as there was a very good chance that no human being had ever reached the exact coordinates that promised me my escape. But I couldn't dream of it. I tried, of course. I spent every moment of lucidity I had trying to guide myself far, far away from land, away from those horrid tubes that sat there, throbbing doom out into the world. But each time I started to get away from them, whenever I felt I might have reached a point where I couldn't see anymore, I would start to feel this tugging on my leg, like something was wrapped around it and starting to gently squeeze.
Oh, that's nice.
Something that pulsed very softly. I never quite had the courage to actually look at it. I'd always just turn around and start moving back towards the city. And it would let me go.
It decayed somewhat towards the end.
I never even got over the channel in my dreams,
I like it.
let alone all the
Nice
way to the
colour
South
selection going on
Pacific.
here.
Yeah.
So you can maybe imagine how I felt when I found an article tucked in the margins of the regional paper, talking about an upcoming expedition to sail a research vessel down to Point Nemo.
Thank you.
The piece didn't go into much detail about what they were trying to do. Something about measuring the amount of plastic and chemicals in the water, seeing how much impact humans had had on the environment at its most extreme point. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. And I'm not a sailor either. There was no legitimate way I was ever going to make it onto that ship. But none of that mattered. I had to do it. I hadn't been sleeping much, I suppose, and I had it lodged into my mind that if I could just get there to Point Nemo, if I could be far enough away from mortality and people and land, then I could rest. I could finally have a dreamless sleep.
I mean, that's fair enough,
So,
honestly.
did
It's
some
very
digging,
sound logic.
found the identity of a few crew members and
people
started
are
to
the
track them
problem.
down.
Getting away
I told
from
myself
the people.
I didn't know what I was
Well,
looking for,
Yeah.
but I did. Of course I did. And I finally saw them, following along behind Dr. Thomas Pritchard. He was a younger guy, some sort of chemist,
and he had a habit of driving his motorcycle a bit too recklessly. When I saw him that first time, the veins were tumbling out from the open visor of his bike helmet and coiling themselves around his throat so tightly that it almost seemed like his head wasn't attached to the rest of him.
Oh.
Of course, after he went flying over the barrier at 95 miles an hour, well, it's neither here nor there. It was 3 in the morning, and the motorway was silent except for me and the mangled remains of Dr. Thomas Pritchard. I knew exactly what I had to do. He didn't look anything like me. Not really. But that didn't matter. All that mattered was my desperation to finally have a good night's sleep. I looked at his body, but all I could think of was the gentle rocking of lifeless waves. So I took his ID and his keys. Then I touched my very first corpse as I loaded what was left of him and his motorcycle into my van and buried them in a well-hidden spot near Epping Forest.
I live next to that.
It's strange after all that. I don't actually remember how I felt.
It's like a weird cameo.
Heavy, I think. But I had other concerns. It was a daft plan. It shouldn't have worked. Someone should have driven past while I was moving them. Someone should have seen me. But they didn't.
That's good.
With his keys, I let myself into Dr. Pritchard's flat and gathered as much information on the expedition as I could.
Sounds a bit like
It wasn't a lot. Not that I could really understand. And I just had to hope it was enough to pass myself off. Even if it was only long enough to get one good night's sleep. As it turned out, I needn't have bothered. As far as I could tell, nobody on board had actually met Dr. Pritchard in person. A couple of people told me they had the greatest respect for my work.
I have to go.
And a few did say how different I had sounded on the phone.
Thank you for
But
joining
once I walked
us.
up and said who I was, nobody even bothered to check my ID.
That's very convenient. It
I
doesn't
don't
look like
remember the name of the ship. I mean, boarding it
It
was such a
probably had
blur I
Lucas
didn't
in
really
the
notice
name.
much, and later on I was far too nervous to ask. It was large, though, with every spare inch covered in scientific equipment of some sort or another. I was relieved to find out I was the only chemist on board, so nobody was going to see me misusing anything and figure out what was going on. At least, not until it was too late to act upon it. There were a couple of marine biologists on board, a meteorologist, an engineer, someone who called herself a macroecologist, though at times she looked almost as out of her depth as I did. Beyond that, there were half a dozen crew running the ship. They were led by Captain Maccabee, a tall, ugly woman with a sharp tongue, though it was never clear to me whether she was the one in charge of the expedition or if it was Clara, the senior-most marine biologist. It didn't really matter, of course. As far as I was concerned, Dr. Pritchard was a private, standoffish person who liked to spend his time alone in his makeshift lab or asleep in his bunk. And I did sleep. The further we got from land, the deeper and more peaceful it became. I still dreamed, of course, but I would just wander the empty deck of the ship, drinking in the quiet atmosphere of the place. I did have to force myself not to look over the railing in my dreams. Once or twice, while staring at the peaceful dream water, I almost felt like I could see something moving deep, deep below the surface, possibly huge and dark.
Is it like a hand?
I quickly learned the lesson to remain fully focused upon the ship when I dreamed.
Don't go through perfectly convenient.
Of course, the more rest I got, the more lucid I became. I was thinking more clearly than I had in months, and the absolute foolishness of what I'd done to get there was starting to sink in. There was exactly no way that they wouldn't figure out that I did not have a doctorate in chemistry or such like, and when that happened, I had no idea what I was going to do. I spent days trying to think of some sort of plan, but in the end, the best I could come up with was just to wait for it and throw myself upon their mercy and hope that they'd take enough pity on me not to immediately pitch me overboard into the waters of the South Pacific.
Doubt they would resort to mass.
But that was the future. Before then, I had months of peaceful sleep ahead of me. Then I had weeks, then days. The ship kept going, powering on towards a destination I wasn't completely sure I still wanted. I started to wander the decks in my waking hours as well as my sleeping, staring at the horizon. It never ended, but kept getting closer, all the same.
Would you like the ring?
Time is like that,
What, put a
isn't
little
it?
one on it?
It just keeps going.
Ooh, what do I do?
No matter what happens,
You put it on your
just
finger and
carries
you
on,
put it in the bar
and
and
it
you
strips
use it to,
everything
like,
away
open
from
it.
you in the end, for good
Oh, I'm
and
gonna
bad
close
alike,
it.
Oh,
until there was nothing left of either.
well,
Opening was easy.
This
I
too
don't
shall
think
pass.
it will help you with that.
All good things must come to an end. Memento mori.
Ah.
As soon as I woke up,
Would you
I
like a
knew
bed?
he had finally reached
You don't want it.
mode.
Do you want me to put a
Everything
little
felt
one on this? Or is it
different.
easier to put a big
Like
one?
the calm I
around
had been
the big one?
getting accustomed to had been torn away completely, and where it had been was just this horrible, ice-cold
No, I think the
terror.
little one on will be fine. You
I
can
felt
put another big
something
one
on my
if you want. I
chest,
can deal with the little
coiling
ones
up
if the
my
little ones are
back
annoying.
and pulsing gently around
They are
my
a bit
throat.
finicky.
I didn't need to look down to know what it was. In a second,
It was
I was
pulsing
out of
again.
my bunk and charging onto the deck, just to see veins,
I don't even
dark,
need to say it anymore.
cold,
I know
and
that's
bigger
what
by
you want.
far than any I had ever seen, rise up from the water below us. They towered over the ship for just a second, before starting to wrap themselves around it. For a moment,
Wait, what was this?
the embrace looked
The
almost
veins have come
affectionate.
out of the water onto the ship.
The rest of the crew didn't seem to notice, walking through the immense grasping tendrils like they weren't there at all, even as the smaller branching cords stretched off and wrapped around each one of them in turn.
Grasping is
And
surprisingly
the soft,
okay.
icy
It's
flesh that
not-
wrapped around
it's-
me kept gripping me
You
tighter.
know what I don't like
and
it when
tighter,
it's visceral.
till I
It's
could
when
barely
it's so
move.
visceral that it's like, oh, I can feel
I wanted to
it.
scream, but the others were already staring at me as if I was screaming obscenities.
I was just thinking.
Perhaps I was.
What about?
At that moment, a sudden calm came over me. I understood it all.
Oh, a blue. I think a blue.
I could follow the line of the huge veins that encased the ship
This one.
down into the water,
That's the
leading
one.
off to a point almost a mile from the southeast. There. That was it. That was our fate. Where we would always be. Because I was going to take us there. Running was pointless. To try to escape from my task would only serve to fulfill another. I finally understood what I needed to do. I couldn't steer
To
a
be
ship
honest, Oliver,
myself,
you
of
lost
course,
me at some
but
point.
there were plenty of other
I've
people
tried
on
to
board
keep
who
up, but
could,
you lost me at 10
as long as I could persuade them, which I did, to a point. I don't know where I got the gun, but once
I'm
Captain
sorry,
Maccabee was dead, the others were very keen to sail wherever I wanted. The doom held me tight and pulled us all slowly, inevitably, towards our grave. And when we got there, and cut the engines, and began to wait, I could feel all of their eyes look to me, panicked, hoping for some sort of explanation. I almost tried to give them one, but I barely got the first word out before the falling satellite debris hit the ship at 200 miles an hour,
Oh no.
killing us instantly.
Us? You included?
Right. That's it, I suppose.
No, it's not. What
Maybe you heard me. Maybe you'll dream. Then again, maybe I just wasted my breath. But I don't think so.
Do you have breath? Are you alone?
Honestly, I'm still not exactly sure why I'm here. But you know better than anyone how the spiders can get into your head. Easier to just do what she asks.
What?
The thing is, John, right now, you have a choice. You've put it off a long time, but it's trapping you here. You're not quite human enough to die, but still too human to survive. You're balanced on an edge where the end can't touch you, but you can't escape him.
Jesus.
I made a choice. We all made choices. Now you have to.
Can I help you?
I'm a friend of John's.
Are you now?
Oh.
Yes.
Right, just haven't seen you visiting before.
I've been out of town.
Right. The nurse didn't say anyone else was here.
Oh. Well, sorry if I surprised you.
It's fine.
I'm Antonio.
Sure.
Do you mind giving us a minute?
No, I think you're done here.
Oh.
Is this
Yeah,
Georgie?
Melanie.
Oh, is this Melanie?
Oh no, it is Georgie, isn't it?
I was going to say,
Melanie
Melanie
doesn't.
doesn't.
Georgie.
No,
Melanie
just
don't give enough
reminds
fucks.
me of
Yeah.
someone.
I'm sorry. Were they?
Evil. Yes.
Okay then. I guess I should just go.
I guess you should.
Georgie ain't having any of this shit.
Make your choice, John.
I need 2 more.
All ready? Yes. Pointing out the next one.
Sorry about that. But you really don't need friends like that. Hey, get back here. I need to talk to you.
Oh no. What was that?
The Magnus Arc.
Oh. Jesus. Okay, so this one's gonna because yeah, I'll probably take the little one off here. This would be the top, and then this one on there, and then this will be the last one.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be any of them really. What color do you think?
We've got a lot of reds and oranges going on, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, let's go with this one. I think that goes because also with the blue. So this one will only need like one big one. No littles. No little ones for him. Next one's called Zombie.
Ooh.
Hi folks, Billy Hindle here.
Hi, my beautiful.
Episode 122.
My nail.
You what?
I'm unattached it now.
Oh god. It's just secured to your nail.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
Zombie.
I like that it kind of like goes away and then comes back and forth. It's like, yep, I'm getting quieter. Soik.
Well,
It was just there,
could he have come back, moved it,
I guess.
and just sure you didn't recognise him?
No, he was I've never seen it before.
Oh my god, Basira and Georgie, crossover of the bloody century.
What, capital D, death?
Yeah.
Why is it so bloody
One of
quiet?
your dark gods.
They're not. Look, I'm trying to help. You came to me.
I came to Melanie.
Well, sorry. Right now, I'm in. So John told you then?
Some of it, not everything.
God damn it, it's the wrong way.
So how exactly is it that you're able to identify an avatar of the end on site?
Honestly, Basira, it's not your business.
Oh!
Sorry.
Alright. And you don't know why this guy was at the tape recorder?
You're the detective.
And just sure it was him who left it?
I mean, the nurses said there were no other visitors, so unless it appeared by magic. What, seriously?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The whole tape thing is... I don't know.
They're really quiet. Is that just me? Like they've become quieter.
Like you are.
The eardrums broken by the intro.
Yeah.
Down here. I told you this is the one. Sure. You don't sound very sure.
I mean, I don't know, it might be a different model maybe. I thought it was plastic, but yeah. So, what does it mean?
That was a very good
John,
question.
Jesus.
Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you.
I'll get a nurse.
Wait.
For Sarah.
John, is it still...
John!
Yes. Yes, I think so. I don't know how you'd prove it.
Enough. Just stay still. I'll get a nurse.
No, I'm all right.
Stop it.
I'm okay.
John, you are not okay. You have been in a coma.
Wait. How long?
6 months.
Oh!
Give or take.
6 months?
The others. Tim.
No,
Is he?
don't bring up Tim. My little heart can't stop.
Daisy too.
Daisy's gone. Oh yeah, Daisy's in the fucking coffin.
I'm sorry.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
John,
It's all right.
just stay still, please.
John's like, I'm a bad bitch. I'll be fine. All right.
How
what
are you
should we start
feeling?
the next one with?
Honestly, I think I'm all right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, wakes up. Honestly, I think I'm okay.
It's like your heart and lungs haven't moved in 6 months. It's like, yeah, just a bit dusty.
Just gotta get the gears going again. You know how it is. Gotta get that blood pumping. Literally.
Yeah.
It's like he's got like a gaping flesh wound. It's like, like out of his neck. He's like,
Well, no one's noticed all of his wounds. He hasn't had any blood flow.
Yeah, he's like, honestly, I'm fine.
Yeah.
His blood spots. It's like, oh, good God. Yeah, which
Choose
one?
your first and second.
Pardon?
Choose your first and second.
This one. And this one. If I'd stayed there any longer, it would have been my hair. It's like, oh God. I'm like, oh please, not like this. Is this why it's called zombie?
After
Because
a
it's him.
6-month
He's the
coma.
zombie.
No, it's not. This isn't how it's supposed to go, John.
What? You prefer I was brain damaged? Dead?
John.
What?
He's got a good point.
Georgie, could you give us a minute? There's some things we should probably
Fine.
discuss.
Georgie,
John, if this really is a second chance, please try to take it. But I don't think that it is.
Georgie, I don't...
Take care of yourself.
I don't understand either. I'm with John on this. What the fuck is wrong? He's like, I feel fine. And she's like freaking out. I'm like, if he says he's fine.
What about you?
But it might be the last hurrah before
Disappointed.
everything.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Sarah?
The last
We
thing
can deal with
you're
it
gonna hear
later.
John's voice.
Yeah, okay.
You can't make Martin
Do you want me
do
to
the
grab
other
you
way
some
from now
water
on.
or?
No, the statement in your bag.
Fucking
Yeah,
Martin's voice. I'm like, hello.
I just grabbed one on the way out. I thought maybe you'd need it.
You were right. I think it would do me some good. Do you have a tape? Oh.
How did you know I brought one? Right.
Don't ask stupid
Thank
questions, Sarah.
But also, nothing made Sarah bring it, so I just believe she took one. Like, ever since he went into coma, she's been carrying statements around.
What a statement at just casually.
Yeah.
Statement of
Jesus, he sounds like a fucking.
Laurel St. John.
Is it gonna be like he says statement begins and I don't know.
Zombies.
Which one?
Original statement given 1st February 2015. Going by Jonathan Sempers, the archivist.
Don't
Statement begins.
Don't dare. The archivist. I'm sorry. You're referring to yourself now as the archivist.
Remember what the deal Oliver explained was?
Oh my god, he's a monster. No! Fuck, really? He's like actually just like monster now. Oh my god.
2 humans survive.
That's terrible. That's horrible. Sorry, that was very emotionally like I needed a minute. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. No, I'll become the monster. I am the monster. Right.
People always used to tell me I was solipsistic. They said that I never really engaged with other people, never acted like they really existed or mattered, at least not in the same way that I did.
Oh, the voice is getting stronger. Like that.
I suppose in many ways they were right. It's hard to explain without sounding stupid.
Yeah.
Obviously, other people are
Do you think it
real.
should be above
Obviously,
this one or below
the
this
way
one?
a building is real or my watch is real.
Yeah, I think it'd be a nice contrast
If
of
people
colours.
weren't real, I'm sure I would find them much less of a chore. So no, I don't not believe in other people. I just find it very difficult to feel for others. I can't understand them, and they've always
no empathy.
I think I just dropped the ring down my shorts.
Oh dear. We're gonna get up and it's just
yeah.
I know what my pain feels like, and I know what my joy feels like, but when I see those same things on the faces of my friends or my enemies, I feel...
Normal people do not have enemies.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, enemies, really?
I don't really feel anything.
Mm-hmm.
Their emotions and suffering feel as distant to me as a character on a movie screen.
Fair enough.
Or distant, really.
That being said, I have cried
In
many
many
times
ways, I
about
find
movie
those
screen theatre people.
crude
so, like,
caricatures that wander through ridiculous plot after ridiculous plot more relatable than the people watching next to me. That said, Danielle did tell me once that films tend to depict characters like that, so it's easier to project yourself onto them. So maybe it isn't quite as surprising as all that. I like animals, too. They don't pretend to be important.
yes, we do.
So,
Have you ever met a cat?
understand anything, I would hope that you could understand why the philosophical concept of zombies might worm its way
We introduce
into my
him to cats, he
mind.
just loses his mind. He's like,
Danielle studies philosophy. Well, she studied philosophy. And she was one of those people who loved to talk to others about it, try to explain it as a way of internalizing the information. So, come exam season, her favorite revision method was to try and explain a year's worth of dusty old white men thinking about existence to me.
that's how I learn.
She said it really helped. And,
I do too.
well,
Oh no, I get that.
sometimes I didn't have anything better to do.
It's not the circle anymore.
Never stopped.
Oh, what's happened?
It's all kind
How
of
did you do
rubbish, really. People trying to think the universe into making sense, coming
I
with
don't know
all
what
sorts
to
of
do. I think maybe we just cut our
nonsense
losses.
and trying to claim that because they can imagine it, it must be true.
We can use it for another thing,
Grossly oversimplifying.
but I don't think it'll work in this particular context.
I don't think Danielle did
Save
very
it
well
for
in
the
her exams.
decorations. Let's try again.
I remember the night she told me about zombies. It was dark outside and must have been late.
Then this one, and then
It was high summer and the days were long
I think
and sweltering.
this one next.
Our building
Yeah, I think that's nice.
really kept the heat and had very few opening windows, so even in the evening that humid warmth seemed to
I'm
stick
so glad I
around.
figured out how to properly open my windows.
One of our housemates,
Did it
Liam,
take a while?
Yeah,
sat
actually,
the
because
other
they
end of
have
the
this
living
child
room
lock on
playing
them.
some-
Oh.
So they're only open a tiny bit.
Mhm.
And when you open both of them like that, it's actually counterproductive because nothing gets in. Because they essentially don't actually open enough. And so when you have them both up, you have to tactically open one or the other,
Yeah.
whichever way the wind's going.
Okay.
So, and then I found the like safety latch,
Mhm.
and when you press it in, then you can open it as far as you want. And I was
Okay.
like, yes.
Nice.
So my life has become infinitely better since
Yeah.
then. And I won't even lie, that is very, very true.
obnoxious video
Back to the
game.
zombies.
He had the lights at that end of the room turned off, and the screen lit up his blank, gormless face as he stared at some space monster or other that he had to kill. Danielle explained that a philosophical zombie is someone who outwardly displays all the signs of life and consciousness. They talk, they laugh, they scream, they even appear to think. They have no inner life at all, no actual subjective experience. It's all a ruse, a conjuring trick.
Jesus.
If you cut them, they'd bleed, they might even cry out, but they wouldn't actually feel any pain because they can't actually feel anything. It's all just an act. I said to
I
Danielle,
don't know what to do with that.
like Liam, and she laughed at what she assumed was a funny joke, and tried to explain it again, told me they weren't real, that it was all a thought experiment, and the fact that you could imagine them was supposed to counter some other philosopher who sounded equally meaningless. But, like I said, I don't think she got a very good grade, and looking at Liam, blankly staring into that glowing square on the wall, I knew that she was wrong. They were real. His eyes were so dark and dull, empty windows to a soul that he didn't really have. I started to do some experiments on him. Not many, just a few little ones here and there to see. I suppose you might have called me cruel that Liam was capable of suffering. He certainly pretended to cry out in pain when I accidentally cut his hand while chopping onions, and he did a good impression of grief when his fish died. But his eyes were always the same. Cold.
I think you're describing a sociopath, my guy.
I didn't do anything about it, obviously. What would have been the point? There was no real harm in him going out into the world, pretending to live his life. There was no skin off my nose, certainly. It wasn't just him, though.
It's like telepsy. Telepsy is a cousin. It's like, not my circus, not my monkey.
Legitimately entertain the notion that they might all be zombies. Everyone. That it was
I don't know what fear entity
that I was the only
I genuinely can't figure it
real
out.
person that existed.
This just feels like
That wasn't
depersonalization.
right. It was just
So I don't really know what to make
certain
of it.
people.
I'm like,
I'd watch them and see their reactions, the emotions they didn't quite get right, and I knew they were a facade.
A facade.
It became like a game to me, watching out for those soulless husks. Whether on the bus, the street, or even meeting a client for work, I would look into their eyes for just a second
That sounds even
and see the
better.
emptiness inside. I tried to make it a game at least. Truth was, they scared me very
By
deeply.
the way, we can stop whenever you want.
What were they? How
I
did
get
it
very
happen? Were
hyperfixated,
they
so I won't
born
actually
hollow, or
notice
did something
until you go,
scoop them out and leave
stop.
them
You'll
like
go,
that? The question kept me
it's
up
tomorrow.
staring
It's
into
just,
the darkness
oh.
late at night.
That's
Why
nice.
did it seem like I was the only one able to see them? I saw so many people, real people, chatting with these zombies, talking to them as if they were able to understand what was being said to them, rather than simply pretending. How was it
No one else
that they couldn't see the quiet void that lurked behind each of their smiles? And there seemed to be more and more of them every day. Sometimes I found myself utterly alone, facing down a room full of nothing eyes, willing myself to take action. I never did, though. Not even when one of them started following.
So cool.
I first saw him in the street. It wasn't difficult to guess what he was. Half the people around him were just as hollow and soulless. There was something else to him. He was tall, but not so tall as to stick out. Thin, but not unhealthily so. He wore a blue t-shirt despite the falling temperature, and his short, dark hair and pale skin surrounded a smile so fake it practically glowed. He stared at me as I walked past, not making a move to follow or stop me, nor did his eyes seem to actually move.
That's
It was like one of those paintings that watch you. It just seemed that whatever place I looked at him from, he just happened to be focused on me,
That is
inasmuch as there
very
was any
uncomfortable.
focus in them at all. Vacant. The next day he was there again, this time in the hallway outside my office, standing in the center so that I had to hug the wall to avoid touching his motionless form. He was identical, except that his t-shirt was now dull orange. I asked my colleague Norma what she thought of him, why he was there, and if she noticed anything strange about him. She looked out into the corridor, then looked back at me and shook her head. She told me he seemed normal enough, but her eyes were like blank pits.
Okay.
And I knew she was lying about all of it. Had he done this? Had he taken Norma's self, her soul? Or had she always been a zombie, cramped into her little open-plan desk, patiently listening to client complaints, and I just hadn't noticed?
Possible.
I looked around my office, a low dread starting to build as he waited outside, a numbing cavity wrapped in skin. I tried to talk to him when he stood next to me on the bus. I played it as casual as I could, trying not to seem afraid as I asked him how his day was going. Just fine. Thank you for asking, came the flat, uninterested response. Then I asked him his name. Just fine. Thank you for asking. I have never wanted anything as much as I wanted in that moment to cut him.
What's your name? Fine,
And
thank
see
you.
if he intended to scream in pain. By the time he appeared outside my house, this time wearing a rotten green t-shirt, I could feel a numbness in myself even as I looked at him.
Oh, he's making you numb.
Was I finally becoming like them?
Yep.
My internal world melting away into nothing but a pantomime.
Oh no.
I remember I ran at him, all my rage burning inside my chest as though desperate to remind myself that I could still feel something. I think I might have been screaming, but the memory is fuzzy. I remember I punched him in the face, though. When my fist connected, it was like punching a canvas, taut, dry, and yielding ever so slightly until all at once it broke with a tearing pop, and all that resistance was gone. My fist falling into the empty space behind it, inside his head. I pulled my hand back in sudden disgust, and he looked at me through the torn and bloodless hole in his head. I could see one black eye hanging down off his face, still following me, as his split mouth moved to try and form the words that I could hear clear as day. Just fine. Thank you for asking.
It's falling apart.
They're all like that now. You're
Everything is.
all like that, I suppose. I have no reason to believe anyone will read this who would be any different. No reason to believe
You having
you'll
fun?
be able to
Oh,
read
wow.
this, that
That's kind
you
of
won't
cool.
simply stare blankly
I
at
wasn't
this page
expecting it to do
before
that.
performing your response, your artificial opinion. There is every chance that I am the only one left.
I'm fairly certain this
The
is
whole world has
depersonalization,
fallen
my
to
guy.
a
See you,
soulless
therapist,
horde,
please.
devoid of life and feeling. Even so,
Yeah, I can't figure out what
thank
this
you
is.
for pretending to care. Statement ends.
Oh, he sounds much better.
Well, that
Nice and full.
certainly helped, I think. No notes or follow-up in the statement, and obviously no research done by myself or my team. I
Your
think
team, John?
we
He's
can
back.
safely
He's
say
still
that
alive, John.
St. John is not
God, I did
the
it
only
the wrong way
real
round.
person
What
left
is
in the
wrong
world,
with
though,
that?
whatever
I'm actually
might be doing
losing it.
now.
What the fuck?
Whatever might be with her. It can be hard, though. Sometimes other people feelings. I'm trying to focus. Trying to make sure I'm the same me as before, but how can anyone really remember that?
Go ask nothing. Nothing.
How do you know you're the same person that went to sleep?
Jesus.
Yes, I'm done. Georgie, is she,
She's gone. Didn't see where.
No, I would. Probably for the best.
Yeah. Better?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Right. Then I've got questions.
So do I.
Me first. What are you?
You're dead.
Honestly, I don't.
Finally.
I don't feel inhuman.
You could put something
or-
fun at the bottom there. I don't know what, but something.
I want to say I'm the same, but I don't really know if that's true. I know I'm different. I feel
God, imagine all the fan fictions I can now read.
more real.
I'm going to take off all of these tags. It's going to be so exciting.
So what does that actually mean?
I don't know, Basira. I'm just impressed that you managed to get
Probably
out of
nothing
the unknowing. By yourself, I might add.
My turn. What happened to me?
How much do you remember?
I don't.
Okay.
Music. Everything was wrong. Gertrude was there, and then dancing, I think. Then pain, and I was somewhere else. Dreaming.
What we can do is we can utilize
Dreaming.
the fact that on the circle we've
You're
got more options
sure
in terms of ones we can
about
clip it to. So we can do it on
Yeah,
the
they,
diagonal instead. So
Okay.
like the second
found
row
his
will
remains a few days later.
under these ones, except this one will be flat.
Daisy.
This one.
They still
But
haven't
then
found her body.
The other ones we can do there,
Probably
there,
never will.
there, and there.
I thought for a
it's,
while
like, on
she
the
might.
diagonal, and that way it will like fill up more
But-
space.
It's been months.
And
She's gone.
Yeah,
Just you and me.
and then we can try and.
And Melanie and Martin, I guess. Honestly, I'm surprised Martin isn't. What? Oh God, the plan is Martin is he okay? What did Elias do?
No, nothing. Elias isn't the problem.
So, what?
Elias is locked up.
Nice.
Wait, Martin's plan worked.
Yeah!
A bunch of section officers took him in. He made some sort of deal, I think, but he's not getting out anytime soon.
Nice.
Wow. Okay.
Yay!
Great. So
Good job.
He appointed an interim director, a guy named Peter Lucas.
read about him.
Yeah, I hunted down some of those old statements and
Sorry,
What did
I
he
got
do to
distracted.
Martin?
I think my pills have worn off.
I don't know. We don't see him around the archives much these days.
Also,
Best
let me
I
know
can
if
figure,
I'm not
he's
a very
working
good
on
host,
something with
so
Right.
I'm sorry.
No.
I was just very excited to
Maybe.
make the bottom cut.
I don't
but
know.
I'm a terrible host.
Not
And Melanie.
A lot's happened while you've been gone.
I get house.
Right.
It's my baby Martin. I want to hear from him.
Well, I guess we should probably let one of the nurses know I'm awake. I'm sure they have all sorts of tests to do. Make sure I'm not a zombie or. I don't suppose you brought in any clothes.
No, I just, grabbed that statement on my way out.
Right. Well, I kept some in the archives in my office.
Yeah, those got we had to throw those out.
What?
Like I said, a lot's happened.
Since I've been.
Yeah, what the fuck happened that you had to knock them
I'll
out?
get you some new ones. Better ones. Anything else?
She will judge his fashion sense.
She was like, better
Sure.
ones. Okay, so we'll start with this one.
Oh, or a couple.
Sarah, don't give a fuck! Sarah's like, mate, I don't give a shit what you want. I'm not Martin.
End recording. I suppose.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Did it actually end?
The Magnus
Oh.
Archives.
Yeah, I can never hear the end sound because normally it's like. You know, it starts the violin up again, and then it's that for a little bit, and then you hear him.
Mhm.
I can't fucking hear it, so I'm like, hello.
Anything
Are you
can
done?
happen.
Is there more? What's going on?
Today's proverb.
Yes, today's proverb. Fucking, what is happening? What? I think. Okay, so.
So we make one more long chain,
Mhm.
and then we stick them on, and then we see what it looks like.
Yes.
And that's
So
probably all we do today, so we still have stuff to do tomorrow.
absolutely. And then tomorrow we can also get power buttons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what? In case it is the last one, we should probably go for some of the
Mhm.
nicer ones,
Yep.
or the cooler ones. At
I
least.
really like this one.
Yes, I definitely think we should. I think that one could go after that because the yellows. Oh, definitely. The goose has to go on. The goose could go after. It's. And then maybe a. And then maybe.
Is that you should be taking meds?
No, that's. I need to turn the boiler on so I can
Oh,
have a shower
okay.
because my boiler is shit.
Oh.
Speaking of, if you want to shower, I will turn on the boiler.
Cheers.
Maybe the Diet Coke one to like split them up a bit, and then
I think this one's very fun. I don't think we've had any other.
no,
really
we
fun
haven't.
greens.
And this is like an R, which is fun. Go with that one, and then this one because yours definitely has to be blue. Was it this one that you bought or the red one? The red one.
I don't
Is the
remember.
red one already on? I'm colorblind. I'm not actually. Can you imagine if I was?
I've been letting you choose colours
Yes.
this whole time.
Yeah, this whole
I
time.
trusted your sense of colour.
Yeah, I'm just so on point
Yeah.
that like I just know. I just know. So 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and then we need one more. I think this one's quite fun. Or the castle.
That one goes better for colours.
I wonder if we should put that one there and then that one there, so the greens are split up, and then that also helps with like the spreading out the pale ones.
Yeah.
I like that.
Nice.
She's very yellow green. Nice.
Yeah.
Jesus, we've listened to so many. We'll probably be done with the next one.
Hi, folks. Billy Hindle here, the voice.
Hi, Billy. I don't know who you are, but you sound great.
The Quill
If you
presents
left it 2 more seconds,
The
to tell you who she is.
Yeah, I know, but I'm afraid that it's going to be like a spoiler. It's like
not, don't worry.
it was like one where it was like, "Hi, I'm Zeta, the person who plays Peter Lucas." I went, "Who?" I was like, "Excuse me?"
You have a voice.
I was like, "You show up? What?
Yeah.
That is blasphemy." Jesus. I lost my bloody breath.
Oh, great. It's William Ranger's office. Sleeping people don't need pens. What? Melanie! It's very good to, Melanie, whoa! Get away from me! Melanie, it's me. No, I'm back.
Oh, yes. Back to your happy little family.
No, I didn't mean...
How did you make it out then?
What?
Tim is dead. Daisy is dead. And you? What? You're just fine.
No, I've been in hospital for 6 months.
Something has been in hospital. Something has got your face. I warned for Sarah. I said not to let you back in here, but she just doesn't.
Melanie, it's me.
Oh, okay, so what? Hi, John. How are you? Get anyone killed lately?
Jesus.
Why have a look off your face? You're not the
You
reason.
know he's doing
All
it,
of this
guys.
is happening. He's like you're
It's so quiet. It's really pissing me off.
gone. Right, yes, he's gone. That makes any difference.
I don't understand.
No, you don't,
You
do you?
understand so
He's
little.
still alive. You are still alive. So this
Melanie, this isn't you.
Back off! You don't know me, and I don't know you. So stay the hell away from me, or I swear.
Okay.
Okay.
Jesus.
So you had a really good day back at work.
First day back.
She nearly attacked me, Sarah. I mean, I know me and Melanie haven't always seen eye to eye before, but Christ.
Yeah, I did warn you. She's not been having a good time.
Yes, I did get that impression. Elias is gone. Wasn't that supposed to be it? But she is still...
It's not that simple.
She needs help, Basira. God, I didn't even get that out. Even Tim never threatened me. Not like that.
Just back off. You haven't been here.
Oh, okay, you're right. I haven't. So explain it to me.
I mean, that's a very fair request.
Best I can understand it, the holding, or the eye, or whatever you want to call it, we're one of the only powers that hasn't actually taken a shot at a ritual. Yet. And everything out there knows it.
No, I mean, we can't be the only ones, surely.
I don't know. Probably not. But we made a big noise with the unknowing and other stuff, and now they've taken notice. We're safe in here, usually, but we don't go out much anymore.
Usually.
Yeah.
You were attacked. When?
About 2 months ago. It was the flesh.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it was bad. We took them all out. Melanie did most of them. She got a knife from somewhere, and
Sarah, I don't know if that's a good sign.
She saved my life, John. She saved all of us. I won't forget that.
Oh, could you put a big one through there?
Fine.
Thank you.
Haven't seen Martin about yet.
Yeah, he comes and goes. He's busy. Well, he seems it.
Working for Peter Lucas.
Don't be too hard on him, John. You're a situation. It hit him. Hard.
Yes. Well, I'm sure there are better ways to deal with it than getting cozy with Elias's successor, who I've yet to meet, by the way.
Yeah, join the club.
Oh, I destroyed another set.
Sorry.
I think I can save.
You haven't?
Nope. Never seen him. As far as I can tell, Martin's the only one who has.
Right. And you're sure
See if it
he's
works.
real?
We get emails from him. Memos. He's been restructuring, separating out the departments a bit. Not a surprise, I guess, with his pedigree.
But if you've never seen him, I mean...
Rumor is a couple of researchers up on the 3rd floor decided to ignore some of his new directives and... Whoosh.
Sorry, what's... Whoosh.
Gone.
Oh.
They got whooshed. They got whooshed. Get whooshed.
Into the
Oh, things change.
No.
So,
Get whooshed.
we're under siege. Melanie is
Oh,
aggressively
6 or 7.
unstable. Martin is working very closely with the Lonely, who is predictably enough isolating him. And
The Moley.
oh,
Is that
yes,
what you said?
Tim and
Oh.
Daisy are still dead,
Oh.
which is at least easy to keep track of.
That isn't funny,
I
John.
know it's not.
Could you not tell what manic laughter is? Even I could fucking tell. Everyone's really fucking going hard on John. John just got
An
back.
audience.
John just got back. Like,
And then it's
Oh,
been
you
what,
said you
like
decided to throw
a
them all
month
out.
since all of his
Yep.
kidnapping?
And I did.
yeah.
And here's another one.
Maybe it's hungry.
Seriously.
I mean, I did have a statement I was planning to record.
Great. Perfect. You can get on with that, and I'll just leave then.
Right. What do I do if Melanie comes back?
I don't know. Play dead.
Thank you.
John's been giving a really hard time for no good reason.
Statement of Angie Santos regarding a website developed by one Gregory Cox. Original statement given 1st August 2015. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims. The Archivist. Statement begins. Okay, for this to make any real kind of sense, you sort of need to know Greg, or at least
otherwise
understand
they
how
just
it
slip
works.
out.
Don't misunderstand me, please. I'm very fond of the man, but I have never in my life encountered anyone quite so passive, so willing to go along with whatever situation he finds himself in. No matter how awkward or uncomfortable he might be, he just seems to accept his position.
And you can have whichever
Actually,
one you
now
want.
I think about
I'd
it,
like a
more
broth
that
one,
his being
please.
uncomfortable actually makes him more likely to dig in, to double down on whatever's happening, as if
You may have
increasing his
whichever one you
investment in a
please.
thing will somehow make it easier to endure. To give you an example, I first met him about 7 years ago when he was 26. At that point, he'd just got out of his first real relationship, and it was one that had lasted nearly a decade.
That's fair.
But to hear him talk about it, it sounded like he'd never actually been happy. I mean, it didn't even sound like happiness was a consideration for him when thinking about it.
Truly
For the
masterpiece.
last
This is
4 years of the relationship,
the one
she just
that one.
treated
That
him
one's the
worse
one I
and
like.
worse, taking more and more liberties,
and
and
you
he
can
just
have
tried
whichever one
to
you want.
shrug it off. He still does. He wasn't even the one to end things. She'd found herself a rich older guy, fresh from a divorce, and just disappeared.
Truly a being of many
Something
skills.
Greg once described as fair enough, I suppose. Oh, as another example, when I was first getting to know Greg, I went for a drink with him that I mistakenly thought was romantic.
Oh.
I mean, he's not a bad-looking guy, but he'd intended the evening as purely platonic. Do you know how long we dated before I realised what had happened and actually pressed him on the whole misunderstanding? 2 months. Sometimes I think if I'd just been a little bit more oblivious, we'd be married by now. Anyway, all this is to try and explain why, when it started to get really weird, Greg didn't just quit the job. I mean, it's a freelance web project, and from what he said, it doesn't even pay very well. He wouldn't be breaking any contract, and the client hardly ever even gets in touch. There is no reason that he couldn't just walk away, but I honestly don't think he ever will. I really don't know how it's going to end for him. I knew it was going to be bad as soon as he started telling me about it. I mean, Greg doesn't really talk about work unless something's gone badly, and he wants to not listen to me tell him to drop whatever project he's locked himself into. And this job was red flags all the way down. An email out of the blue from what looked like a personal address rather than a business one. Vague, contradictory descriptions of what they actually wanted the site to do. I mean, even the email was a bit strange.
Neither.
Broken or algorithmic English.
So I went downstairs to get a chocolate milk. And you asked for a straw in it. I brought it back up with a chocolate.
Oh my god,
It's in
that's...
the same place.
I honestly think chopsticks should be hollow because then you can like slurp up the broth through the chopstick. You can.
It's chocolate milk.
I actually do have chocolate milk powder. So if you're hankering for some chalky milk,
I don't tend to be a chocolate milk person.
neither do I. My friend brought it to my house, said she didn't like it, and left it here.
Arthur.
As is standard in most of my friendships.
I'd have expected, the short message was quite well composed. But for some reason, something in it caused the font to appear incredibly large, and Greg had to scroll through almost word by word. None of it was exactly what you'd call a good sign. But, Greg being Greg, he was taking a train down to Guildford before you know it to meet the client in person. A small coffee shop just off the high street. As he told it, she was young, rail thin underneath an oversized brown hoodie, which she kept pulled up, trying to cover up a network of pale stitches that stretched over one side of her head.
Damn.
She didn't say much, other than to briefly outline the job. She wanted a forum made, though she couldn't seem to explain exactly what audience or topic she wanted it to be targeted towards, or why she couldn't use any of the countless online services that specifically made and admined forums. She just mumbled something about custom requirements and told Greg to drink his latte. Which he did, so he tells me, though he can't stand milk in his coffee.
Oh god,
All
it's
through
the
it, she
fucking
just
web.
kept staring at him,
I should have picked that up from the fact it's called bloody web design.
occasionally pushing long,
That's on me,
spindly
honestly.
fingers out against the fabric, smiling to herself. I haven't given the name of this mystery client because, to be honest, Greg's never told me. I've asked him plenty of times, but whenever I do, he gives me this surprised look, insists he's told me before, and then immediately forgets and changes the subject. I know that's not exactly helpful, but honestly, I'm a bit lost here myself. I mean, none of this feels normal. Some of it doesn't even feel natural.
Yeah,
Greg's an odd
sounds
one,
about
sure,
right.
but until recently, he's always been very sharp. This was all about 6 months ago. He's been working on the website ever since. The actual basic setup took him all of 2 days, maybe a bit more since the client insisted on him coding from scratch. It was bare bones since he'd been given no copy or
I'm surprised that
indication
the
of how
web
it
can
was to be
even do
organised
something on the
except for the
internet.
name
I
of
thought
the
that was like a big no-no
Calicerae,
for the Fizz.
which he made sure stood prominently at the top. in a-
They're developing, they're revolutionizing.
The client
No!
posted only a single area where threads could be posted, labelled "Come In." Of course, there was never anything in there. The site was called Calicerae, but the URL, the web address, was nothing like the name. Just a long string of letters and numbers with no pattern or reason to, almost impossible to memorize. Once the site was live, Greg would get an email every few weeks with a new domain name, another long string of gibberish. He would have to change it all over. There were,
that was your Amy light.
though, that the client would email
Need it
through.
back on.
No, it's fine. I
Things
just,
she insisted
because
were
it's always
included
on, I
not
was
on the
like,
website
oh,
itself, but in the
I
code.
just assumed power.
I'm not really a computer person, but according to Greg, they had nothing to do with any coding language he'd ever seen. Meaningless strings of words or weird little fragments of poetry or a name, different every time, repeated
like it's
over and
good
over
this
again
way.
hundreds of times. He tried to explain to her more than once that just pasting these things
I could
into
do
the
it on a
code wouldn't
diagonal like
cause
this,
them
like
to appear on the
across
page
the
or
grid
have
like that.
any effect at all.
So it's like a slightly
But she
different angle
insisted,
to the previous
so
one.
he did it.
Yeah. Oh, that
He's been doing it ever since.
sound is so good.
He's on some sort of retainer to administrate the site, and this amounts to changing the domain name every few weeks, checking the statistics that, yes, still no one has visited, and pasting whatever the latest nonsense the client wants in the code. I'd have said it was good money for doing basically nothing, except that over the last 2 months it's all started to go really, really weird. It started with an email
Also,
he got
these
from
ones
a
can spin more,
Hotmail address he
so-
didn't recognise. The subject line was simply, "Are you the Calicerae?" At
That is
first,
so
Greg thought his
good.
client must have passed his details on,
I
but
feel like I'm salivating just from the
opening the
sound. I'm
message,
like,
there
yes,
was all the
They
brilliant.
always save you the smell of it, you know?
Please make it
Yeah, the
stop.
noodles do smell really good. I can't lie.
Now, Greg being Greg,
Okay.
he just deleted the message and pretended it didn't bother him. But after he told me about it, I pressed him further, and he admitted that it wasn't the first unsettling email he'd gotten from strangers about the site. He wouldn't tell me the
This
others.
one doesn't have green,
He
so
kept
maybe
insisting I
put
drop
green
it.
one
It was
behind that
fine.
one. This one doesn't have green
But I shouldn't
either, so
worry.
maybe put those two there.
But of
So
course
that
I did
leaves
worry.
This one.
I knew that
this one.
secretly he was as well. I started to do a bit of searching
God,
online just to see if there was
my,
anything we were missing.
My supply's going to be so
And there was.
depleted.
Yeah.
There's like,
A lot,
I'm going to have
as it
none.
turns out.
It's going to be.
It didn't take more than an hour or so to discover that Greg had apparently
I could
found
do, but I
himself
like
the web
having the special
administrator
ones
for
set
an
here
urban
because I like
legend.
because it's
The
like they're just
Calicerae
they're special.
popped
You know,
up
they
on the
need-
occasional paranormal site
I only
or
have
edgy
some.
message board each time, accompanied
Whereas,
by a now defunct
things like
link.
Corona.
According to
find
those
those
who
all the
followed
time.
such things,
I can't
all you
not
had to
find
do was
them.
start a new thread as a
Bloody
guest,
everywhere.
something that Greg had been instructed to make sure was possible. The title of that thread should be the name of someone you want dead. As the stories went, you would receive a reply almost immediately, and it would simply ask you for a story. You would have to write out and post in full a horrible event that had happened to you or someone that you loved.
Sounds a bit.
All the
What's
instructions were very clear that the
name?
target would only die if the account satisfied the story spinner. None of them made any mention
This is
of what
very.
if it did not.
I don't like the fact that the fears have found the internet.
Pretty standard spooky stuff. At least I would have
Oh
thought
no,
so.
it's John's least
If it
favourite
hadn't been
word.
for the messages that Greg kept getting. Someone more technically adept than him had clearly found his email associated with the site and had posted about it. So he had
This is
become
some
the
technical
de
shit.
facto mailbox for this forum. Greg swore blind the site had never received any visitors at all, never had a single thing posted in it. But still the emails came. Bring them back. What
God,
is
it's
happening?
bloody heavy.
I'm sorry I lied. It's been getting to him, I know it has. He's lost weight. He rarely goes out anymore, and
Thank you.
judging by the cobwebs, he definitely doesn't clean his house like he used to. I've tried talking to him, but it's like talking to a brick wall that refuses to admit
I don't even know. I was
visitors
so
at all.
I'm
Never
so
had a
distracted
single
by the
thing
noodles.
posted in it. But still the emails came. Bring them back. What is happening? I'm sorry I lied.
Okay.
It's been getting to him, I know it has. He's lost weight. He rarely goes out anymore, and judging by the cobwebs, he definitely doesn't clean his house like he used to. I've tried talking to him, but it's like talking to a brick wall that refuses to admit it's crumbling. That's why it's me here rather than him. I mean, I had to talk to someone.
Oh dear.
We were walking home from the Cricketers, a pub just off Holson Birch. We were heading back to his house since I'd missed my last train, and when that happened, I tended to sleep on his sofa. We were turning down into his road, and there was a small voice from the doorway next to us asking for help.
Oh no.
Now, the last few years there have been a lot more homeless folk around Woking. I know, welcome to Tory Britain. But the point is, Greg usually made a habit of giving whatever change he had left over from the pub to whoever we stumbled across on the way back. So when we heard this, he turned towards the voice and held out his hand towards the dark, crumpled shape.
That was a
offering some
bad
change.
move, my guy.
What grabbed his wrist was not a hand. Not exactly, not anymore.
Oh.
It was coarse and bony and covered in fine, sharp
Damn it.
hairs.
When did I get my own?
Greg screamed, falling backwards
have
from the
that?
figure under the street lamp where, for a second,
How did this
I saw
happen?
it more completely than he
I
did.
feel like I would have noticed that. Yeah.
It was definitely human once,
Just a little bit.
at least based on how it was screaming.
Oh.
But it was thin, with bits of it twisted and discoloured, covered in small, scurrying shapes. Its face was the most human part of it remaining, except for the two black and hollow spaces where its eyes once were,
That's not unpleasant at all.
from which now poured an endless stream of scuttling legs and fangs.
Ugh.
The mouth was full of them too.
Oh,
could
the sound
see
is so fucking good.
as they grasped desperately at Greg. It was trying to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tell her I'm sorry. But words were not what tumbled from those lips. We ran, of course. The thing was frantic but clumsy, and it wasn't difficult to get away. I wanted to go to the police to tell them everything, but Greg refused, of course. He said there must have been some mistake, that it was just a trap with an unfortunate condition. That he wasn't going to bother the police just because we'd had a bit of a shock. I didn't have the energy to argue with him. I still don't, really. I don't know what to think. Greg's my best friend, but I might have to stop seeing him.
That is so
He is still
nice.
working
Oh
on
my
the site, still
god.
updating the domain name, still pasting gibberish into the code.
To be honest, I'm kind of
think
happy
he might
with
be
that
part
amount. So what I might
something
actually,
really
what I might actually do
And I don't know how to make
is
him see that.
take these off and put them on the diagonals like we were
If I
going to
had
do for the first
a little
section.
bit more
So that
courage.
way you can
I
see
might just hang
the
around a
them a
few
bit
message
better.
boards I know,
Yeah, I don't think any more than that.
waiting for a
No.
link.
I
to
do,
the
but I
police
think there is
arrive,
enough space for the keychain at the
waiting
through
to
the
post a
center.
name that might end it. I've got a story for it to write. But I won't.
Ow.
I'm just
How did that
too
hurt
much
you?
of a coward, I
That
suppose.
really hurt. Oh, what happened?
So I guess I'm telling it to
I
you.
don't
instead.
know. I don't know what it was. It really hurt. was like a needle.
Statement
It was really weird.
The web does seem to have a preference for those who prefer not to assert themselves. The investigation is tricky. I don't want to impose on Basira, and obviously Melanie and Martin aren't available. But I did do some light searching myself on Gregory Cox. Vanished, unsurprisingly.
Sorry.
Sometime in late July 2016, which is 2 years ago.
Oh dear.
That doesn't seem right. It doesn't feel like there's just this great gap of time where I wasn't. No notes or follow-up here that I can see, just... It looks like the statement came in just after Gertrude had disappeared. Another gap. Whoever took it didn't do any follow-up, just filed it away.
I hate how almost
I may be the first person to actually read it,
the
so...
deaths are of like the people.
Sorry, Angie. I suppose.
Like literally all we got for Tim's was
There's a small
fucking
supplemental
explosion
document with it, though,
That was
is a
it.
bit alarming. It's apparently a list of people whose names appeared in the various pieces of text Mr. Cox was pasting into the code. It's unclear if they were meant to be users or victims, but I cannot help but note that there seem to be the names of several statement givers who found their way to the Institute, including noted arachnophobe Carlos Vittori.
Oh.
Perhaps a coincidence, just people shopping their traumatic event around. But I have to wonder.
My guy, when has anything
their
ever in
actions were
this
their
spooky
own.
bitch fucking place ever been a fucking coincidence?
I have no theories on this.
Like, I love you, but please.
No sudden
Don't-
insights.
Don't lie to yourself, buddy.
I wish I could talk it through with Martin. More session. But we never really did that, did we? Everything's changed. 2 days out of a coma. I'm already tired. End recording.
I so desperately want them to be back together. I say back together as if they were ever together. I just want them to be together.
John's ever said a nice thing to
I
me.
know. And suddenly he's like, I miss Martin. I'm like, I don't know where this is coming from, but I agree completely.
He thinks what he's saying is he misses
Today's
complaining
episode
about
was
Martin.
written by Jonathan Sims, directed by Alexander J.
Oh,
To subscribe, view associated
oh
material.
no! I just looked down and it was gone.
Rate, review us online.
Oh, it's
Tweet us
this
at
middle
The
bit.
Rusty Quill. Visit us on Facebook or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Join our communities on the forum via the website or on Reddit at r/the Magnus Archive.
I can't. I
Thanks for listening.
He sounds so ominous when he says that. Thanks for listening. I've never listened this far.
Well, you are the one listening to the tape recorders.
Yes, I suppose so. Hello.
Hi everyone, it's Kareem, the voice of Simon Fairchild of the Magnus Archive.
See what I
I'm
mean?
here to advertise
Simon, we love you.
podcast
Do we?
on the Archive. I now has an atmospheric analog-style horror.
Don't, you bitch. What the fuck?
Chilling
Don't do me like that.
Follow Murray.
You got an evil laugh
who casually handles
at my
supernatural
suffering. It's not fair.
using her lived experience raised by her Kabbalion mother to save the city from unimaginable horrors. She's joined by 2 supernatural detectives, Donna and Murphy, her strong-armed
That's a
lesbian
very
neighbor
nice
Laura,
voice.
and Ashley, conman guru with real magic powers. The title, Hi Nai or Hi Mum, comes from Mari Fontananai, or Mother, in the Philippines about her adventures. Season 1 has our protagonists face rich immortal occultists from the early 1900s called elders, who feed off ordinary people's deaths. In particular, they must hunt down the elders' leader, the benefactor, who's so powerful nobody remembers his face or name. The story centers mystical immigrants fighting the supernatural to cope with the real-life horrors of fascism and corruption, which characterize Mari's childhood flashbacks to the Philippines. Search for Hi Nai wherever you listen to your podcasts, or go to Hi Nai Pod, that's HINAYPOD.com, or www.rustyquill.com for more information.
Man said www. So fast. I went www. I was like, Jesus. Zoom in.
He's a speedy man.
Yes.
Hi folks, Billy Hindle here, the voice of Alistair in the Magnus Protocol. Today I just wanted to take some time to run you through some of the exciting Magnus merchandise,
I'll
as
let
well
her say
as
her
affiliate links, a brand new way to support the show. You can find affiliate links in the description of all new episodes. If you are based in the UK, be sure to check out Phantom Peak, a unique immersive open-world adventure in London. Use the link in the show notes or code Rusty to get 15% off tickets, perfect for fans of escape rooms. Next up, be sure to check out our bespoke merchandise from our partners, including exclusive perfume sets inspired by John and Martin and ex Altiora. Find out more by going to www.rustyquill.com
Perfumes, that's a joke,
Find Magnus and Rusty Quill themed
That's not
TTRPG
actually a
accessories,
thing,
including
surely.
dice
I've
trays,
never heard that
dice towers,
before.
and beautiful coasters
But I
from
also
Hotspot
always
by
get
going to hotspot.com/rusty-see the Magnus Archives Polyhedral dice set from Dice
That would be
Station,
really fun.
including an exclusive D16 featuring icons representing the fears. Visit thedicedungeon.co.uk/collections/rusty-quill to find out more. There are also new designs available on our official merchandise stores for t-shirts, stickers, posters, and more. Check the links in the description or go to www.rustyquill.com/support. Thanks for listening. We hope you enjoy the show.
I've only listened because I couldn't be asked to get to my
Hi
phone.
everyone,
Thank
it's
you.
Curry, the voice of Simon Fletcher.
Hi, Simon.
Today, I'm here to advertise Remnants, a podcast just launched on the RQ network. Remnants is a weekly dark fantasy audio.
I've given in.
Our fate is decided by Sir and his new apprentice, who read Rusty Quill.
Because there was like another 2 minutes of that shit. I'm a strong person. I can only deal with so much.
Episode 124.
Left hanging.
I just fall down.
That would actually be the most terrifying thing that ever happened to me if you did.
You're just left by yourself with the camera running. evidence of me just passing out. You're like, what the fuck just happened? I wake up, you're gone. I'm like, huh?
Statement of Julian Jennings regarding a cable car journey.
What was that? Oh, did it hit glass?
In Austria. Original statement given.
It wasn't anything important. It's a good one.
Okay.
For no reason, but it's a good one.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that the hole was a bit bigger, so that
Statement of Julian Jennings
it could be
regarding a
slightly
cable
further out,
car
but still
journey
on the
the
diagonal.
Untersberg
I
Mountains
do like the
in
diagonal.
Austria. Original statement given 11th December 2012.
Ooh,
Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins.
I got an idea. What I'm going to do.
Sorry,
Sorry, John. Give us a minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a smaller link, and I'm going to link this second link to the bars.
Okay.
So it's raised. So it will stay where it is because it's attached here, but it will be further out.
Okay.
And it won't affect anything else because they're so much longer.
Gets me is that it wasn't even our first time going up that cable car. I mean, none of it makes sense. It was all impossible, and the terrible things that happened while we were hanging there absolutely could not have happened. But given that they did, I don't understand why they happened to us. There was nothing
I don't know what happened
special about us, nothing remarkable about our trip. Were we just random bystanders to something awful? We must have been, because I don't see why anyone would choose for something to happen to us. It must have been the old man, of course, but again, why?
Made for perfection.
My father passed away almost 12 years ago now. Pancreatic cancer.
Okay.
I'm sure I don't need to explain that it was devastating.
I don't know why you're telling us this.
True grief I've ever felt, but in the years that followed, I found that it brought me much closer to my mum. Her and Dad were always something of a unit, you see, and growing up I feel like I had less of a specific relationship with them as people and more a relationship with my parents. Not unusual, but once I moved out and started to get on with my own life, we ended up becoming a bit distant. And on the few times a year I would see them, it was parents without any real thought for the individual relationship.
Okay.
This all ended with my father's death. Grief brought Mum and me closer than we'd ever been before.
I don't want you to.
I would call her regularly, and I'd make the trip up to Swansea at least once a month, until I finally moved back there 4 years ago. It was the second year after Dad passed that we started our annual holiday together.
No, it's,
At first, it was just a way to try and get Mum a bit more interested in the world again, but soon enough, it was a highlight of our year. We'd go for a week normally, maybe 2 if I'd kept back enough annual leave. Mum wasn't great with long flights, so we tended to keep ourselves to Central or Western Europe, though I got her as far as Corfu one year. Her big passion was mountains. We always had to go up a mountain. Well, to be fair, it wasn't mountains she loved specifically, it was views. There was little that delighted Mum quite as much as to see the whole of creation spread out before you like a grand carpet. We would always burn through a good number of euros using whatever coin-operated telescopes they'd set up at the lookout spot. She also found an affinity for the thinner air of higher altitudes. I never really understood how that worked, as I thought it was meant to make it harder to breathe, and after a few hours, I always tended to end up with a bit of a headache. But Mum took to it like nobody's business, and after a minute or two was always more spry than I'd seen her the whole rest of the year. Of course, at her age, actually climbing a mountain would have been a bit much, so our holidays very much tended to be the highest peaks in Central and Western Europe that could be scaled by coach, train, or cable car.
Nice.
Well supplied as many European mountains are with public transport options, this did limit us a bit. So that's why this year we found ourselves returning to Salzburg, one of our first ever destinations, and to Untersberg, one of our favourite
slightly
mountains,
further out,
towered
but you can
distantly
see
over
them
the
much
city.
better.
It was a
I like
marvellous
that.
view, as I recalled,
I think that works quite
although
nicely.
the quickest and most
Now
reliable way
just
to
do it
reach
again.
it was
And again, and
unfortunately
again,
by cable car. You see, I don't do amazingly with heights.
So why are you going up mountains?
Vertigo, certainly when we're actually at the top of the mountain, I don't have any problem at all if I steer clear of the edges. But traditionally,
A mountain
getting
is
from
all
sea level
edges,
up
that's
to
the
top
point.
is something of a trial to me. To say nothing of coming back down. I've never really shared these fears with Mum, of course. She got such joy out of it that I wouldn't want to worry her. Anyway, I remember the cable car up and down Untersberg was a particularly uncomfortable one for me. As the car accelerated towards the rickety-looking pylons, there was this judder as the runners abruptly changed angles and the car would swing back and forth in such a way that I had to sit down on the floor. I told Mum this was because I found it hard to balance, but honestly it was so I didn't have to look out the window at the ground almost a mile below. When we arrived at the cable car station this time, I was relieved to see that they seemed to have replaced a lot of the structure since the first time we were there. The cables stretched up the mountain fresh and strong, though still with that disconcerting curve to them. And there was a shine to the cars themselves that I really hoped wasn't just a fresh paint job. Mum appeared quiet and composed, but in that way she does when she gets excited. And we bought our tickets and joined the queue without any problems. It was near the end of the season, and we'd arrived as early as possible, so the queue in this case only comprised of one other passenger. An old man with stark white hair and a gentle, amused smile. He had a walking stick in his hand, though his back was straight as an arrow, and it seemed like he only remembered to use it in those moments when he noticed he was still holding it. The day was clear, and the sun illuminated the inside of the car as we stepped over the gap from the platform. I knew you'd be able to see for miles and miles from the top, something I was looking forward to doing when I had my feet firmly on the mountain, less so from the swinging car. The driver stood in the corner of the tiny metal box, looking at us with a bored expression and making some final checks on the controls, which amounted to 2 buttons and a phone. I sat slightly unsteadily
So techy.
on the rough steel bench as Mum and the old man took positions at 2 of the windows with the best view. The driver nodded to himself, slid the door closed, and turned a key in the control panel. There was a shuddering through the whole structure of the car as the wheels above us began to turn, and we began to climb towards the peak. In some ways, the first minute is the worst. The climb takes just over 8 minutes in total, but in those first few seconds you can see all the detail of the ground as it falls away from you, and you feel every meter of that widening space of open air beneath your feet, held at bay by a floor that seems far too thin. By the second minute, I'd calmed down slightly, the angle of the cable and our speed of ascent having levelled out. The third minute was almost peaceful. I risked a look over to Mum, stood at the window, looking out with a serene smile at the retreating ground. I glanced over to the old man, whose face beamed with excitement and anticipation.
Fucking fall off, and I'm like, how?
Minute 4 was when we hit the first of the 3 support towers, and the sudden change of angle and speed sent me gripping the edge of my seat, staring resolutely at the floor and willing myself to ignore the swaying of the car. The 5th minute, I risked another look out the windows, just as we hit the second tower and my stomach lurched. I sat back down again quickly, hoping the shaking of my legs wasn't audible to my mother, still staring out of her chosen window. The 6th minute was the last stretch with just open air below us, and would have been the final part before we hit the last tower and started travelling over the mountain itself. But that's when the car came to a sudden, juddering halt. Panic immediately pumped through me, and I clenched my teeth together to try and hold in a cry. I took a moment and let out a shaky breath. It was fine. This sort of thing happened all the time, no doubt. Just a small delay. Someone at the top taking too long to board the car coming down the other way, maybe. I glanced over at the driver, and sure enough, he had a look of puzzlement and irritation on his face, but nothing that could be read as concern or fear. He picked up the phone next to the controls and started speaking annoyed German into it.
He's okay.
But from his expression, it didn't seem like he was getting any answer. I heard similar sounds of irritation from Mum, and gingerly looking over, I noticed that some low-level clouds had come about us, and the window was now covered with a fine swirling mist, obscuring the view below. The weather had been forecast as clear skies, but it wasn't unheard of. I would have hoped that not being able to see the earth far below us would have blunted the terror I felt as we hung there, swinging gently. But instead it seemed worse, as all I could now picture was an unending, terrible void stretching out below me.
Great.
I heard a small chuckle, and looked over to see the old man smiling to himself, his walking stick discarded on the floor.
He never needed that.
What happened next was so fast, I barely had time to process it. The old man turned towards the door of the cable car, the door I had seen the driver lock and secure when we first boarded, and he walked over to it. He gripped the handle and with a single, easy motion, flung it open. The driver saw what was happening and started to lunge to grab him, but it was too late. The old man turned back for just a second, looked me in the eyes, and gave me a huge, theatrical wink.
He's so
Then
funny.
he fell backwards, out of the car. It was gone,
Yikes.
the swirling air beyond. The driver shouted something, and my mother let out a shriek, but the sounds disappeared into the muted skies surrounding us. The driver was back on the phone, desperately trying to get someone on the other end, as the door just hung there, open to the nothingness beyond the car.
Why doesn't someone just fucking close it?
I wanted to act, to help, to do
Well,
something,
presumably
but
the
I
door
was
opens
pinned
outwards.
to my seat with a confused fear.
Yeah, but surely it's still.
Then, without warning, and without any input from the driver, the car began to move again. It travelled upwards, gaining speed and swinging with such force I was afraid we'd all be thrown out of the open door. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. We should have hit another tower, or the top of the mountain by now, but we just kept going. Higher and higher, the clouds surrounding us tighter, flowing in through the open door. My mind had all but seized up, and I felt helpless to do anything but watch as events
Used all of my
progressed.
creative juice.
I see.
I don't know how long we climbed before the car stopped
My
again.
little body is
Mum was crouched on
frail.
the floor now, gripping the
Sounds like
handlebars
Windchime.
above her for
It is
stability,
very
and the
much
driver was trying to
Windchime.
get any response from the controls. The brakes finally started
Frantically
again with such
screaming,
grinding
Joe.
force that we must have pitched almost
Which end
45
did it
degrees
come
forward, then back again, then forward. I could feel nausea wash over me as I was almost thrown forward onto the floor. Then everything was still again, save for the gentle swaying. The car remained in place for some time. I think we were all just waiting for whatever was coming next. None of us spoke, and looking over at Mum, I could see my own fear mirrored across her face.
Oh dear.
After a while,
If Mum's afraid.
when everything had calmed down, the driver looked over to us. We were all quiet, afraid, I think, of breaking the stillness we found ourselves in. But I saw him start to edge towards the door.
Whoa.
I knew what he was trying to do. He wanted to close it, lock it back in place, and get some semblance of control back. I wanted to tell him to stop, to warn him about whatever was about to happen, because I knew something was about to happen.
Yeah, sounds about right. That is typical.
I could only stare at him as he slowly,
Things do
achingly
happen.
crawled towards his doom. Sure
Now you've
enough,
got to figure out how to put it
as
up.
he approached the opening, his hand just
That's
started
tomorrow's
to
problem.
reach out into the
Definitely tomorrow's problem. I am.
I
I'm
heard
out of
something on the
creative
cable that
ideas.
stretched out behind us. I didn't turn around, but I could hear rhythmic, scraping sounds of something crawling rapidly towards us.
What?
I saw Mum's eyes focus on something behind my head. She screamed. It was
That
a
was a
sound
bad time
I've
for
never
chili.
heard her make in my whole life, and one that I will never forget. There was a thump from above, the sound of something heavy landing on the roof of the car, and the driver froze, arms still outstretched. His eyes widened in sudden realization, but before he could pull back from the edge, an arm, long, grey, and completely inhuman, reached down from above with terrible speed.
Oh my god, it's
It grabbed
Mr.
his
Spider.
wrist, just for a moment,
Mr. fucking Spider.
and then he was gone, his own scream vanishing into the abyss beyond the door.
No.
In the quiet that followed, Mum and I just stared at each other, neither of us knowing what we could do except wait for whatever fate was squatting on top of the cable car.
Oh Lord, he comes.
Then came 3 bangs, one after another on the roof of the car. Knock, knock,
Oh my god, it is Mr. Spider!
then a laugh.
Fuck
A
off.
terrible, whistling sound like the howling of a gale.
If it's actually Mr. Spider, I'm gonna be so
And then,
pissed. He's meant to. He took his victim. He's had enough food.
I don't know when I noticed the green light on the control panel, the one next to the button the driver had held when we first started the journey. It certainly hadn't been lit the last time we were moving. Maybe not since the first time we stopped. I couldn't afford to let hope come into my heart. I knew that would be too cruel.
Yeah.
But I also knew I couldn't ignore it. I finally, painfully, stood up. My whole body was shaking so violently I thought I would collapse before I'd even taken my first step. But little by little I inched my way towards it, never taking my eyes off the green light, never looking towards the door.
Probably for the best.
When my fingers finally found the button, I slammed it with all the strength I had left in me, and I felt the car begin to move upwards again.
Yay!
I have no idea if whatever was on top of the car was still there, but when I saw the third tower rising up out of the clouds, I could feel myself weeping with relief.
Pretty good thing to be covered
I
in.
didn't even feel the juddering as we hit it.
I have some fun with it. And the
I
glasses.
don't remember much after that.
I don't know how it got there.
think I was making much sense. I know it took them a long time to get us back down from the top of Huntersburg without using the cable car. I remember talking to the police, even if I don't remember whether I told them the truth. I think the official story became that the driver, a man named Otto Hessler, had killed himself halfway up the mountain by leaping to his death. The body was never found, and the report made no mention of an old man. I still get nightmares, of course, and my fear of heights has worsened.
Enjoying his
I've
retirement.
tried talking to professionals about it, but for the most part they treat it as though I'm
someone out of a
talking
plane
in
when they went
metaphors,
skydiving,
and I generally let them believe that.
when they were falling forever.
The worst part is
Oh,
the strain the
but
whole
that's
affair
not-
has
that's
put on
not
my
the
relationship with
Russian
my
guy.
mother. She
I don't
refuses
know
to
who
admit
the other
any of
one
it happened,
was. Is it Angela?
repeating the same
It's
version of
Angela!
events given by the Salzburg
Oh!
police.
Oh,
She looks me
shit!
right in the eyes
He
and
sounds
tells
like
me
the
she
kind of guy
doesn't
that
know what
would do
I'm
a
talking
dramatic
about, that
wink
there was
before
no old man, no
fucking
clouds,
jumping out of the cable car.
nothing climbing the cables behind me.
I don't understand what the
We both know
weird
she's
hairy
lying.
thing was on the cable car, though.
I don't know if there'll be any more
Could just be
holidays.
Simon wandering around.
Certainly none that involve mountains.
He's just silly.
Simon just
Statement
grew
ends.
some big arms. and-
Yeah.
Simon Fairchild is one of the recurrent figures that I
Yes.
think disquiets me the most.
Yes, John.
Not simply for what he does, the endless spaces of height or depth to which he is so quick to condemn his victims, but
Everywhere. I am covered
the
in
joy he seems to take in doing so.
Maybe you should take some
I
joy
don't
in
think there
life,
is
John.
much to this tale
Yeah,
beyond
you
that
fucking
an evil
miserable
man
bitch.
tormenting and killing simply for his own pleasure,
It's an
to
octopus.
feed the power that sustains him. In other cases, I might think the location
Perfect.
noteworthy, might try to piece together some
Beautiful.
wider plan. But Fairchild seems to travel far and wide for his victims with no
Glorious.
motivation other than variety.
He's just looking
I do
for a
not
good
think
time.
I ever wish to meet him.
I understand now what you mean. He's just
Of
a
course.
goofy guy.
Yeah.
Even if I did want to do research, the state doesn't have any help doing so. It's been a week, and
Goofy
Melanie's
guy.
attitude towards me hasn't softened. And Basira,
Simon,
though
if
she
you will.
is very willing to talk, still doesn't seem to trust me enough
Funny
to let me
Fairchild.
on whatever plans she might have. If she has any plans at all, of course. I could make her tell me, I know that, but I can't
God
afford to
damn
buy
it,
any
John.
Still no sign of Peter Lucas, of course.
He's really holding out on you, not doing that.
Wait,
Martin! Martin! Oh. Hi, John. Martin, it's. I haven't seen you. Yeah. Sorry. Where have you been? I thought.
No, I've been here. I just, yeah, a bit busy.
Busy?
Yeah.
Right. Well, Lucas.
No, Peter's. It's complicated.
Right.
Anyway, I should.
How are you, Martin? Is everything.
Yeah, no, I'm all right. Everything's fine. Fine.
How's the poetry?
Oh, well, I haven't exactly had a lot of time recently, so
Yes.
He remembers the poetry.
You've been busy.
yeah.
John really wants to
John, I've really got to go. So, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, it was good. It was good to see you.
Yeah.
Get rejected! God damn it, Martin! Please! Don't do this to me! You
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed.
just ended again! Fuck! I can't deal with this shit. We've lost him, and now Martin is being weirdly emotionally buoyed.
Oh, that's so odd. I wonder what could have happened.
Stop with your liminal space bullshit, Lom. I can't handle it. I'm sorry. I'm still sweating, and now it's because of the bra. I'm just really sweaty. It's not fair. Oh God. How long have we? It's been 5 hours. We've been streaming
We
for
created a
5
lot.
hours. Yes, we did. I like that you were like, oh, we'll finish there and then we'll have more to do tomorrow. No, we won't. We have like one thing left to do on it.
Well, I put the bottle cap back on the wrong way, so maybe I'll do
Oh.
that tomorrow.
That is making jobs for yourself. I like.
It was definitely intentional.
All right, I think that is enough internet time. Ah, Jesus Christ! No, don't be broken, please. Please, we spent too much time on you for you to break. Okay, good. Oh, Jesus Christ, get the shit out of me. I think I just put you down like that. You are safer on the floor. Until you have like a proper fixture thingy.
I'm wondering where the creepiest place in your house that I can leave that is.
Oh, don't. That's so mean, Lom. Don't do me like that. All right. We are gonna go. So whoever is watching, goodbye. Have a good night.